A little bit.
Hey, Kevin, start the timer for me. Yeah, it's running up.
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
Thank you all.
Hey, Kevin, we're still in practice, right?
Yes, sir.
So question, so I'm looking at the timer. The concern, I think, is that this particular timer is only going to be visible on your screen. There's a second timer app that allows you to add it directly into the meeting. If you go into the apps, um, the app screen to the right, there's an additional timer that says timer clock agenda countdown. That one might make a timer visible for all participants, because I think this one you're gonna have to keep yourself visible the entire time so that it plays on your screen. But
Timer, clock, agenda, countdown, stopwatch. That's
yeah.
the blue sky one, I think.
Oh, is that the blue sky one?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, because that's the one that allows you to add
So
it.
it's actually, it also displays in the top right near the sign in window. Do you see that? Like near the view button?
Yeah, just the council member will need to
Yeah, I have it in his
keep it.
notes, but and then
Okay.
we'll also just we'll include the beep. But yeah, it's not ideal, unfortunately. I don't know
Okay.
how Zoom hasn't fixed this yet, but yeah, that's the I have it in his in the readout.
Cool.
I'm stepping away for 5 minutes. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Hey, Anthony, are you there?
Yep.
The DC Water has been in contact about the sewage spill, right?
Yeah, they've contacted the council member and the team. They contacted us on Sunday and on Saturday. I haven't heard back since.
Okay. And was DOE on those emails?
No.
Okay. And I haven't heard anything from DOE about it. I don't.
No, they've been pretty mum about all of this, which is a little unusual.
Yeah.
So yeah, it may I have been in contact with Jen, but not specifically about the sewage issue.
Yeah. Okay. Just making sure because we've gotten the letter. DOE has provided little new information on this urgency until 8 days after the spill began. I mean, and definitely not to the public.
No, no.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, cool. Just checking.
Yep. And I think that all those dates in there were about as up to date and accurate as possible.
Yeah.
Eric, you look heated.
Yeah. Woo. Just you don't have a hat on.
You don't need any help?
Get the link.
Hey, Kevin.
Hello?
All right. Sorry, you can ignore the text I just sent because I found it in the email reminder that went out.
Perfect. All right. The big new thing to just flag is I think you'll notice it both in the top right of your window and then in the top left of my particular screen is a timer that we will be using that I can use remotely. So I just launched it. It's counting down from 5 minutes. Yeah, you see that.
Yep,
So
I see that.
I have a little note in your comments, but if you need to remind witnesses, and right now it plays a what
Do they see that as well?
they see that as well.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, good.
It's not the biggest
Oh, no, it's fine. It doesn't need to be huge. That's
yeah.
yeah.
And Kevin, for the council member, good morning, boss.
More
The timer, Kevin, if they click that drop down, it'll pop out on the side of their screen. So,
Yeah.
I'm not sure if folks have like remarks up or something like that, but it will pop out as a larger screen.
And then I have it playing the beep sound, but we could even play people off like we're at the Oscars.
No. It'll be okay.
All right. Beep is good then. Okay. That is it then.
All right. Let's see. I'm just gonna read through everything one more time. Do we have our first group of witnesses that are actually here?
I won't know until I see 13 people waiting, so I assume they are there.
Okay.
Someone's there.
Hey, Kev, if you can make me a co-host, I will assist with bringing our witnesses in when we start.
And any attendees can see and hear us now, so just be mindful about that.
Sounds good. Well, I would say since it's already 9:31, I'm good to go if you want to get it started, and then just give me the high sign when we actually are recording and streaming and ready to go.
Fantastic. Is support services in the room? Can they confirm that we're ready to go?
Good morning, we're ready to go.
Perfect. Thank you so much. All right, council member, you're ready?
All right, excellent. Actually, sorry, real fast. My witness list,
Let me send you an updated one. There were some small changes last night.
because the document does not have panelists by name.
All right, sir. It was just sent to your inbox.
Excellent. I also just sent you a quick email, Kevin. Commissioner White just sent a note. If you could double check that to make sure that she's got what she needs. And I think she was asking to make sure she was listed as a commissioner.
Can do. Oh, you know what? I think it's because I added her manually.
You've got her on the ANC panel, but you don't have her ANC behind her
Yeah,
name.
it's because she didn't enroll as an ANC, but I can enlist as such.
Yeah, if we can just make that adjustment.
Can do.
Thank you.
All right. You can start whenever, and I'll follow up to the links with a few people that have reached out about having one. So I will start the webinar now.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Charles Allen. I am the Ward 6 council member and chair of the council's Committee on Transportation and the Environment. Today is a snowy and icy Wednesday, January 28th, 2026, and we are meeting over the Zoom virtual platform. The time is now 9:33 a.m., and I'm calling to order this performance oversight hearing of the committee. This is the committee's first performance oversight hearing of 2026, and today the committee will receive testimony from public witnesses regarding the District Department of Transportation, otherwise known as DDOT. DDOT's mission is to deliver a safe, sustainable, and reliable multimodal transportation network for all residents and visitors of the District of Columbia. Pursuant to that mission, DDOT designs, constructs, maintains, and repairs alleys, sidewalks, streets, bike lanes, bridges, and tunnels throughout the district. The agency also manages the DC streetcar and, until last year, managed the circulator bus service. Additionally, DDOT administers the district's automated safety camera program, which issues tickets for speeding and failing to stop at a signal, as well as the bus lane and freight vehicle camera systems. And DDOT plays a critical role in school safety through its Safe Routes to School and School Crossing Guards program. Beyond managing transportation projects, DDOT is also one of the main agencies involved in public space management, whether it's closing off streets for a parade or a farmer's market, or issuing permits for streeteries or block parties. The agency's urban forestry division cultivates the district's urban tree canopy, which beautifies the city while offering residents and visitors shade. And when the sun goes down, DDOT is responsible for illuminating the district with its streetlight program. In sum, DDOT's functions are very far-reaching, and while it's fair to characterize DDOT as the district's transportation agency, the agency also has tremendous influence over the use and allocation of public space in the district, not just our roadways. So I really look forward to hearing from our witnesses today. With that, some comments on the format of today's hearing. When your panel is being called, you're going to receive a prompt via Zoom to accept a promotion to panelist. Please accept that promotion to be put onto the panel. Public witnesses testifying on their own behalf will have 3 minutes to testify, and ANC commissioners or those testifying on behalf of an organization will have 5 minutes. If there are multiple witnesses testifying on behalf of the same organization, only one witness will have the full 5 minutes to testify, and any other witnesses will each have 3 minutes. One of my staff in the Zoom call has a timer displayed in their video feed. And there's also a timer that should be showing up in the top right corner of your Zoom screen. That'll help keep us all on track today. After finishing your testimony, please remain in the Zoom after you finished. And that way, if we have questions, we'll be able to turn to you for that. And if there's anyone who's interested in submitting testimony for the record, the committee will accept written testimony through the council's hearing management system at lims.dccouncil.gov/hearings. And the record for today's hearing will close on February 11th, 2026. I don't believe at the moment we have any of my colleagues that are here with us, but certainly if any of them do arrive, we'll turn to them for any opening statements. And with that, I'm going to turn to our first panel of public witnesses. I have a hunch that just given weather and DCPS closures, there may be some folks who need to reorganize across the day. We'll do our very best to accommodate folks if they are not here when we call them, but if they show up later, just let my staff know and we will do our very best to accommodate that. But for panel number one, I have Seth Grimes, who is the Washington, D.C. organizer with the Washington Area Bicyclist Association, Callie Crumpos, who's the Capitol Trails Coalition, Ezra Hollander, the Trail Ranger Program Director with the Washington Area Bicyclist Association, Richard Wetzel, Public Witness, Kai Hall, who's the coordinator with the D.C. Transportation Equity Network, Cheryl Court, D.C. and Prince George's Policy Director with the Coalition for Smart Growth, Alex Baca, the DC Policy Director for Greater Washington, Mike Litt, the Chapter Chair for the Sierra Club DC Chapter, and Kelly Collins-Choi, Director of Policy and Land Conservation with KC Trees. So all of you should be getting a note to bring you on to the panel. Mr. Grimes, I see that you are there, and I had you up first. So as other people are getting onto the panel, I'll just go ahead and turn to you to get us started. Good morning, and thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Councilmember Allen. It's a benefit of monitoring the committee's website that I was able to sign up first. So I am Seth Grimes. I'm Washington, D.C. organizer at the Washington Area Bicyclist Association. On behalf of its 5,000 members and nearly 23,000 regional advocacy supporters, I appreciate the opportunity to testify on this occasion. My written testimony is extensive. I will not read the whole thing. I will highlight from it. And I will say that we at WABA appreciate council members and DDOT's year-round diligence, responsiveness, and accountability. We're going to use this testimony as an opportunity to discuss 3 overarching concerns: transportation safety, extending and boosting the safety of the district's bike network, and expanding mobility options. Our take, frankly, is that DDOT's recent record is mixed. DDOT has many accomplishments, albeit diminished by project safety compromises made in contraventions to the district's own Move DC transportation standards. Category 1, traffic safety and Vision Zero. Our top priority is transportation safety. We appreciate that DDOT's work has helped reduce the number of annual traffic deaths to 25 in 2025, the smallest toll since 2012. We clearly have a long way to go. We do note that disturbingly, DDOT's 2026 pre-hearing responses state that bicycle major injury crashes increased dramatically this year. DDOT must redouble its efforts and follow safety standards. It's detailed in Move DC. Now, the bicycle network, excellent that the Metropolitan Branch Trail was completed between Fort Totten and Tacoma, that other projects have been accomplished or are underway, including the Connecticut Avenue Deckover and Pennsylvania Avenue West. Yet, DDOT's 2025 Performance Accountability Report states that DDOT delivered only 3.46 miles of protected bike lanes that year, far short of both the 10-mile target and Move DC's strategy number 21, calling for at least 5 miles annually. We are disturbed and disappointed that DDOT has put on hold several well-advanced bikeway projects. Jennifer and 44th Street project at 100% design, Western Avenue at 30% design. We see no non-technical reasons for the hold. We know funding is in place. DDOT should unpause these projects. DDOT, unfortunately, has also lessened the safety of several projects in contravention to district policy and procedures as laid out by Move DC. The DDOT removed protected bike lanes from Arizona Avenue Northwest, a minor arterial that, according to Move DC, should have fully protected bike lanes. Same with several blocks of the the Kansas Avenue project. Shows another thing that's on my mind, but for later for the budget testimony. The pre-hearing responses state that to ensure sufficient time for data collection evaluations for before and after for a project will not be completed until at least 18 months after completion of construction. DDOT simply didn't do that for Arizona Avenue, remove the bike lanes in less than a year. DDOT has removed bike lanes from the East Capitol Street project, a principal arterial that Move DC calls for having bike lanes and also fully protected. Same thing with Pennsylvania Avenue Southeast in Ward 7, the intersection of Pennsylvania Avenue and Minnesota Avenue. So DDOT states in pre-hearing responses that Move DC ultimately guides DDOT's planning and processes. The bicycle facility design guide dates to 2020, has not been updated in the 6 years since then to reflect Move DC 2021 policy. The Move DC as DDOT states itself, should prevail in all of these projects. Moving on to a next point, expanding mobility options. We do reiterate our desire to see the administration release the road pricing report that was chartered in 2021, directed for release in 2023 by the council. We would love to see DDOT agitate for this within the administration. On the mobility front, we also very much appreciate the rapid, strong growth in Capital Bike Share with many new stations. That's wonderful. And we applaud DDOT innovation in particular in a pilot project to get food delivery operators on e-bikes and to explore quad cycles for parcel delivery. On the negative side, DC streeteries were about streets for people. DDOT's term is public space activation, yet DDOT dramatically rewrote streetery rules to the detriment of streeteries. And we would like to see better obstacles to stopping, standing, and parking of vehicles in bike lanes. Enforcement isn't enough. We need better infrastructure there as well. So in sum, we at WABA envision a just and sustainable region where biking, walking, and transit are best ways to get around. We appreciate DDOT's and the council and the committee's hard work toward this, and we have work to do. And we do call for DDOT to return to a safety first policy in order to meet the city's commitments by conforming to Move DC standards. Thank you for the opportunity to testify this morning.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Next, let me turn to Callie Crumpus. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Allen, and hopefully members of the committee who will be joining us. I'm Callie Crumpos, and I'm here on behalf of the Capitol Trails Coalition. The Capitol Trails Coalition is a collaboration of more than 80 organizations, government agencies, and volunteers. We're working to advance the completion and activation of an interconnected network of more than 1,000 miles of multi-use trails for people of all ages and abilities across the metropolitan Washington, D.C. region. We're celebrating our 10-year anniversary this year, and we have a lot to celebrate, including progress in D.C. Just last May, at the NACDO Summit, transportation planners from across the country lauded DC's efforts to create safe routes for all travel modes, and we're thankful for the commitment and ongoing work from DDOT and the administration. However, we know that continued attention to building out that safe infrastructure is crucial to helping to ensure that DC remains a leader. Over the past year, of course, we celebrated the extension of the Metropolitan Branch Trail from Fort Todd to Tacoma and ongoing work to continue planning on other trail projects, including the Metropolitan Branch Trail from Blair Road to Piney Branch, the Galloway Street Trail, the Michigan Avenue Side Path, the Mississippi Ave Oxen Run Connector Trail, the Arizona Avenue to Capitol Crescent Trail Connector, and the Arboretum Bridge to Maryland Ave Connector. These trails aren't just lines on a map. They're linear parks and community connectors. They create low-stress options for anyone to be able to get around and to help improve our community's health by providing an active option and an accessible green space. The experience of trail users is critical to their success, and we thank DDOT for their efforts to improve the experiences and safety of trail users on the Metropolitan Branch Trail through the Safe Speeds pilot, and for their recent work to ensure that drivers don't access the Met Branch Trail by installing barriers at several of the intersections along streets. However, despite this progress, many projects are long delayed. In November 2021, the council passed a resolution recognizing the Capitol Trails Coalition's goal to complete the top 40 projects by 2025 and the full network by 2030. Now we're in 2026 and we still have a long way to go. We will recognize that DDOT needs the partnership of many other stakeholders external to DC. So we call on DDOT to prioritize those negotiations and continue to dedicate the necessary time to move those projects forward. So just to sum up here, we thank the district for continuing to move these projects forward and calling them to continue moving forward the planning, construction, and maintenance work of our many important trails. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Next, let me turn to Ezra Hollander.
Yes, thank you so much.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Ezra Hollander, and I represent the DC Trail Ranger Program, a nationally unique partnership between the Washington Area Bicyclists Association and the District Department of Transportation, established in 2013. DC Trail Rangers go out each day on electric cargo bicycles to service over 25 miles of DC-owned paved multi-use trails, taking care of infrastructure that serves as vital transportation and recreation resources for DC residents in every quadrant of the city. In fiscal year 2025, the DC Trail Rangers biked over 8,000 miles on DC trails while removing over 1,500 bags of trash and engaging with over 5,000 trail users. The DC Trail Rangers see firsthand how safe, accessible, clean, and connected infrastructure encourages more DC residents to come out and enjoy the city's trails. Drawing upon our years of experience biking, walking, and stewarding DC's trails and parks, the DC Trail Rangers submit the following comments regarding DDOT's performance over the past year. As mentioned previously by my WABA colleagues, the DC Trail Rangers commend DDOT on the completion of the latest section of the Metropolitan Branch Trail. This past year, DDOT also filled key gaps in existing protected biking infrastructure around the MBT on K Street Northeast between 1st Street Northeast and 2nd Street, and on M Street Northeast to connect the Florida Avenue Northeast protected bike lanes to the MBT. Additionally, DDOT will soon start the construction of the Michigan Avenue Northeast side path to connect the Irving Street cycle track with the Met Branch Trail. And the DC Trail Rangers are also relieved that the stretch of the MBT under New York Avenue Northeast will soon be renovated to alleviate persistent flooding. While small projects on paper, filling each of these gaps significantly improves the safety of the DC Trail Rangers and the thousands of DC residents who bike, walk, and roll on DC trails each day. There are many more projects to fill small gaps in DC's trail system that are in various stages of the planning process that, once completed, will create safer routes for commuting and recreation and enhance the infrastructure adjacent to them. The DC Trail Rangers and the trail users they serve would greatly benefit from the speedy completion of the Aspen Street Northwest Connector Trail to connect to the Met Branch Trail, the Frederick Douglass Memorial Bridge West Bank Esplanade Underpass Trail connected to the Anacostia River Trail, and the Oxen Run Connector Trail along Mississippi Avenue. We also want to recognize DDOT in the lab at DC's work to address community safety concerns surrounding trail use etiquette and e-bike speeds on the MBT and other trails. We appreciate the opportunities we have had to collaborate on finding constructive solutions to these concerns and hope we can continue working together to create trails that are safe for all users. Finally, we'd be remiss if we did not take this opportunity to highlight the current dire conditions of the Suitland Parkway Trail. The Suitland Parkway Trail has the potential to be a key transportation and recreation resource for residents in Ward 8. However, the combination of high-speed vehicle traffic driving inches from the edge of the trail and multiple sinkholes developing at the eastern end of the trail means that the DC Trail Rangers cannot safely service the trail on a regular basis. The Suitland Parkway Trail will continue to deteriorate and remain largely unusable until the trail's long-planned rehabilitation project is completed. The DC Trail Rangers are grateful for DDOT's support and look forward to continued opportunities for collaboration. Our program will be hosting a series of trail audits this March in collaboration with DDOT's Trails team, and representatives from a range of other DDOT teams have been invited to attend. We hope that DDOT staff working on trails will be able to join these trail inspections to continue working on how to improve the connectivity and accessibility of DC's trails. Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hollander. Next, let me turn to Richard Wetzel.
Good morning, Chairman Allen and council members. My name is Richard Wetzel. I'm testifying as a DC resident and on behalf of the East-West Low Stress Biking Coalition that has gathered more than 1,600 signatures for our petition asking DDOT to build protected bike lanes on Q and R streets from Connecticut Avenue Northwest in Ward 2 to the Metropolitan Branch Trail in Ward 5. The existing unprotected painted bike lanes on Q and R present a serious danger to cyclists who must navigate drivers veering into the bike lane, delivery and rideshare vehicles temporarily parked in the bike lane, and the threat of being hit by the opening doors of parked vehicles. In addition to over 1,600 signatories, our petition has been endorsed by 4 ANCs in Wards 2 and 5, the DC Bicycle Advisory Council, and the Eckington Civic Association. Since we first met with senior DDOT officials in December 2022, now more than 3 years ago, DDOT has used the upcoming strategic bike plan as a reason for why they have not moved on the Q and R Street issue. Now, DDOT is finally in the process of developing that 5-year strategic bike plan, and we're asking this committee and the council to press DDOT to place Q and R streets at the top of the new plan's list of priorities. In January 2025, DDOT Director Sharon Kirschbaum told the Bicycle Advisory Council that upgrading existing bike lanes to protected bike lanes will be an important aspect of the new strategic bike plan. On that occasion, a DDOT representative also said that connectivity would be a key focus of the new plan. Q and R streets meet both of these criteria. Q and R provide a crucial east-west connection in a part of the city that has a lot of north-south but almost no east-west bike lanes. Moreover, the use of bike share is strong and growing in the Q and R Street corridor, which is home to 20 of the 100 busiest bike share stations in Cabby's system. The 25 Cabby stations within a quarter mile of Q and R with a start or end point for 64,000 bike share trips in December 24, accounting for an average of 2,000 trips a day or 1 out of 6 trips nationwide. However, the painted lanes laid down on Q and R in the early 2000s, which predate e-bikes or even the idea of bike share, are substandard for their street classification. A painted bike lane between traffic and parked cars would never be built on a minor arterial street today. In conclusion, we're requesting that this committee ask DDOT to place the upgrading of the bike lanes on Q and R streets northwest, northeast at the top of the priority list in the new strategic bike plan and to start the process of public outreach, study, and planning without delay. We're also asking DC Council members Brooke Pinto and Zachary Parker of wards 2 and 5 respectively, to earmark funds in DDOT's budget to cover the associated costs of making Q&R streets a safer route for crosstown bike and scooter riders. We know that DDOT's superb active transportation branch is aware of the need, and we stand ready to support DDOT in the process of public outreach and community feedback that will get this project started. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify and for your ongoing work, Chairman Allen, for making transportation better in the District of Columbia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wetzel. Next, let me turn to Kai Hall, coordinator with the DC Transportation Equity Network.
Good morning, Chair Allen and members of the committee. Today, I'm going to be testifying on DDOT's mode shift progress, street safety, the bus shelter franchise agreement, and road pricing. To start, according to the 2025 combined progress report on the district's various climate and sustainability plans, only about 38% of commuter trips in the district were taken by bike, walking, or transit in 2023, with an additional about 27% via telecommuting. We urge the committee to ask DDOT how it plans to accelerate mode shift to achieve the 75% non-car mode share goal by 2032, as outlined in Sustainable DC 2.0. Specifically, how will DDOT reduce the transportation time tax by making transit, walking, and cycling the most convenient options in the district? Our current infrastructure makes driving the fastest option for most trips in the district, which disproportionately taxes the time of transit riders while worsening congestion for everyone. DDOT's bus priority program is effective at prioritizing street space for more efficient use and improving safety for all road users. Complementing this program, the Clear Lanes agreement between DDOT and WMATA is one sec.
That's all right.
Just 1 second. Something just popped up.
Technology is sometimes our friend, sometimes it's our foe.
I'll hop right back in. So complementing the bus priority program, the Clear Lanes agreement between DDOT and WMATA is a critical enforcement and accountability program that makes the bus more accessible and reliable. While these two programs improve bus service and make our streets safer, they are not enough to eliminate the time tax. 5 years after the adoption of the current Move DC plan, the executive has not articulated a vision for the future of transportation in the district that substantially improves transit's competitiveness with driving by prioritizing investment in pedestrian and cyclists before single occupancy vehicle drivers. If buses are ostensibly the future of WMATA, as the WMATA Board of Directors has articulated, then the district should lead on envisioning a bus rapid transit network, which would help eliminate the time tax. Instead, the executive has canceled or backtracked projects like the 8th Street Northeast Bus Priority Project and the Arizona Avenue bike lanes, reflecting a pattern of inconsistent governance for projects that improve safety and the reliability of transit for thousands of riders. The committee should scrutinize this pattern of poor governance by the executive and make clear to the next administration that such backtracking undermines public trust and is unacceptable. We also urge the committee to inquire about when DDOT plans to update Move DC and recommend that DDOT adopt the transportation time tax and its elimination as an explicit, measurable performance goal of the plan. On street safety, 25 people were killed by drivers in the district in 2025. And while traffic fatalities were significantly lower than in 2024, no loss of life is acceptable. We cannot view a return to 2014 level fatality rates when Mayor Bowser announced the Vision Zero goal as a success. The recent reduction in fatalities between 2024 and 25 is attributed to an increase in safety for vehicle occupants, while pedestrians and cyclists actually saw increased fatality rates, with pedestrian and cyclist fatalities in wards 7 and 8 making up about half of the district's total, despite having 22% of our population. The number of pedestrians killed on our streets is up from 10 years ago, from 13 people killed in 2015 to 14 in 2025. We urge the committee to ask DDOT how it is approaching this troubling trend for pedestrian and cyclist safety. The fatality data from the last decade shows that, quote, continuing on this path, unquote, as Director Kirschbaum shared with the Washington Informer, is not enough to seriously reduce pedestrian fatalities. Furthermore, we reiterate our support for automated safety cameras over police enforcement of traffic laws. We want to see this committee, the council, and the executive defend this program against efforts by the federal government to disrupt or end the program. ASC saves lives. On bus shelters, we'd like the committee to ask for an update on the status of the new franchise agreement and how it will be an improvement from the previous agreement. And finally, on road pricing, the executive continues to illegally withhold the taxpayer-funded road pricing report. Evidence from New York City's implementation of road pricing shows the transformative potential of this policy, with congestion falling 11%, air pollution down 22%, transit ridership rising by 7%, serious injuries decreasing over 8%. And the economic benefits were clear as well, with sales tax receipts up 6% and more than $500 million in revenue generated for transit capital improvements. Students are seeing better outcomes too, as they spend about 30 more minutes per day in school that they would have otherwise spent in traffic on school buses. Why then does the executive and DDOT continue to withhold the taxpayer-funded report that could form the basis for informed debate on a similar program to support district residents and commuters? Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much, Kai. Next, let me turn to Cheryl Court.
Thank you, Councilmember Chair. I'm Cheryl Court with the Coalition for Smarter Growth, and we first want to recognize the efforts of the committee and DDOT to building a safer, more multimodal transportation network. The continued success in safety and better transportation choices will be foundational to the revitalization of the downtown economy and connected, thriving neighborhoods, as will fully funding Metro. We're relieved to see the decline in traffic and pedestrian deaths last year. We commend the council and DDOT for continued efforts to make travel safer. However, before I talk about policy, I wanted to raise the alarm related to lost expertise at DDOT. We must retain our traffic safety staff. We need to give them the personnel they need, fill vacancies, reduce turnover, and ensure that we're keeping talent and not burning out and sending them to another jurisdiction or consulting firm. Regarding Vision Zero, we still know that traffic deaths are preventable, and that's why we need to implement the Vision Zero 2022 update. That means allocating the resources that we need to redesign arterials on the high injury network where most deaths occur. We should be using quick build tactics with temporary materials, followed by interventions for converting to permanent materials. And we know the DDOT has been innovative in doing this. We just need to do more of it. We also want to express our full support for photo enforcement for important matters like speed, red light running, and bus lane protection to make sure that we're as another tool for achieving our safety and efficient operations goal. These are complementary tools. They are not a replacement for redesigning dangerous arterials. And obviously, protected bike lanes is an important safety intervention. And while DDOT has built out many well-designed facilities, we are dismayed to see them backtracking on this important safety tool like the Arizona Avenue protected bike lanes, which were removed by DDOT. We want to express our strong support for the bus priority program. This is an innovative and well-funded program by DDOT. We need to continue to do this because it's delivering essential services to bus riders, which benefits all DC residents and especially benefits low income and people of color who a majority of whom represent bus riders. These investments are essential to connecting people and visitors to jobs, schools, services. And as we make bus service work better, it benefits more people, and more people can take advantage of this affordable and congestion reducing travel mode. We urge the committee to ensure that planned transit ways like 8th Street Northeast are implemented. Regarding downtown, we're eager to see continued engagement on the downtown transportation plan. It seems to be paused right now. We are eager to move forward with this as an essential way to connect our downtown to our region and inviting visitors downtown to enjoy safe, walkable environments and public places, and to build the protected bike lanes, bus lanes, and pedestrian-friendly intersections that we need to make this all work together. We urge the council to ensure that DDOT works with DEMPED, which is leading the downtown transportation plan, to put forth a visionary downtown plan that focuses on creating great places and great access for people. We wanted to note that the parking cash out program is continues to be implemented. We really appreciate Councilmember Allen, your leadership on this, and for allowing parking cash out law, which allows flexible commuter benefits for employees who are offered a free parking space by their employer to choose to flex that that resource to a different travel mode, which helps reduce traffic congestion and pollution and increase workers' ability to choose sustainable commutes. DDOT in its guide recommends that by discontinuing free, subsidized, and reimbursed parking, you remove the criteria that requires you, the employer, to implement a compliance option. And this is really kind of the simplest way for employers to comply, is simply to not offer subsidized parking. Wanted to note that we asked the committee to work with the administration to better integrate public realm and public space regulation with the zoning code, the zoning commission, and planning. The DDOT and DC Office of Planning should be working on a higher level of coordination so that we can smooth out the development review process and build more confidence, and use that to implement important rezonings like Wisconsin Avenue rezoning. And lastly, wanted to express our appreciation for your leadership at Councilmember Allen on redirecting the VDOT express lanes proposal to send that back to the drawing board, and to urge DC to keep pushing for more transit and transportation demand management alternatives for DC and the region. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much, Ms. Court. Next, let me turn to Alex Baca with Greater Washington.
Good morning, Councilmember Allen. My name is Alex Baca, and I am submitting this testimony on the District Department of Transportation's FY26 performance on behalf of Greater Washington, where I serve as DC Policy Director. The closeout of the circulator, and soon the streetcar, the cancellation of bike lanes on Connecticut Avenue Northwest and numerous other Ward 3 roads, the end of the streetery program, the failure to utilize curbside space for little other than parking, and the refusal to acknowledge the merits of road pricing, despite its tremendous success in New York City, reflects the preferences of an executive who very obviously does not care about leveraging how people move around the district to make it a better place to live. While the committee has done some commendable work on transportation policy, most notably through the Steer and Plaza Acts, it has not been able to compel DDOT to fulfill its own mandates as planned for in Move DC. The district is as car-centric as ever, despite the fact that compact, walkable neighborhoods connected by transit and bike lanes are moneymakers. There has been a good deal of spiraling about the future of the district's fortunes in the past year. We know that people who can afford to do so will pay a premium to live close to transit, and neighborhoods where people outside of cars are even marginally prioritized over those in them. Despite needing to shore up our tax base, the mayor has not regretfully connected the dots between less driving and economic growth and resiliency. Instead, the executive is putting energy into the downtown transportation plan, which is unlikely to result in much more than very expensive signal retiming. I find it very strange that such projects are typically DDOT's purview, but DEMPED is in charge of this one. There is no particular point to this. It's a little bit outside of the committee's scope, but I would really welcome a little bit more scrutiny on why we are spending taxpayer dollars on this. As always, the bus priority program is DDOT's brightest spot, but even that's dimmed with the agency's cancellation of bus priority lanes on H Street Northeast, as a couple of other witnesses have brought up. We've been really pleased to back a number of the bus priority projects. We're looking forward to the installation of more of them, but we can no longer uncritically feed DDOT for making progress on multimodal transportation when it repeatedly stops its own projects from coming to fruition. We get a new mayor next year. I am hopeful that that provides an opening for the committee to really take the lead on setting the agenda for transportation. I don't know that we can get much more out of this administration in the next 11 months. So I would really love to see from the Transportation and Environment Committee an insistence and leadership that things change in the future, and rather than waiting for a new mayor to come in and set an agenda, to really proactively say what we want to see. For our part, that would be insisting that a new administration select a DDOT director who does not primarily drive to work, and require that the agency begin to develop a road pricing program. The report should come out. We've talked about that for years. At this point, let's just move past it and make DDOT start doing it. It should also reduce the size of the Infrastructure Project Management Administration, which, as I've talked about in the past, continually designs and builds projects that maintain or expand road capacity and are so expensive that their completion rules out any changes to a given corridor for decades. I think we should have tighter installation mandates and ensure that those are in place for both bus and bike lanes. If Move DC isn't cutting it, hopefully the legislative branch can figure out something else. And the committee should ensure that DDOT is tasked with bringing greater parity to the time that it takes to drive and the time that it takes to take the bus. Kai talked a little bit about this with Ten's testimony on the transportation time tax. We need to narrow that gap. Overall, despite the fact that road safety has improved, fewer people are dying at the hands of drivers, extremely important. I do not want to overlook that. I hope that that's not a fluke. Otherwise, we have very little to offer in terms of constructive critique this oversight season. DDOT's failures are largely attributable to the political cowardice of those who rank above it. I look forward to that changing, and I look forward to the committee leading the way on saying how transportation should work in the district. We don't have time to wait, and I look forward to a constructive year from the legislative branch.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Next, let me turn to Mike Litt.
Morning, Chair Allen. My name is Mike Litt. Yep. I am a car-free renter in Ward 6 and chair of the Sierra Club DC chapter. I also chair our Sustainable Transportation Committee. I'll walk through the top lines of many of our recommendations from my more detailed written testimony. So starting with transit service, bus priority is the fastest way to improve connections between neighborhoods and end the time tax of lost time for riders. However, we are stalled. We still only have 13 miles of bus lane toward our 25-mile goal. That's the same as last year. As DDOT updates the bus priority plan and Move DC, these forthcoming plans must set robust, measurable goals for improving service, increasing ridership, and decreasing emissions. We then urge the council to provide the necessary funding to turn those goals into reality on time. Furthermore, as we face dangerous heat waves in the future, bus shelters are a matter of public health. We support increasing the shelter cap to 1,500, but we need flexibility to go higher and a commitment to equitable distribution in our most heat-exposed communities. Next, on bicycle safety. After hard-won progress, we cannot afford a backsliding or a stalling of protected bike lanes. DDOT installed less than 4 miles of protected bike lanes against a 10-mile goal. This holdup needs to be addressed. We are hopeful about DDOT's forthcoming strategic bikeways plan to update and implement the bike priority network equitably. We urge the inclusion of community priorities, such as those from our friends over at WABA and others, which are detailed in my written testimony. Wanted to give a shout out to Capital Bike Share, which continues to shatter records for ridership. Next, on to traffic safety. Last year, we saw traffic fatalities drop to 25 from 52. While this is progress, like has been mentioned, it only brings us back to where we were about a decade ago, and pedestrians remain particularly at high risk. Safety is a matter of life and death. It's not a budget filler. We must stop sweeping automated traffic enforcement revenue into the general fund. Those dollars have belonged and continue to belong in the Vision Zero Fund. We also urge continued funding for the STEER Act. We are encouraged to see the Attorney General suing dangerous repeat offenders, and we must maintain those tools to take reckless drivers off our roads. In addition to safety and providing people in DC with viable alternatives to cars, car use itself must also be addressed to reflect its true costs. It is unacceptable that DDOT has still not released that congestion pricing study commissioned by Council in 2019. DC is now the 19th most congested city in the world. The public deserves to see that data. We encourage the committee to consider permanent car-free streets and zones across the district. In the meantime, the Plaza Act is a great start and should continue to be fully funded to ensure DDOT prioritizes people over cars. On electrification, while we are pleased to see that DDOT is opening a round of federal funding to install chargers, we are disappointed that after much work to pass your EV charging bill, there has been no district funding for it. Additionally, we urge continued funding for your electric bicycle incentive program, which helps residents afford e-bikes. And can't forget the trees. I want to thank you for advancing the Tree Preservation Enhancement Amendment Act in committee. We urge swift passage to protect more of our canopy. And we also look forward in general to continue working with your committee to turn these recommendations into actions and create a more sustainable transportation future for all district residents. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And just as you said, we can't forget the trees. Let's turn to Kelly Collins Choi, the last member on this panel, and then we'll turn to some questions after that.
Good morning, Chairman Allen, council members, and staff. My name is Kelly Collins Choi, Director of Policy and Land Conservation at Casey Trees. Casey Trees is proud of our longstanding partnership with DDOT's Urban Forestry Division, spanning the past 2 decades. We work in hand through our DC State Tree Nursery, citywide tree plantings, and tree care. Our private-public partnership supports our city's tree canopy goals and complements city resources, especially during tight budget years. Over the past 3 years, the Casey Trees Forestry team has planted 1,800 trees under UFD purview, and we've grown and supplied an additional 7,000 trees through our DC State Nursery grant. In addition, we brought to the city significant federal and private grant funding to support tree planting, tree care, community engagement, and education efforts. We are always looking for ways to offer additional support. Trees are one of our city's most important environmental and community health assets, but over the years, it has become clear that we cannot plant our way to achieving DC's 40% canopy goal. We must protect more existing healthy trees. To that end, we hope the council continues to move forward the Tree Preservation Enhancement Amendment Act of 2025. This legislation would protect more of our city's mature trees, giving them special tree designation. It also ensures permit and violation fees are properly tagged to inflation, thereby helping the city keep pace with increased tree planting costs. Critically, it also reestablishes the tree fund as a non-lapsing fund, requiring that any money deposited into the fund remains there across fiscal years and can be a reliable funding source for tree planting efforts in the district as intended by statute. Last year, Casey Trees planted close to 2,500 trees on private property under that tree fund canopy restoration grant, and continued private property plantings are key to our city's long-term canopy growth. I'll close by saying that the district is recognized as a national leader in tree management and protection, and we commend DDOT's Urban Forestry Division for their dedication to preserving and expanding DC's tree canopy to enhance the lives of all residents, and look forward to our continued partnership, ensuring a healthy canopy for years to come. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. And thanks to everybody on this panel. Let me run through a few questions I wanted to work through, and I might roughly follow the way in which people testified. Mr. Grimes, I was going to start with you. You know, I am disappointed. I feel like we've seen DDOT either walk away or walk back from some of the commitments to grow our bike lane network. As you noted, the 2021 Move DC goal was initially 10 miles of new protected bike lanes per year. That got watered down to 5 miles per year. And then I think, as you pointed out, we're at about 3 miles this past year. Some of that I think is related to what I would call either abandoned projects or, you know, if I think about Arizona Avenue, for example, but for abandoning those projects, we'd probably be closer to our 5 mile mark or maybe even our 10 mile mark. Can you talk about, for example, are there things that you have seen in projects that have either been abandoned or significantly scaled back? What are some of the common elements you think you're observing as to why DDOT will step back or step away from achieving that commitment?
Thank you, Councilmember Allen, for that question. Let me answer it by expressing my appreciation to witness Alex Baca from Greater Washington, who much more directly than I did stated what we share in seeing as an underlying reason the administration's lack of commitment that filters down, of course, to department heads who report to the mayor, the executive office of the mayor. So we saw that in 2024 with the Connecticut Avenue project, where DDOT was ready to go, and the decision was reversed for political reasons. All evidence points to political reasons behind the removal of Arizona Avenue bike lanes, as I stated, in contravention of two Move DC policies. One is 18 months for a before and after study. None was ever produced, and that was less than a year removed. And then having fully protected bike lanes on both a principal arterial and a minor arterial. So my answer is to thank Alex Baca, who was much more direct than I was, and in describing the political situation.
Well, I guess let me ask it a slightly different way. I have read and see that the current administration has said over the next 11 months, they want to, I think the phrase used is run through the tape. What would that look like to you if the administration was trying to achieve their own Move DC goals, if they were trying to achieve what their own agency, their own plans have laid out? What does running through the tape look like to you for DDOT to accomplish in these next 11 months?
Thank you. Immediate reversal of the pause on the Western Avenue Northwest and Jennifer Street and 44th Northwest projects. The latter is at 100% design. That would add to our bikeways. There's also a pause on East Street Northwest, supposedly for the downtown transportation plan, which again, Alex Baca had remarks about. There's no good reason for that pause. Richard Wetzel brought up the Q and R Street. That has been very heavily supported in the community across Wards 2 and 5 for years now. DDOT has declined to initiate even a study of that, calling the study a new project. That would add conversion, according to DDOT policy, of unprotected bike lanes to protected bike lanes. That would add miles to our protected bikeway network. I could give other examples, but those are all on the table, all very well known to DDOT, and could be unlocked, unpaused, unfrozen now.
Got it. Okay. And then let me ask you one last question. Then I'll move on to a couple others. I think there are some, and I think you kind of mentioned this, that the strategic bikeways planning process may feel more like a tool for slowing down our bike lane network expansion. But somebody else would say, this is exactly what we want. We want to get community to come together to talk about these strategic decisions and plans. So I hear both kind of the criticism of, is it slowing things down? On the flip side, I could see it as an opportunity to help get and build more buy-in. What do you see that's coming good out of those meetings? Do you see anything coming good out of those meetings? Is it a chance, for DDOT to move forward with better community engagement? I will say almost every project I hear about, the common thread that people will say when they don't like a project is there hasn't been community engagement about this. I've been critical. There are times that DDOT has not done a great job of community engagement. There's other times DDOT has done community engagement. It's just people didn't like the answer that DDOT was giving. Do you see that the strategic bikeways plan has a positive effect to it as well?
We very much appreciate the strategic bikeways plan and the ability for the public to weigh in workshops that were held in each ward. I attended 7 of 8 workshops myself. So that was very illuminating, great opportunity to talk to people who attended. We very much appreciated that process, and we look forward to the further engagement around the bikeways plan when the draft is released. That's scheduled for April, I believe. I have attended meetings. I attended a transportation town hall convened by your Councilmember Wendell Felder in Ward 7 several months ago with Director Kirschbaum, who both fielded some very hostile questions from community members who said, "We never see you," ignoring the fact that they were there before them at that moment. And often the loudest opposing voices will turn out, and that we find is unrepresentative of the overall community feeling, and is also unrepresentative of the need for leadership that you personally, Councilmember Allen, have exhibited, and many of your colleagues have exhibited in the face of entrenched attitudes that are, well, I got mine, I live here. They don't look toward best practices, toward data, toward what has worked elsewhere, what has worked in the District of Columbia. We need that leadership, and that's what I was calling from, for instance, in pushback from DDOT about the non-release of the road pricing report that was done several years ago. Thank you for your questions.
Yeah. All right. I appreciate it. Thank you very much, Mr. Grimes. Mr. Hollander, I was going to ask a little bit about the trail rangers. First off, thank you. I think our trail rangers it's a crucial role that helps keep our trails clear and clean. They are, you know, but for the trail rangers, they would fall into disrepair very quickly. I wanted to ask you a little bit about how you assess, for example, trash removal or especially kind of brush and tree growth being cut back. I know when I've been out on those trails, it's largely clear and clean. But occasionally you'll see where kind of the growth is kind of encroaching into that trailway, or in some places, and we've had one particular area down by the Anacostia River near where the historic boathouses are that's been tough to manage. How do the trail rangers help assess? And then do you have the tools that you need to be able to actually cut back and maintain those trails from encroaching brush or tree growth?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman Allen. I appreciate the question. Yeah, in the summertime, vegetation maintenance and sightline maintenance on trails is basically our #1 priority and is sort of a constant battle. We are a small but mighty team out there trying to manage miles and miles of trail. So we get our guidance in terms of vegetation management from the Department of Urban Forestry under DDOT, who are great partners in helping to provide us with expertise, not only about best procedures for pruning, keeping sightlines clear, but also helping us make distinctions between invasive and native plants. And so when possible, doing the least amount of damage to native ecology while still keeping the trail corridor clear and safe for all trail users. It is a consistent problem throughout the summer that as vegetation grows out, it makes tight corners even tighter and increases the risk of potential collisions between various types of trail users. When we go out on shift, we bring with us electric tools to be able to effectively cut back brush. And we do have our own internal maintenance tracking system of making sure that we're hitting each trail on a regular basis so that we are able to keep pace with the overgrowth that we see every summer.
Do you have, I'm going to pick on one spot, for example, just because I know, at least from my office, we were getting a lot of complaints about one section. Again, this was kind of near the historic boathouses, near the Anacostia River. And just 311, if someone were to call 311, for example, and say that there's vegetation that's overgrown into the trail, is there a connection? Do you get 311 requests, for example? Does that flow through DDOT perhaps to you? Or actually, if someone called 311, it may never find its way to you. It's more of you just more proactively as you go across the trails, spotting it and finding it.
Yeah. That is a bit of a complicated question, as you and many people on this call well know. Yeah, no, land ownership in DC is complicated. And so in that particular spot, you are referring to the actual trail bed is the responsibility is owned by the district and the responsibility of DDOT, as is the vegetation a few feet off the side of the trail. But once you get a bit further, it becomes National Park Service land again. It's technically all National Park Service land, but DDOT has a long-standing, I guess it's a memorandum of understanding, a service contract with the National Park Service that allows us to be responsible and take on maintenance of the actual trailbed. We do not directly receive 311 requests. We sometimes receive requests directly from our partners at DDOT, who will send us a note to say, hey, can you check this out? But I think one of the biggest advantages of the trail ranger model is that we are constantly out and constantly in motion. It doesn't take someone flagging something for us to notice an issue, because within a matter of days, we are going to pass by every location in our service area anyway. And so if there is a hazard, we will address it. We try to be proactive and respond to things as we encounter them. And that allows us to take more immediate action than perhaps agencies that may have broader set of responsibilities and therefore end up just responding as things come onto their radar.
Got it. And then one last quick question. Do you have a Maryland or Virginia colleague? For example, I mean, when you hit the DC and Maryland state line on on the trails. Do you just turn around? Is there a similar effort? For example, Callie was talking about obviously our trails network across the whole region. Do we have a Maryland or Virginia contemporary to you, or are you the only game in town in the region?
Yeah, at the moment there is not another program quite like ours in the region. At one point, Prince George's County had a trail ranger program that is currently not in operation. And we've had many conversations in recent years with our regional partners about what lessons we've learned and about why the model that we have is more efficient, both financially for jurisdiction, for DC, and also more efficient in terms of getting the work done. We see issues that are arising from a human level, from the same perspective as a trail user. And so something that might not seem like a problem from a pickup truck is very evident to us on foot or on bicycle. So I'm optimistic that in the coming years, we will see the adoption of this model, not only elsewhere in the DC region, but elsewhere in the country. On a near monthly basis, we are having conversations with partner organizations who are interested in starting a similar initiative.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll try to also have that conversation at COG and the Council of Governments as well, where many of the regional leaders all come together, and see if I can help on that side too, because I think that would help us be more efficient across the whole region. Let me shift gears to Alex Baca and Kai Hall. I wanted to ask you just a little bit about, I think both of you kind of talked about the city, the district really hasn't helped connect the dots between giving people more transit options, of which less driving can be part of that because of having greater reliability of a lot of other transit options, and the connection between economic growth and resiliency. That could be downtown, that could be in our neighborhood corridors, that could be across the city. Want to give you both a chance. How do you sell that connection to a skeptic, to somebody who may think, listen, I just want to, I need to get into my car. How have you helped find effective messaging to help people make the connection to someone who's maybe otherwise skeptical that having less car-centric, but more transit options and more modes, of which a car is sometimes going to be an option, but how do we make sure that that actually helps connect to our economic growth and resiliency messaging?
Yeah, thanks for the question. This is, this is basically what the transportation time tax is all about. When we plan to put cars first in our public spaces and in how we get around, it disproportionately increases travel time for transit riders, especially on the bus, especially if you don't have dedicated bus lanes. But when transit is not the most convenient option, excuse me, more people, if you have the ability and means to drive, more people will choose that. And so it increases traffic. A high transportation time tax is also a time tax on drivers, which is kind of weird to think about. So I would say, this is a similar argument for road pricing, which is, you don't want other people, as a driver, you don't want more people on the road. You want people to be using other modes. And so, some trips in the district need to be like, for some people, for certain trips, they have to use a car. I think that's perfectly fine and good, but we should be making it easier for people to choose other options, whether that's biking or taking the bus. Metro rail expansion is not really in the cards apparently right now. So, expanding rapid transit options and improving pedestrian and cycling infrastructure. Alex, I'm curious what you'd like to add.
I mean, Councilmember, you brought up something that we talk about in our office all the time. I say frequently, if you need to drive, I want you to drive. I want you to drive safely. I want you to drive responsibly. But if the best way for you to get somewhere, whether because of the time tax, because of mobility issues, because you're carrying a ladder, because you're a contractor or whatever, drive. I want you to drive. But that means for you to have a good experience, somebody else has to drive less. And that's not a anonymous person. That person is me. I am in a double income household. I have a car. I have off-street parking. I don't park my car in my off-street parking because it's cheap and easy to park it on the street. Like the person that you need to disincentivize from driving is actually me, the transportation advocate, who has a car because it's too easy to have a car and drive in DC. So there is the combination of sticks and carrots, right? Expanding transportation is a place for people to go, but ultimately like pricing is part of this, whether that's parking, whether that's road pricing, whatever. Like there are some sticks here. They need to be applied to the people who do not need to be driving, for whom driving is a luxury. I don't know that we will necessarily build the kind of constituency that we need for regional leaders to take transit seriously unless we have more people taking transit. We have a lot of people doing that. We're a transit-oriented region in a way that other places are not. But transit riders are still not seen as a meaningful constituency. You know, during the DMV moves process, it was impossible to get the stakeholders to even admit that transit should be better, right? Per se. Like it was like we're going to address transit, but not say that this actually should be the first and foremost way that most people get around our region. So again, if you need to drive, I want you to be able to drive. But that means that fewer people need to be driving, and we need to figure out the right combination of incentives to shift that. But yeah, drivers who need to drive, by all means.
Okay.
Also, just want to add one quick thing is that the cost of car ownership is really high and it keeps going up. And so there's the, personal finance part of this too, where we shouldn't be burdening people with the high cost of car ownership to fully participate in society and get to their jobs and, live their lives. They should have options.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. I appreciate it. Well, thank you both very much for that.
Can I add just one thing to this question?
All right, Mr. Wetzel, hold on one second. I've got several more questions I got to get through and another panel to move on to. So just very briefly, please.
Very briefly, I just wanted to say the word safety in this mix. There are many people in the district that are eager to use their bicycle and would bike to work and would like to take their children to school on their bikes. But because in many places it is not safe, they're not doing it. So making biking and also walking safer is a huge element in this. Thank you.
Can't disagree with you there. I don't, it doesn't matter to me how you get around or how you get from point A to point B. I want to work hard that you can get there safely and have confidence you're going to arrive. Cheryl Court, want to ask you something you talked about. It's very frustrating to me that we're several years after the law first went into effect, but we still haven't gotten most of the covered employers in the district into compliance when it comes to our parking cash out. So DDOT's reporting 3,179 employers have not reported to DDOT about their compliance, compared to just 1,028 that have reported. I'll obviously be asking the director this. Why is the agency failing to fully enforce the law? They're going to have to answer for that. In your mind, are there any good reasons why we should still see so many employers that are just out of compliance with the law and why DDOT is just permitting it?
No, I mean, I think that DDOT needs to redouble its efforts to reach out to those employers to make sure they understand the law. And, it's in their promotional materials that the easiest way to comply with this law is to not subsidize parking. And I think there's still a misperception among employers that they're being imposed to do something or pay for something, that they don't have to do any of that. They just need to not subsidize parking as the simplest way to comply. But my concern is that DDOT is not doing enough to reach out to employers to ensure that they're doing just the simplest of a compliance.
Got it. Okay.
Reporting.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Well, we're going to be following up with DDOT certainly at the agency hearing. To Kelly Collins Choi, we're going to hear later today from DCBIA, who shared in their testimony some of the challenges in which heritage tree protections can interfere with maintaining ADA compliant sidewalks. I'm going to go ahead and assume that we all want to make sure we've got good, safe ADA compliant sidewalks. What are your thoughts on how we balance both our heritage tree protections and, of course, making sure we have ADA compliant sidewalks and safe sidewalks? Has DDOT, to your knowledge, considered sidewalk safety when determining whether a tree could be considered a hazardous tree or any other interventions?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. So I know that DDOT primarily looks at in determining a hazardous tree, includes public safety as part of that review. I don't know specifically about the sidewalk I assume you're thinking about talking about the routes
Mhm.
potentially breaking up the sidewalk so that it's not
Well, I know
flat.
that my assumption, and I'll certainly ask DCBIA's representative when they testify later, there are going to be some interventions that we can use where we change the sidewalk material itself. There's ways in which we can meet ADA compliance, even with a very large tree where a root structure may be, disrupting a standard concrete or brick sidewalk. So there's some interventions that can work. There may be some instances, however, and maybe this is what they're referring to, where a heritage tree, it's just the location, different elements of it could make it so even that material can't effectively ensure that sidewalk. Maybe that's, again, I'll ask them, but just kind of curious what conversations KC Trees has had with DDOT about, again, protecting our heritage trees and that urban canopy, and of course, making sure that we've got safe sidewalks for everybody.
Yeah. So yes, the flexi pave definitely can be utilized to mitigate some of the issues with tree root growth and sidewalks. I think one of the longer term options too is just having these larger tree boxes to be able to adequately hold and provide enough soil for trees to grow to heritage tree size. Some trees in the past were planted without potentially, adequate tree box sizes to contain roots as they've grown over the years. But we'll continue to have conversations. To my knowledge, this isn't a widespread issue, perhaps only on a case by case.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate it. Well,
Yeah.
I know we've got a long witness list today, so I've got a lot more folks to turn to. I want to thank everybody on this panel for your testimony today and for your ongoing work in the community. So thank you all very much. I'm going to turn next to panel number 2. I'm going to start calling those names and we'll start moving people on to the panel. Bear with us, sometimes just switching between panels in a virtual setting just takes a minute or so. But let me go ahead and start calling out all those names. We have ANC Commissioner Adam Prinzo from ANC 3C02, ANC Commissioner Karen Hughes from ANC 6B09, Commissioner Paula Edwards from ANC 4A01, Commissioner Intez from ANC 5E04, Commissioner Bishop Henchman from ANC 5F, Commissioner Shapiro from ANC 6A, Commissioner Ruff from ANC 7F02, with Andrew Heimart, public witness, Santiago Lakatos, public witness, Zachary Israel, public witness, and Jamila White have listed as public witness, but I know as an ANC commissioner in Ward 8. So I want to make sure I reflect that as well for Commissioner White. But thank you all very much. And let's see if we've got our commissioners that are here. I think we're still moving some people onto the panel, so bear with us just a moment. But Commissioner Prinzo, I think, is here. And I called your name first. So Commissioner Prinzo, if you're ready, well, I'll have you get started while we continue to move others onto the panel.
I am, thank you. Good morning, Chairperson Allen. My name is Adam Prinzo, and I serve as the Advisory Neighborhood Commissioner for ANC 3CO2, which is Western Woodley Park. I also serve as the Vice Chair of ANC 3C, and I am authorized to speak on several DDOT-related resolutions. Today, I want to highlight one that we've recently passed in particular. Recently, our ANC submitted comments to DDOT regarding ongoing traffic safety concerns along Reno Road or 34th Street, including intersections at Porter or Ordway, Newark, and Rodman Streets. These concerns have become urgent following an incident early last month in which a 13-year-old boy was struck while legally crossing Reno Road at Porter Street with time remaining on the signal. The driver, reportedly distracted, made an illegal turn on red and did not stop and left the scene of the crash. Only several weeks earlier, another child was struck in a marked crosswalk at Ordway and Reno by a distracted driver. Both children were fortunate to avoid serious injury, but these incidents reflect a persistent pattern of dangerous pedestrian conditions. Residents have long raised issues and concerns about speeding, distracted driving, and turning conflicts along Reno Road, which functions as a commuter cut-through between Maryland, Virginia, and downtown DC. Parents and neighbors have repeatedly requested traffic safety measures such as lighted crosswalks, improved signalization, and restrictions on no turn on red. ANC 3C formally first acted on this in October 2023, requesting traffic calming and safety improvements, including updated traffic counts, intersection reviews, and physical safety such as bulb outs, speed controls, and other pedestrian visibility enhancements. Despite follow-up efforts, we have yet to receive a formal response or implementation timeline from DDOT. These concerns are shared across our ward. In March 2024, ANC3E adopted a resolution supporting our request and extending it along their portion of Reno Road. And in September of 2025, ANC3F approved a direct expenditure for a mother of another child who was struck on Reno and Warren Street to purchase pedestrian See Me flags, underscoring the seriousness of the safety issues along this corridor. Today, we are asking DDOT to provide a clear status update on our October 2023 request and share any other traffic safety studies, crash data, or safety analysis conducted since then. Outline planned or potential interventions, including signal changes, crosswalk upgrades, and hopefully an installation of a no turn on red sign on Reno Road and Porter, as well as other Vision Zero measures, and provide a timeline to us for next steps. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Sorry. Thank you very much, Commissioner. Next, let me turn to, I think I've got Commissioner Hughes up next.
Hey, everybody.
There we go. Good morning.
Okay, good morning. All right, good morning, Councilmember Allen, members of the committee. My name is Karen Hughes. I'm the Advisory Neighborhood Commissioner for 6009. I appreciate the opportunity to testify today and to speak from the perspective of a neighborhood that is deeply engaged with DDOT's ongoing work in Ward 6. I want to begin by thanking the team at the Department of Transportation for consistent professionalism and noteworthy results. The nearly 50% drop in traffic fatalities in 2025 is a remarkable outcome that I hope we can credit to the ongoing safety improvements being led by DDOT. And I'd like to see it drop even further in 2026, as I know everyone else does. I particularly want to call out the tremendous work being done by the team in charge of constructing the new traffic circle at Pennsylvania and Potomac Avenue Southeast. This was a long anticipated and complex project. And while there have occasionally been challenges, the team has always efficiently responded to keep traffic moving, maintain pedestrian access, and keep our neighbors informed. Their work stands as a positive example of what coordinated, well-managed construction looks like in a dense urban corridor. As this project continues, I encourage DDOT to maintain a strong commitment to safety, especially in terms of nighttime visibility. Adequate and consistent lighting and active work zones is essential for pedestrians and drivers navigating changing traffic patterns. Looking ahead, I urge DDOT to prioritize completing the remaining Southeast Pennsylvania Avenue bus priority and protected bike lane segments once the intersection work concludes. Completing this stretch will close a critical gap in our multimodal network. Another issue my neighbors and I see every day is the impact of high-speed commuter traffic through our residential streets. Too often, drivers use our narrow neighborhood streets to attempt to avoid traffic on 295 and will even cut through alleys or the wrong way on one-way blocks, very often at unsafe speeds. Traffic cut-through is a danger to residents and significantly erodes our public safety. Traffic calming in alleys specifically is an emerging priority for our residents. We would like to see DDOT more proactively identify ways to improve alley safety. There are a number of other safety improvements pending that we'd like to see prioritized in the coming year. I urge DDOT to prioritize the Vision Zero hardening project at the six-way intersection of Kentucky Avenue, Potomac Avenue, and 15th Street Southeast. This includes the southern portion of that intersection, which I understand may require environmental review. The flex posts installed at that intersection were a good start for pedestrian safety, but have become worn down over the years since their installation. A permanent solution is long overdue. I also want to highlight that in September, ANC6B sent a letter in support of a proposed two-way protected cycle track on 11th Street Southeast. 11th Street Southeast is a busy thoroughfare with heavily trafficked highway access. The unprotected, painted bike lanes present significant safety concerns for all road users, particularly cyclists and pedestrians. We urge DDOT to study these improvements, and we support the Hill Family Biking proposal. I also want to call attention to urgent pleas from the Eastern Market Community Advisory Committee to install bollards to improve security at the Eastern Market Special Usage Area. Security risks to regular large gatherings at Eastern Market call for permanent hardening of the security perimeter, sufficient security personnel, and increased management support for Eastern Market's general risk posture. Finally, I want to flag that our community stands ready to engage on questions associated with the future of the RFK campus. We see this as a critical opportunity to re-examine some of the fundamental traffic challenges facing our neighborhood. ANC Voices and I particularly have appreciated your leadership, Councilmember Allen, in including us in the early stages of community engagement around RFK. We're eager to continue that partnership. Thank you so much, Councilmember Allen, and thank you for everybody here today.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Next, let me turn to Commissioner Edwards for A01.
Hello, thank you very much for allowing me to testify today. I am the commissioner for A01 and the chair of 4A. Our unpaid commissioners represent the neighborhoods of North Portal Estates, Colonial Village, Shepherd Park, and Brightwood. My written testimony is extensive, but I would like to share highlights. I would like to commend DDOT on its core performance functions. I've found that the Ward 4 outreach specialist, Mr. Cornelius Anderson, is very responsive in helping us to keep the public informed on DDOT's activities and the opportunities to give public comments on proposed changes. He has also assisted us in resolving problems, such as having a hawk light installed after a young resident was struck crossing 16th Street. Unfortunately, because of budget cuts, he is now responsible for 2 wards instead of 1. The Sidewalk Gap Program team, including Ms. McAllister and Mr. Bryan, are very knowledgeable and skilled in working with residents to improve safety of our neighborhoods. And I have found Director Kirschbaum to be very responsive in aiding us to resolve several problems that have plagued us. However, like all large organizations, DDOT does not handle outliers well. 311 calls that have been closed by the agency but have gone unaddressed for years, sidewalks that have crumbled within a year of installation, the confusion between the designation of a parking area and a sidewalk that has prevented a small business from expanding, simple sign replacements, and the unresolved problems with the redesign of the 16th Street Circle after almost 7 years. I would like to use the deterioration of recently installed sidewalks as an example of outliers because of your commitment, Chair Allen, to maintaining safe sidewalks. A resident notified me of several sidewalks that were crumbling after approximately within 1 year of their installation. We brought this to the attention of DDOT and were informed that the notice fell within the warranty period for vendor replacement. However, we were informed by DDOT Asset Management that the damage had been caused by neighbors using salt on the new sidewalks during snowstorms and that they would not be replaced. When I asked if neighbors had been advised not to use salt on the newly installed sidewalks, I received no response. Since then, more new sidewalks have been installed with no notice to residents for maintenance. I shudder to think what they will look like in the spring if this causation is accurate. Regardless of the cause, these sidewalks are not safe for seniors and the disabled and should be replaced. Do we have money to throw away on sidewalks that deteriorate so quickly? The other great concern for the community is the closure of 311 requests for service without resolution. This problem is not limited to DDOT. Neighbors are forced to submit multiple requests before they are resolved. I've documented 311 requests for the same problems going back for years. I cannot emphasize how frustrating this is for constituents and how it erodes trust in government because neighbors wrongly perceive the closing of the orders without resolution as a scam to make the agency's numbers look good. In order to dispel that misperception, all agencies must provide explanations for why these requests are closed. Thank you very much for hearing me out, and I am available to answer questions if you wish.
Absolutely. Thank you, Commissioner Edwards. Next, let me turn to Commissioner Imtiaz of 5E04.
Thank you, Councilmember Allen. Thank you for having this oversight hearing. I'm testifying today in my singular capacity as commissioner. I represent parts of Bloomingdale and a little sliver of Edgewood and Ward 5, and we're still advocating for fixes to urgent safety issues. I don't know what DDOT other commissioners here are referring to, but it has been really hard for us to get responses on from DDOT on urgent safety issues. I've testified about this before at this committee hearing, at this oversight hearing, and we flagged this multiple don't have enough time to cross the street safely. We get less than 30 seconds to cross more than 6 lanes of traffic. We flagged this for DDOT several times in writing at these hearings through a resolution, and we've received no response from DDOT and seen no action. The other most pressing issue we face that some folks here have already referred to is how our corridors are used. On Rhode Island Avenue, where the D32 runs, it is often easier to walk faster than take the bus during rush hours. DDOT urgently needs to make this a bus priority corridor. And similarly, on our busiest streets and corridors where crashes and near misses are prevalent, it feels like the status quo will just prevail forever. On North Capitol Street, DDOT is now working on new concepts after many delays, but it'll be months before the consultation part is over, and it still has no funding attached to this project. Meanwhile, North Capitol remains on the high injury network, and DDOT is fully aware of the number of issues that are prevalent there in terms of speeding, crashes to cyclists, pedestrians, and drivers who drive at really high speeds. Similarly, on streets like Forest Street Northwest, which runs through the neighborhood, DDOT will not install speed bumps because of the number of cars, and yet cars continue to speed through. It will also not add concrete bump outs like you see at C Street Northeast in Ward 6, because DDOT argues that large trucks can't make that turn safely, which then sort of begs the question of who is DDOT making these streets available for? Is it for cars, for parking, or is it for people? And the other issue that we've been facing is the lack of staffing at DDOT, which I understand is out of DDOT's leadership's hands, but because of these freezes, we are not able to get any responses at all from DDOT. Ward 4 and 5 share one representative, and responses take ages if one ever gets one. So for example, on First and Rhode Island Avenue, we flagged issues around traffic light timings that have caused near misses. It's a crash waiting to happen, and we've received no response from DDOT. It's been weeks on end. Similarly, last year, we had to pass a resolution as an ANC because DDOT would not respond to any of our resolutions. And we're still waiting on a response for one that was passed in March of 2025. I just want to also say that it's really unfortunate that DC significantly shrank the footprint of open streets, an event that brought residents from our ward together and from other wards to our neighborhoods and businesses. In other cities like New York City, these programs have great success, but DDOT's reliance on MPD and DC agencies' vehicles to block off streets instead of commonly used barriers means that rising costs have made these just great programs unaffordable, and this all comes at the expense of district residents. I also just want to say that I am grateful for some DDOT action when it does take place. They fixed sidewalks on Thomas Street Northwest that had raised tree roots that had caused issues for years. They've also expanded the bike share stations at First and Rhode Island Northwest and Detroit Park, which has helped boost capacity. It is unfortunate that budget restrictions means that we have not seen a significant cabby station, like new cabby stations, come online in line with what the district uses, because we only know that the ridership has grown from, for years on end. But these actions are, again, like a drop in the ocean. What we need is AD accessible sidewalks, roads that don't function like highways, and speed mitigation measures that aren't just cameras, and really just prioritizing people over vehicles and drivers. And so I would really urge this committee to ask DDOT about what it will take for the agency to focus to make transportation work for everyone, and not just those behind the wheel of a car, and especially not those who drive recklessly through our streets and endanger everyone, including themselves. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Next, let me turn to Commissioner Bishop Hinchman, ANC 5F.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning. I represent ANC 5F06, which covers Eckington and Dave Thomas Circle and the Metropolitan Branch Trail, that award-winning pedestrian and bike trunk connection between Union Station and now the Maryland line. I wanted to share ANC 5F's priorities for the MBT and talk about the status report that we have on our 3 priorities. One is preventing auto entries onto the MBT. This month alone, we've had 2 instances of cars ending up on the trail and endangering people. The signage is not enough. ANC 5F has called for hardened bollards and planters at key intersections to stop this from happening before someone is seriously injured. DDOT this month has repositioned planters at 2 of those intersections and has promised that they will shortly, once we get past the snowstorm recovery, install hardened barriers at the key R Street intersection. I welcome this promise. Eckington welcomes this promise, and I hope you will follow up to make sure that this installation is on track to happen soon. The second priority we have is repairing the flood-prone spot under New York Avenue on the MBT. Here at a key choke point on the trail between the Noma Metro Station and Alethea Tanner Park, the lack of a permeable surface causes a lake of standing water to form after every rainfall and to stay for days afterwards. And thousands of people have to leap around it or navigate around it or wade through it. The FY26 budget included funds to repair this spot, but so far we've seen no action yet on it. I hope the committee today will ask the status of this priority, this funded priority, and this literally shovel-ready project. Third, we're eager to hear more about east-west connections that will link the MBT to the rest of the city's bikeway network. Most of the ANCs along the Q-R Street route have passed supportive resolutions about an installation there. We're ready to go, but DDOT seems to be waiting and seeing and studying, so we're eager to hear more. We're also eager to see progress on a number of other projects, including the Noma third station entrance, a non-confusing system for tracking TSIs, the release of the congestion pricing study, and work to improve Rhode Island Avenue safety, including a bus priority lane and a crosswalk at the spot where James Terrence was struck and killed in January 2023. ANC 5F would like to see status report updates from DDOT on these projects. Our resolutions on these I will include in our written submission. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Next, let me turn to Commissioner Shapiro from ANC 6A.
Good morning, members of the council staff, and representative of DDOT. My name is Commissioner Roberta Shapiro from SMD 6A03. I'm testifying on behalf of ANC 6A, which extends from Florida Avenue to East Capitol and from 7th to 15th Street Northeast. In agreement with Commissioners Hughes and Edwards, I'd like to comment that in the last 2 years, we've experienced a great deal of transparency and responsiveness from DDOT as compared to the situation under prior DDOT leadership, and understand that some of the decisions are occurring in a difficult political context, but nonetheless, we've experienced a real improvement in the relationship with DDOT. Today, I'm going to focus on the issue of mandatory, costly, and safe use of brick sidewalks on Capitol Hill and other, quote, historic districts. Some of you may be experiencing deja vu. That is because we presented the same serious issue at the oversight hearing 2 years ago. However, despite the relatively minor budget enhancements and other minor modifications, these issues remain critical because we believe that DDOT is constrained by inappropriate and anachronistic regulatory limits. Some of the issues include danger, risk, and accessibility. Brick is dangerous for children, adults, joggers, and particularly for anyone using a walker, a wheelchair, or a stroller. We have documented hundreds of falls on Capitol Hill brick sidewalks, many of which resulted in needing medical care, hospital services, and even resulting in temporary or permanent disability. Brick sidewalks also represent a huge risk management exposure for DC financially, in part due to the vastly greater number of potential failure points on brick sidewalks. If you take a 3-foot by 3-foot square of Portland concrete, you have roughly 4 failure points, 4 borders, which are the potential trip hazards. If you take the same 3-foot by 3-foot square of brick, you have 41 4-by-8-inch bricks, each with 4 margins, which give you 164 potential trip points. And these trip points become even more dangerous if there is snow or debris or, in the fall, leaves covering these potential margins and trip points. And finally, the brick is more difficult to remove snow and ice from, as all of us have found out this week. Brick is not historic and not compliant. Brick sidewalks are not historic. Portland concrete was the material in use when the preponderance of homes were built on Capitol Hill. And curiously, the requirement for brick was only encoded in 1983. The Capitol Hill Restoration Society has no preference for brick sidewalks, and the regulations are radically enforced. Some portions of the historic brick, the formal historic district on the Hill have Portland concrete sidewalks, yet other hill areas, which are outside of the formal historic district, have brick. Finally, federal guidelines do not support the use of brick, particularly laid in the fashion specified in DC regulations, because federal guidelines acknowledge that this is a safety hazard. Brick is also not economical or sustainable. DDOT does not have the budget or other resources to maintain brick sidewalks. One only need to walk the Hill to see that there are hundreds, perhaps thousands of spots requiring repair. Brick is 1.8 times more costly and lasts 1/10 the time of Portland concrete. The numbers we were given was 3 years versus 30 years. To operationalize this, if you took 100 blocks of newly installed brick sidewalk, in 30 years, you would need to repair 1,000 blocks of sidewalks at a cost of 1,800 standard cost units. Whereas if Portland concrete was used, at the end of 30 years, you would need to replace not 1,000, but 100 blocks at a cost of 100 versus 1,800 standard cost units. Furthermore, Portland concrete can be spot ground in order to address small issues, small cracks or undulations in the concrete. Finally, we were promised over a year ago that 4 single-sided blocks of etched Portland concrete would be installed as a pilot. However, this has not occurred. And even if it did, 4 blocks is not going to change the meaningful issue of safety, economy, and accessibility on the Hill. So in conclusion, ANC 6A says enough. It is long past the time for the Council and DDOT to collaborate on repealing the brick mandate for new or replacement Capitol Hill sidewalks. This would allow DDOT to use the safest, most appropriate, most durable, and ultimately most cost-effective sidewalk material. Over time, this approach will greatly minimize the number of blocks needing repair each year and will lead to a safer community. There are some who would protest and
Commissioner Shapiro?
Yes.
I'm sorry to break in. We're almost 2 minutes over, and I don't want to be accused of having my favorite ANC commissioners from Ward 6 getting extra time. So if you could help, please wrap up.
I'm done. This is to me, a ridiculous case of favoring form over function. And I think it's time we end this practice. And I speak on behalf of ANC 6A and thank you for giving us great weight.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Commissioner Shapiro. Next, let me turn to Commissioner Ruff, 7F02. I'm not sure if Commissioner Ruff is there. If not, can I turn to Commissioner Jamila White, ANC 8A05? I'm not sure if Commissioner White is there either right now. We can always come back to them if they're able to join us in a little bit. Let me turn then to Andrew Heimert.
Hi, how are you?
Doing well. Good morning.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm sorry I'm not on video, but I'm not at a place where I can turn my camera on. Last year at this committee's budget hearing, I expressed concern about DDOT's rumored plans to remove a protected bike lane on Arizona Avenue Northwest and replace it with 2 unprotected and substandard by DDOT's own standards bike lanes. This did happen. I'm returning to highlight serious procedural irregularities in this decision that are deserving of this committee's attention and oversight. At last year's budget hearing, DDOT Director Sharon Kirschbaum testified that those rumors at the time were true and announced that DDOT planned to remove the protected bike lane on Arizona Avenue. She asserted then that aesthetic concerns about flex posts and supposed studies about low usage warranted the change. DDOT then issued an NOI repeating this rationale the day after her testimony in June of 2025. I followed up and asked by a FOIA request for complaints about aesthetics, any documents, and so forth. But DDOT could not find a single document showing a complaint about aesthetics. Moreover, it acknowledged that it did not begin to gather usage data until after it had partially removed the protected bike lane. Thus, the very rationales for the change apparently had no factual basis. Then, having made the decision, DDOT ignored both unanimous ANC opposition and nearly unanimous public opposition via the comments accepted on the NOI, and indeed began the changes even before the close of the comment period for the NOI. In my written testimony, I identified a number of questions, though surely not all, that the committee should ask of DDOT when it testifies in coming weeks. Hopefully you'll give them every consideration. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Andrew. And then last on this panel, because Zachary Israel, who had signed up, is not testifying, but we'll certainly welcome any written testimony. But I have Santiago Lakatos.
Good morning, Chairperson Allen, members of the committee. My name is Santiago Lakatos. I'm going to start my testimony by thanking the hardworking folks at DDOT, helped myself and neighbors in the past year, and have persisted working despite challenging conditions. As I've done in other cases in the past, I want to echo some of the great testimony from other witnesses so far about specific issues with DDOT's performance on road safety programs. But I want to focus and bring some attention to topics that maybe not getting mentioned as much. First up, the bus priority program. This is one of the most versatile and cost-effective programs for advancing mobility, equity, bus rider experience, and just general road safety in the district. You know this, I don't have to give you the pitch. The stats bear this out. But sadly, due to political pressure, but as Commissioner Inti has mentioned, a lack of staff from turnover and the hiring freeze. So the program has seen a lot of turnover, but also with the hiring freeze, have been unable to rehire. The projects are getting delayed over and over. My former ANC projects on Florida Avenue, Northwest and Northeast, and 14th Street are both, Florida Avenue was delayed, 14th Street didn't even really get started because of that. The U Street Bus Priority Project was also delayed because of that as well. DDOT needs more staff. And for a while, they were able to do a lot of this work in-house, which doesn't require expensive consultants and outside contractors, which saves taxpayer money. I'd like to hear maybe how they plan to address it now in the upcoming budget. I know it's a difficult situation to have all entirely controlled, but I think the staffing is really a core issue. Second, as you might be aware, DDOT and OCP are currently in the process of identifying a new franchisee for the bus shelter franchise agreement. I talked about this a lot. That process is still ongoing, and as of this morning when I got an email about it, they're awaiting a final decision from the mayor regarding the kiosk advertising program before they can move forward with reviewing solicitations. I think that's a different program than the bus shelter program, but I'm a little bit confused. The solicitation is being really delayed, but I don't necessarily know what the specific issues that are causing there. But the thing I wanted to highlight is, as of January 1st, I don't know if we have a franchisee to operate the shelters. I hope there is, but I don't know because Clear Channel's agreement with the district ended on the 1st of the month. I think if we could get some clarity on that, that would be great. Just to understand what the current operating environment is until we get a new franchisee. For example, very relevant right now, the franchisee is technically responsible for clearing snow at bus shelters to let riders get through. So I'm not sure if they're doing that or if we have one to do that. Third, kind of a passion project for myself, but bike storage is a critical component. We get a lot of talk about safe bike infrastructure is really important. But having secure bike storage is really important to expand the pool of people who are willing to bike. Given how persistent theft is an issue, DDOT has probably the best bike parking program in the country, in my experience. I would encourage the council to see what happened with DDOT's secure on-street bike parking pilot. They were planning on doing a rollout in Columbia Heights for one. I'm not sure if that ever happened or the change because of budget. I would also encourage the council to work to see if we can get a new type of rack per year mandate. I know the 1,000 racks per year from the Shared Fleet Devices Amendment Act expired. That would probably also require additional FTEs, which I would really encourage. It's a really effective program. Really briefly, the tactical to permanent program is great. I honestly think it should be massively expanded. There are cities across the world that have made this type of thing into a scale program that has paid massive dividends. Finally, I want to talk about the overwhelming specter of federal intervention. I've been kind of ringing this bell a bit with DDOT since before the last election, things ranging from FHW intervention and environmental review to the potential, but now real, zeroing out of the Safe Streets for All money. And I'm not here to do an, oh, I told you so type of a thing, but I'm kind of more concerned that there never really seemed to be a strategy on this from DDOT. We're facing federal intervention on all these different fronts. Now there are reports that US DOT is trying to rip out protected bike lanes in the district, using DC as an example for the rest of the country. I don't know what the strategy is to fight back on this. I'm not sure if there is one. If there is, maybe we shouldn't show our cards at a public hearing. But knowing that there is a strategy would be helpful. We have control of our streets, and we shouldn't see them as we have ceded other things, as the executive has. And actually, I will give one last shout out to a comment that Alex Baca from GG Wash made about the need to break up IPMA within DDOT for all the reasons she said. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm happy to answer any questions.
So thank you very much. And thanks to everybody on this panel. And also note, Commissioner Imtiaz sent a note that she had to run, but can follow up separately outside the hearing for any additional questions. I think actually, wait, I'm sorry. I think I got a note that Commissioner White just joined. So Commissioner Jamila White, if you're there.
Yes, I'm here. Thank
Great.
you.
Yeah, absolutely. Let me let you testify, and then we'll turn to questions after you.
Okay, thank you. I didn't get the link, so thank you to one of my neighbors, Ron Moten, who sent me his. So I'll be brief. Greetings, Councilmember Allen. Thank you for hosting this oversight hearing today. Happy New Year. It's good to see you again, and thank you for coming to 8A on continuous times for community walks around transportation. I'm going to follow up pretty much based on our last community walk we had in 8A. And as you know, we believe Anacostia is the heart of DC. Our community is a historical beacon of freedom, of innovation, of business that really embodies the legacy of DC's rich Chocolate City culture, so much so that we've been designated as the district's arts and culture district. However, this proud legacy that we have is so overshadowed by systemic disinvestments and persistent inequities, especially when it comes to transportation and transportation safety. Right now, my community, as well as the larger Ward 8, we have the greatest number of vehicle accidents in the district. At least we did last year. I'm not sure if that has changed, a statistic that we don't want. And we have the least amount of car ownership. So much of our safety issues come because our community is used as a transit from drivers, commuters coming from Maryland, Southern Maryland, and Northern Virginia, with both Suitland Parkway and 295 cutting through Ward 8 and specifically cutting through 8A with so many entry points. This has led to so many accidents, cars being hit that are parked, and other transportation issues that we have flagged as to DDOT. And a few years ago, DDOT luckily started some safety plans, safety improvement plans and corridor plans, one for MLK. Gateway, which is Martin Luther King and Marionberry Avenue when you're coming over 11th Street Bridge. Also Alabama Avenue and Marionberry Avenue safety plan, as well as a historic Anacostia safety plan. And we haven't heard any updates in the well, we've heard updates from DDOT, but there has not been transportation improvements really in the last 2 years. And we desperately need for these plans to move from plan to action to help improve safety for our students who are walking to school, safety for our community members and our residents, as well as our businesses. Some of the things that has happened over the last couple of years has been changes on Martin Luther King Jr. Avenue, specifically around our business district. Right now, the ANC is in conversations with DDOT to see how certain elements, like they've added some extensions in the middle of MLK, which is kind of weird at the block of MLK and U Street, it goes out an extension in the middle of this 2-lane road. That extension, because drivers aren't aware of it, has caused accidents where people have literally flipped over it and almost ran into the businesses. There was an accident just last week in front of the Go-Go Museum where a car flipped over the extension onto the sidewalk and almost hit the museum. This is brand new infrastructure. Not only is there a safety issue because it's this weird cutout right in the middle of MLK, it's also causing backups all along MLK. So because we're used as a commuter community. You have people cutting off of Suitland Parkway, getting off at Alabama Avenue, getting off at Stanton Road, and people also getting off at 295, all coming on MLK to cross the 11th Street Bridge to try to get into the rest of the city to go to wherever they need to go. And so now it can take up to 20 minutes just to leave Anacostia to go like 4 blocks because of the backup in traffic. And this cutout on MLK is not making it any better. It's reducing the 2-lane ability for the entire route of MLK, and it's causing accidents. So right now, DDOT has met with us. They've met with our council member. We're greatly appreciated. I do want to shout out our DDOT rep, Keith, who is amazing, who's always in the community. However, the stall of, well, I don't want to say stall, but the delay of implementation of some of these safety studies and then looking at these few improvements that have led to more accidents really needs to be addressed. There has been some solutions proposed for that one little cutout on MLK to put planners there so drivers can see it, but I don't think that's going to solve the problem, as well as accidents being happen, as well as the backup in traffic happening. So that's the main thing I wanted to talk about, and then just wanted to follow up with you about the shelters. As you know, most of our bus shelters are gone. We have the highest percentage of people that rely on public transportation because they don't have vehicles. And every day I see more and more neighbors, elders, seniors, young people going to school, lining up all around the sidewalk, waiting for the bus. Some are actually sitting on the ground and it's not safe, it's cold, but just long waits for the bus and no shelters in sight. This is also causing kind of tension because people are blocking entrances to businesses, blocking the sidewalk, because there's so many people waiting and there are no bus shelters. And this is something we addressed with you when you came to our community last year. So I'll stop there. I think I'm over time and appreciate the opportunity to testify.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Commissioner White. And again, thanks to this whole panel. I'll just start with you, Commissioner White. One of the things that, these hearings are so helpful is that many of you outlined very specific either requests that have been into DDOT, very specific traffic safety interventions that are necessary. So my staff and I are collecting all of those so that when DDOT comes up for their hearing, when the agency's here, we're able to follow up on all those. And Commissioner White, of course, when we walk through the bus shelter issue that you just brought up right there, I remember that spot. It was admittedly a narrow sidewalk, and so I know that DDOT and WMATA have to probably think about some creative ways to get that shelter in, but it is really important that we have that shelter space there to help protect our residents, our neighbors, our riders from weather, from the rain, from the sun, just to have a bench and a place to be able to sit down and wait for that bus. So I appreciate your constant advocacy for that. I have not heard if DDOT has laid out a proposal yet, and so we'll make sure we follow up on that when the agency comes up. Commissioner Prinzo, one question I have for you, again, we were taking notes on the specifics that people had so we can follow up with the agencies on that. What I couldn't quite tell from your testimony, so ask if maybe you can kind of clarify for me, were the requests that have been submitted, I think there was a traffic request and others, were those resolutions or specific requests from the ANC? Was it a TSI or was it something else?
It was a resolution from October of 2023. I can submit it with my testimony.
Yeah, that'll be helpful if you wouldn't mind. That'll just help us make sure we're asking about the right thing. And certainly if the ANC put forward a resolution, then that should be tracked and responded to. And on that point, I will say it sounds like Commissioner White has had for example, a good experience with the DDOT community liaison. I will say, in Ward 6, we've kind of had mixed results over the years, but our current community representative has been very responsive, and we've had a very good experience, according to my staff and ANC commissioners. But on the other hand, we heard other commissioners, like Commissioner Imtaz, said they have not had the type of response they need. So it feels like to me it's not as even and consistent as we'd like, and that's something I've talked to the DDOT director about before, and we'll continue to check in just so that there is the consistency of a response and a responsiveness from that to all of our ANC commissioners and to our neighbors. Commissioner Hughes, we have been trying to continue to ask about, one of the elements of your testimony, the tactical infrastructure, essentially turning the bollards that have been there for years and years into the actual improvements, both at 15th and Kentucky Southeast, 13th and Kentucky Southeast, 13th and Constitution Avenue Northeast. What we are told by DDOT is that the design has been completed and their plan is to install those in summer of 2026. Certainly when we have the agency up, we'll ask for more details and if we can refine that timeline, but just so that you know, and for your constituents, it does feel like they're on the horizon. Summer 2026 could be everything from, I don't know, May or June until August, September. So we'll try to fine tune that a little bit, but it does sound like those are imminent, which will be very much welcome.
Yeah, and I think when it comes to Kentucky, Potomac, and 15th Street, the question then is about the south side of that intersection and whether or not DDOT moves forward with planning a similar hardening there.
Yeah. Well, if the design is complete, I would want them to share that design so that everyone knows what's coming.
Yeah, I think my understanding is that there's a design for the north half of that intersection, but because there are drainage issues on the south side of that intersection, they actually excised it from the project. And so there needs to be a whole new project that starts for the south side of that intersection. And it would be appreciated if that could be on a burner.
Got it. Okay, we'll follow up with the agency on that. And then, one other issue that I know I'm watching and working on carefully has to do with the bollards. You mentioned that, for example, at Eastern Market. There's a task force that has been created with our Homeland Security Emergency Management, with DDOT, many other stakeholders, including Fire and EMS and all the different players in this. And the city administrator has tasked them to have their report back and done within about probably another 60 days, maybe 90 days, but it should be coming relatively soon. But I know that we've been working on this at Eastern Market for a while, and that also is something other parts of the city have similar issues and concerns around that. So we'll continue working there. Commissioner Edwards, I know you ran through a kind of range of issues, and it sounds like you've had a good experience, or at least mostly good, with DDOT's community liaison with you. That's a good sign if I heard that correctly. But I think one of the things that you talked about that I want to be able to follow up with the director and the agency about, you kind of almost felt like you were saying there isn't really just a single source for answers and for actions in many places. And it's just concern around the capacity that DDOT has to fulfill a variety of the functions that are necessary. Did I hear that correct based on what your experience has been?
I think that is very correct. We get responses from different parts of DDOT for different issues. And there doesn't seem to be a central location, or I don't know if it's transparency or if it's too many documents, but there are a lot of people responding and we're not getting consistent answers in some things.
Okay. I do know from my conversations with the director that they are struggling from last spring when Congress froze a good chunk of DC's local budget. And I know we all feel a certain kind of way correctly about that. It wasn't their money to mess with. It did have a collateral consequence of triggering hiring freezes, and then the agency, essentially just with normal attrition and things like that happen, have been unable to backfill a lot of those positions for months at a time. And that has had an impact. And I do think that is, I don't want to say it explains everything because we still want to push on the agency, but I do want to acknowledge, I do believe they have struggled to be able to fill many positions because of the hiring freeze that was put in place. And that's something you and I at our offices, our office at the council, you and your constituents are definitely feeling. And that may be part of what you're describing has been an effect of that. But we'll certainly follow up with the director to kind of flesh that out more.
I would love it if you would ask the director about the sidewalk issues, the crumbling sidewalks, because to me, that's a total money issue.
Well, as you were describing that, I remember in Ward 6, I had a similar issue where there was a concrete sidewalk that was poured, and that top layer just started crumbling away months later. And it was a contractor that it was a faulty implementation. They had to come out. It was under warranty, but I also know, but for kind of eagle-eyed neighbors and then knowing who to contact and taking those steps, I'm not sure there would have been the assessment months after on a different patch of sidewalk. So I hear you on that. We'll make sure we ask about that as well.
Thank you.
Commissioner Bishop Hinchman, I had seen some emails and some traffic on this around the flooding portion of the MBT. So we'll certainly follow up on that issue and others. So appreciate you've been a consistent voice and leader on a lot of these issues. So really appreciate it. We'll make sure we take a full list of what you testified about for the agency. Commissioner Shapiro, for the stamped concrete pilot alternative, I will give a little grace to DDOT in that we are 4 months into the fiscal year when they're planning to do this. So I don't believe they've actually installed them yet, but one of our questions to DDOT is specifics around the timeline. The other questions we're asking those, how are we evaluating the pilot? Are we comparing it to the sidewalk across the street? How are we making sure that it's not just hey, we heard you, so we're going to stamp some sidewalks and kind of call it a day, but are we actually evaluating anything? How is that happening? And trying to ask much more specific questions around that. So we'll work to both to get a timeline specifically, as well as answers to those questions. And I know in talking with CHRS and others, they have some of the similar concerns and questions too.
However, I'd like to quickly add that stamped sidewalk is, again, more costly, and we need an immediate, and maybe it's the answer, but what we need is an immediate revision of a rule from 1983 that is not historic, is not economical, is not safe, is not compliant with federal laws, is some crazy obsession with brick sidewalks that somebody had, 40 some odd years ago, and just makes absolutely no sense. I always tell the story. The building where I went to graduate school was designed by Starchitect Philip Johnson. And he had a thing about the window to the concrete ratio. And because of that, the floor with a 350-person auditorium had a single hall bathroom. And this is what brick is. It's just an obsession that somebody had with form. It is totally inappropriate. And I don't know why we just don't get over this.
I know you and I have had this conversation a lot. There are strong feelings for concrete, strong feelings for sidewalks that are brick. So I know that there are people who love both strongly. I view DDOT's effort to pilot stamped bricks as trying to see if there's a way to accommodate both of those strong feelings. So I would like to see what they can do with this. We'll get more answers from the agency when they come up, and certainly make sure we keep you and other commissioners in the loop on all of that.
Although our survey and the Capitol Hill Restoration Society revealed no overwhelming interest in brick amongst residents. So I know you're hearing it, but I don't know that it's statistically.
I appreciate that you guys did phenomenal work with the survey. I will tell you, you can just take a peek at my inbox sometime. There are people who love their brick sidewalks. There are people who hate their brick sidewalks, but there is no middle ground for a lot of people. So we will continue this and look forward to hearing what DDOT might want to do. All right, I think I went through most of those issues. Commissioner Imtiaz, I know had to run, so we weren't able to jump in on some of those issues, but we'll follow up. But this is a great panel who really laid out some very specific things that will help influence the way we ask the questions to the DDOT director and the agency when they come up for their hearing in just a little bit. So again, my appreciation to everybody here and to all of our commissioners and former commissioners. I think transportation issues are something that ANC has been just a consistent leading voice on across the board. And I'm really grateful for the amount of time and energy you all put into this. So thank you all very much. All right, I'm going to start moving towards our third panel. And again, as we transition panels, it usually just takes us a moment as we move through folks. But why don't I go ahead and start calling out the names for our third panel, and then we'll start bringing those on. I have Fritz Edler, who's a member of the Committee of 100. James Smales, who's the chair of the Transportation Subcommittee of the Committee of 100 for the Federal City. I have Brian Wavell, Director of Special Projects with Amalgamated Transit Union, ETU, Local 689. Claire Stanley, Public Witness. Jay Bose, Public Witness. Ratansh Hans, Public Witness. also an ANC 6 commissioner. Liz DeBarros, CEO of the DC Building Industry Association. Anita Marsh, public witness. Mike Silverstein, public witness. And Samantha Trumbull, advocate with DC Families for Safe Streets. So let's see how we're doing. Just give us a moment as we're transitioning everybody onto the panel. All right, let's see here. Mr. Edler, I think I've got you here and you're first up on our list. So why don't I turn to you for your testimony as we continue bringing everybody else onto the panel. But that way we'll keep ourselves moving. So Mr. Edler, let me turn to you. Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Thank you, council member. And just one point of what a point is that the committee of 100 has more than one person testifying today. Following me, James Smile is actually our chair, and I would like him to have the 5-minute time limit, and I will take the 3-minute time limit.
Absolutely.
Different issues, different issues.
Yep,
all
you
right,
got it.
then I'll proceed. My name is Fritz Edler. I'm testifying today for the Committee of 100 on the Federal City Transportation Subcommittee. I am a longtime Ward 4 resident and a railroad worker. The Committee of 100 again strongly reminds the Council that the Union Station expansion project will permanently change the possibilities for regional transportation realignment. The federal takeover of the station and the existing planned priorities make getting what the city and the region need to serve all the people that live here a challenge that will require a major orientation change by DDOT and the council. Union Station project must future-proof our city's transportation goals regarding rail above retail and private interests that currently dominate that plan. Robust passenger rail through service in all directions has long been a goal. The current plan creates major obstacles that are likely going to be permanent. The obstacles can be quickly identified. First, by the 8th Street Bridge project that will prevent the expansion of access to the First Street Tunnel that carries trains north and south to Virginia. And second, by the commercial impacts of the plan that prohibit any chance of truly integrating rail to and from the CSX-run Metropolitan Branch and Capital branches. Alternatives for the 8th Street Bridge that do not impact future rail expansion are not being considered. Alternatives that would allow for passenger commuter rail single train run-through service north, south, east, and west have not been considered but readily exist. The current plan actively places obstacles to providing those options. CSX has stated that crossover service from the Metropolitan Branch into Union Station allowing for single train run-through service is not possible. That is not true even today. While CSX has made efforts to impede crossover service by removing pre-existing interlocking and other infrastructure, there are still several options that would give us the long-term goal of single train run-through service. The Committee of 100 has institutional and professional knowledge of these issues. We're ready to advise on the Union Station expansion project so that the transportation goals of our city and our region can be prioritized over retail and other private interests that don't advance them. We're ready to work with DDOT to advance those priorities. And I also submitted previously background documentation that we in the Committee of 100 had developed that has deeper insight into these matters. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we're going to Mr. Smales, I believe.
Yes.
Yep.
Oh, thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. As you said, my name is Jim Smales, and I'm testifying today as the chair of the Transportation Subcommittee of the Committee of 100. We just heard from Fritz on the commuter rail issues and Union Station. My focus will be on the needed oversight for the transportation plan of the RFK site and stadium development. As stated in testimony in July, the comprehensive master plan for the entire state will require special attention to the transportation network. We're glad that Gensler has joined Perkins Eastman in master planning for the RFK site, but we hope to hear more from DDOT in their planning for the site. The transportation effort will not only need to support the Commanders fans and others coming for special events, but for those who are going to be moving into the new housing and using the other development proposed and contemplated for the plan. As the NCPC concept materials have stated, public transportation is the key. One of the first tasks will be to evaluate the capacity of the Stadium Armory Metro Station, how it will be able to meet demand on game days. The current capacity of the 3 lines serving the station is adequate for most days, but the capacity will not be adequate for game day crowds, especially after the game when everyone's trying to leave. Proposals to increase capacity of the station were identified in a 2006 study, but are not mentioned in the concept review. We suggest that transportation study examine the feasibility of express buses from Union Station, which is the closest Red Line station to the stadium. That will allow fans using Metro's busiest line or coming in by MARC or VRE trains directly to the stadium. Express buses could also be provided from other neighborhoods as well as suburban park and ride lots directly to RFK. Obviously, bus and rail service to the stadium should be increased on game days. Metro could provide additional service beyond the 3 routes that currently serve the stadium, or could perhaps reroute other bus routes to stop at the stadium to drop off attendees. Metro Rail can provide additional trains with minimal headways similar to rush hour. We see a bus rapid transit station is proposed near Benning Road, close to where we suggested an infill Metro Rail station be installed. This BRT station will provide convenient access to the Sportsplex and Kingman Park neighborhood. And on game days, the buses could be directed closer to passageway under C Street Northeast to discharge their passengers, saving them the walk from the BRT station and providing them protection from inclement weather that otherwise would affect them on their walk. An elevated Metro Rail station over the BRT station will provide more convenient access to Kingman Park neighborhood, as well as the stadium and the new development that will be developed. We suggest this infill Metro Rail station be considered as part of the planning for the bus rapid transit station. Under parking, we were glad to see that one of the large garages from Kingman Park had been removed and the roadway simplified to service the remaining garages and surface lots. But the artist concepts show quite massive buildings around the stadium. We hope the design of the garage will place at least 1 or 2 levels underground to try to reduce that mass. We had suggested in July that garages that had been shown in the stadium district be enlarged, with the desire to eliminate garage G2 as well from Kingman Park, but only surface lots are proposed around the stadium now. We hope that any future development near the stadium will include structured parking placed underground to minimize the overall height of the developments. The NCPC review calls for eventual mixed-use development on those surface lots with optional structured parking. We hope that any future parking will be made available for Metro Rail commuters. In conclusion, with improvements, the Metro Rail and bus system should be adequate to get people to and from the stadium safely and efficiently. Public transportation should be the primary transportation mode for the stadium and for the future development. We hope to hear more from DDOT as the plans are developed and encourage DDOT and others to work with the community and other stakeholders. And we on the committee look forward to working with DDOT as well as you, Councilman Allen, and your committee on this project. If the city does this right, it'll be a lot of fun. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Smales. Next, let me turn to Mr. Wavell with ATU 689.
Thank you very much, Chair Allen and members of the committee. Amalgamated Transit Union Local 689 represents 15,000 transit workers and retirees across this region, including the dedicated employees that run WMATA, Metro Access, and formerly the DC Circulator and the current workers at the DC Streetcar. We've been an engine of the middle class of the DMV, and our members help keep this city moving every day. Unfortunately, this union came before this committee over a year ago, disappointed, and found that in the past year, DDOT not only did not listen to our concerns, but actively worked to spite us. As you are aware, the council passed the DC Circulator Transition Emergency Amendment Act of 2024 in October of 2024 for the express purpose of dedicating all proceeds of the sale of DC Circulator buses and equipment to worker relief. Instead of abiding by the law after the mayor's veto had been unanimously overridden, the executive decided that it would be best to just break a law it did not agree with. Not a penny of the proceeds of the sale of the DC Circulator fleet and equipment, totaling nearly 1.6 million, were ever dedicated to the cause that the council set forth. This is unacceptable. As we have stated multiple times before, when the budget was presented to the council in 2024, this body, workers, and the public were all under the impression that there would be a transition of DC Circulator service from DDOT management to WMATA. Instead, the executive refused to use the power that it already had on the books to initiate such a process and presided over hundreds of operators' livelihoods being destroyed and riders facing challenges to find new transportation options. It is time for Director Kirschbaum to stop punishing former circulator workers. However, even now, we are still disappointed by how little that DDOT has learned from the circulator shutdown process. Late last year, we attended DDOT's public hearing on the shutdown of the DC streetcar. While we understand that the early shutdown was ultimately a budgetary decision made by the council, it was clear that no planning was done for workers, no job hiring fairs, and no planning to see whether service could be extended such to the time that Purple Line hiring for analogous jobs to the work already done by DC streetcar workers could be coordinated so that these workers might have a new position in the future. Furthermore, riders were given close to no information beyond the already publicly available dates for the shutdown. No next generation streetcar planning seems to be happening, which is all the more disappointing due to the glaring need for transit options to service the H Street corridor and the whole area surrounding the RFK campus redevelopment. We believe that means bus rapid transit along H Street under WMATA, along with an infill metro rail station. DDOT must get started on these projects now to make them a reality for the near future. Additionally, I will also reiterate a point that the union has asked for before and believe we are aligned with the council on the necessity of releasing DDOT's congestion pricing study. The public deserves to see a study that we paid for, regardless of the mayor's reactions to its results. It should not take a lawsuit by our colleagues to force the administration to abide by the law. Finally, I conclude on a note about the DMV Moves initiative and the need for dedicated funding. We strongly believe that moving forward with a land value tax is the most effective and equitable way to fund transit. Since DMV Moves failed to give recommendations on operations funding nor on regional mechanisms, it falls on this body to act. The district's transit must not be in flux annually the same way that it has been in the past. We need the district to have dedicated, robust, and reliable funding for transit services. It could not be more sensible to move forward with a policy that recycles the publicly created values of our own public transit investments and puts them back into those very same goods. Thank you very much for your time and consideration of our views on this matter.
Thank you very much. Next, let me turn to Claire Stanley. Not sure if Claire is here. Let's see. A couple of folks, I think, who are not here right now. I don't think Jay Bose is here. And Ratanj Hans. All right, Liz DeBarros, I know you're here, so we'll turn to you next. Good morning.
Hi there. Good morning to you, Councilmember Allen and members of the committee. My name is Liz DeBarros. I am the CEO of DC Building Industry Association. We are the lead organization solely focused on real estate development in the district, and I'm a proud Ward 7 resident. Thank you for the opportunity to testify during today's performance hearing on DDOT and thank you for your ongoing strong leadership. DDOT has been a critical partner to DCBI and its members through public space, curbside management, permitting, processing, and more. Public space permitting and right-of-way access are critical to nearly every development project in the district. DCBI appreciates PSRD and PSD teams' willingness to meet with our membership regularly. Through these conversations, we've been able to share updates and feedback on staffing impacts, NOI, portal improvements, traffic control, plan review issues, TOPS 2.0 modernization. It has allowed space to request updates on system functionality, timelines, and request beta testing, visibility within programs like TOPS 2.0. We encourage DDOT to continue streamlining permit review, improving transparency around approval timelines, and addressing inconsistencies between reviewers in their tiered technical review team, and strengthening coordination with other agencies. As curb space is increasingly shared among deliveries, transit, micromobility, and construction activity, thoughtful curbside management is essential. Most recently, our membership raised concerns with DDOT leadership regarding authorized construction and hauling hours and the inconsistency between permitted work hours and trucking restrictions. For example, DDOT allows construction work on local and collector streets from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. However, staging, hauling, deliveries, and construction vehicle access on arterial roads is limited to 9:30 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. Therefore, many activities that are integral to the construction process cannot occur during much of the permitted construction window because you can't move the materials or vehicles you need to do the work. We urge DDOT to consider expanding allowable staging, hauling, and delivery hours on arterial roads in smaller streets where feasible, so that construction activity can better align with already permitted work hours. Providing this flexibility would allow the projects to proceed more efficiently, reduce overall project duration, and ultimately lessen the length of disruption experienced by residents, businesses, and visitors. Moreover, we believe moving forward, a long-term cohesive transportation strategy must be created to ensure continued economic viability of the downtown and surrounding neighborhoods. Economic development includes developing and renovating buildings and those who are working, living, and visiting within them. But also it's about how we get those buildings, park the vehicles, be it the cars, the bikes, scooters, mopeds, and how those deliveries are made. We are at our best when we all work together to ensure economic development and transportation are not considered independent silos, but rather a comprehensive cohesive unit. Finally, I want to raise an issue at the intersection of transportation, public space, and accessibility as the committee considers legislation relative to tree preservation. We urge that ADA compliance be explicitly considered by DDOT staff in the review of the heritage and special tree permits. Specifically, we recommend that the definition of a hazardous tree include trees where locations or conditions prevent compliance with ADA accessibility standard. Sidewalks and public right-of-way must be safe and accessible for all users, including people with disabilities. And I know you had a conversation earlier about this, so I appreciate you bringing that up. DCBIA values ongoing partnership with DDOT and appreciates the agency's efforts to manage complex transportation system. Our continued collaboration with DDOT and the committee is invaluable to us as we work together to ensure transportation policies support safety, mobility, housing delivery, and economic activity across the district. Happy to answer any questions.
Excellent. Thank you. Yeah, if you can hang tight, I got a couple of questions I'll come back to you with in just a little bit.
Sure.
So thank you. Next, let me turn to Anita Marsh.
Good day. My name is Anita Marsh. I'm a resident of Ward 7, ANC 7E02, Benning Ridge Civic Association, and Fort DuPont Property Tax Section. I also work at the Episcopal Church of Atonement, an historically Black Episcopal church since 1914, located in ANC 7C on the corner of 52nd and East Capitol Street. I am also a member and have been a member since birth. My testimony will center upon DDOT's disregard, disrespect, and dismissal of citizens in Ward 7, their illogical decision-making process, wasteful use of taxpayer dollars by experimenting with transportation planning, and failure to strategically plan the city. I want to commend DDOT's Keisha Anderson, who serves Ward 7 extraordinarily and is very responsive. She is the one light, in my opinion, in DDOT. Oh, my time is up.
No, I'm sorry, the clock didn't reset.
Okay,
So please keep going.
DDOT's model is it's better to ask for forgiveness than permission. The foundation of this misguided operational style in government is disrespectful and dismisses citizens. The corporate world uses this methodology, typically in tech companies, to innovate and move fast in creating systems for the public to use. It is not a method for government because it excludes public input and lacks consideration of what the city residents really want. It is my belief that DDOT has consistently, geographically, discriminated against communities east of the river. This is evidenced by lying through omission, failure to notify citizens of their work. I get every email from DDOT, and frequently while driving through the ward, none of what is posted in their email is present. And blundering communications to community organizations. We do not get road signage of road traffic pattern changes. We do not get responses to requests. After the DDOT meeting at the Strand, I made a very specific data request. I have yet to hear about it, and that meeting was in November. And we are told we do not care about public safety. That was actually told to us in that meeting by the director. They've lied about roadway changes. Example, Bowen Road, Burns Street, Alabama Avenue. They removed the angled access to Alabama Avenue, saying that it was watershed. Well, they sent the notice to 7B, ANC 7B, not E. But yet, when I asked for proof of the watershed issue, erosion, they gave none. And that's because there is none. And I know that from my experience with the African American Environmentalists Association. Not involving the community in decision-making causes discord and negates any partnership with stakeholders and citizens. Citizens have a right to know how they're impacted by decisions and/or practices. For example, the regulation states that no parking 25 feet from a curb. Well, DDOT eliminated the parking from in front of my house. Now, as you know, in this area, we are not as dense as other areas of the city. And so the citizen impact for me as a senior was not considered, nor was I notified. It was just based on one inaccurate complaint. Okay, I'm going to finish up real quick. The East Capitol Street project is the dumbest fully funded project ever. Why is DDOT planning to spend my tax dollars to change a major thoroughfare that is a priority entry and exit to the city? Why? We know that RFK will become an entertainment complex. It's unrealistic to expect and demand folks to use public transportation when it is literally at the apex of 295 in East Capitol. And then they will have to go back and redo it once they have done it. Why did DDOT make Southern Avenue one lane? The congestion that they have created in this mess over here in Ward 7 is unfathomable. Bike lanes, as expressed by many in the community at the Strand meeting, are not practical. Most of the residents don't want them because we are recreational riders, not typically using it for commute. And for DDOT to ask us to do that, I've asked them to stop, critique the current plans, stop again, reconsider the plans, and incorporate vintage urban planning. The congestion at Minnesota Avenue is insane. Anybody that's driven on that knows it's
Ms.
crazy.
Marsh,
Okay.
We're a little over a minute over, so if you could help wrap up, please.
Okay. I made the data requests. I'd like to submit those. I will submit those in writing, and perhaps you can help me get the answers to that. Lastly, let me just say this. I'm saddened to hear testimonies that aren't inclusive of all city residents. The city's inequities are prevalent, and in this political climate, having others detached from our experience east of the river and needs is very disheartening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Marsh. Next, let me turn to Mike Silverstein.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. My name is Mike Silverstein. I've lived at 1301 20th Street for 45 years, served 20 of those years as an ANC commissioner. Last month, on December 12th, we had to say farewell to one of my downstairs neighbors of 45 years, thanks to the lack of urgency of the DC Department of Transportation. Because of the injuries he sustained at age 76, Don Benedict can no longer live independently and has been moved to assisted living. Let me go to this story for you. Let me tell you what happened here. began more than a year ago. We have several trees in front of our condo and the tree boxes on 20th Street. They're doing great, but the roots push up the sidewalk, making the blocks in the sidewalk uneven. More than a year ago, a woman tripped and fell, broke a couple of teeth, and was bloodied in her forehead. We asked at that point for help that DDOT at least put a patch between the two sidewalks that were uneven, and got nowhere. On March 2nd, 2025, I posted on X with a photo of the uneven sidewalk, and I regularly spray painted the dangerous block where they weren't even, where people were tripping. I spray painted it with yellow paint so to warn pedestrians. At that point, Councilmember Pinto's office also contacted 311, and we all got a case number and said they'd be on it. Now, in July this past year, everything went south. Don Benedict lived alone. He lived independently, walked his dog several times a day. He was 76 years old, and on one walk, he took an awful spill on that area in the front of the building. He said he'd be okay, but he wasn't. After headaches and dizziness, he suffered several other falls that same week, and we took him to the instant care place around the corner, and they told me to take him immediately to GWER. He spent 2 weeks in GW and then 2 weeks in rehab at Knollwood, and then he returned home but was still having issues. Our staff in the building did wellness checks, and one morning they found him unconscious on the floor by his bed. He had fallen on his way to the bathroom. They called 911. They cleaned him up, yeah. And he went for his second trip to GW Hospital and his second trip to Knollwood, and then in December to assisted living. During that point, Charles, I emailed and called DDOT and explained how dangerous that sidewalk was. And when I explained that Mr. Benedict suffered life-altering injuries, I asked them when they could get around to putting a little patch, a little asphalt patch on the sidewalk where near there. I was told sometime next winter. Next winter. I said, you mean this winter? And they said, no, next winter. Well, last week, a DDOT pothole patching crew was fixing a pothole on the street right next to the tree and the dangerous sidewalk. I was walking my dog and I stopped and I pointed out to one of the gentlemen on that crew what the problem was with the sidewalk. This gentleman did more in 30 minutes than DDOT did in a year. He snapped a photo with his cell phone, phoned it into the office, and I thanked him. An hour later, I walked past there, and they had put down an asphalt patch. Probably took them 15 minutes. He knew, this guy who did real work, that this was a clear danger, and he did what he could to fix it immediately after I told him that people had been injured. But I hate to say it, it's a complete failure of leadership that even after 10 months and a serious injury, the people sitting behind the desks didn't seem to do anything out of the ordinary when we begged them to come out and patch a dangerous sidewalk. They should know better, and that's a failure of the director to direct them to do that. And I would ask you to follow up on that if there are dangerous situations involving pedestrians, that they act with a sense of urgency. Thank you, sir.
Absolutely. Thanks, Mike. Samantha Trumbull, who was our last panelist on this panel, isn't here, so hopefully Samantha Trumbull can be joined later, or we'll make sure we get their testimony later. So let me jump into questions. And actually, Mike, I'm just going to start right with you. And I appreciate you sharing the story and the experience there of your neighbor. And actually, looking ahead on the next panel coming up, I see several familiar names that I've been working with on sidewalk safety and those types of repairs. We have talked about this in our hearings with the agency. I have a huge amount of frustration with the sheer amount of time they say it will take to repair a sidewalk. And yet, if there's a pothole, the expectation is it's going to get fixed in 24 or 48 hours. You need the same level of urgency on the sidewalk because we are all pedestrians at some point, whether I'm coming home from going to the grocery store or to church or school or wherever I'm going. At some point, we are all pedestrians, and we've got to treat our sidewalks and the repairs that are necessary the same way, because we just hear over and over again with the lack of maintenance of our sidewalks, the injuries like what you described. So we met maybe about a month ago, actually, with the director, with several of our sidewalk safety advocates, some of whom we'll be hearing from in a little bit, to really try to work on strategies as well as stress the urgency that we need to see from the agency to do this better and to tackle this better for sidewalk safety. So Mike, if you're not connected with some of those folks, I'm happy to offline and outside of this, make sure you're connected into some of the efforts and conversations that are going on. I know as a longtime ANC commissioner, this is something you care deeply about. As a neighbor, you care deeply about, and I think you're a strong voice on this too. So if that's something you'd like to do, I can make sure you're connected into that group.
Please do.
Yeah, I appreciate it. But thank you for giving voice to that. Ms. Marsh, we're taking notes on your comments, and so we'll work to push DDOT to make sure they're being responsive to the points and questions you had been inquiring about and data inquiries and the such. So we'll follow up and ask them to make sure they're getting back to you on that. Ms. Tavares, from BIA's perspective, I kind of two questions I want to ask you. One is on just to make sure I'm hearing correctly what you're asking for around the heritage trees. I'm going to, again, start with the assumption we all want safe, ADA compliant sidewalks. We also like to make sure we protect our heritage trees and the urban canopy that comes with it. Is what you're asking for, if I give a hypothetical, if DDOT is able to repair a sidewalk or use a flexible type of material that protects the tree roots, but make sure the sidewalk is ADA compliant, you're not asking for the heritage tree to come down in that scenario, correct? Are you saying, is your recommendation the definition should change so that in the event you cannot make a sidewalk ADA compliant, that's when something might trigger? Am I hearing that correctly?
That's correct. If there is an instance where the FlexiPane can work, that's something that obviously you want to have that as a first solution. But these are issues where the heritage tree is blocking ADA compliance. So we want to make sure that we have in the definition that ADA accessibility is a core consideration. We have submitted some language to your staff as well as I think Mendelson's staff on this. So we just want to have that ability to make sure that we can meet both the federal requirements for ADA and preserve as many heritage trees as we can.
Got it. Okay. I'll make sure I go back and take a look at what you had suggested there. On the other issue you had, I want to follow up on related to how we essentially time the movement of vehicles around a construction and the limitations there. Are you able to, and obviously not you, but you're representing, are folks able to stage vehicles in a way that they can start movements essentially if they have a 930 permit, for example? Again, I think the idea behind what DDOT's permits are around trying to not jam up when there's major either morning or afternoon rush hour, but are the permits or the conversations allowing the kind of staging to be more as efficient as possible around that, or is that also a barrier?
That's where our members are saying they're seeing the problem is you obviously need to stage and move trucks in for equipment and other things, and they're not able to get them in. There are opportunities for requesting some exemption for that, and I think that process is helpful for us. But we are actually seeing, if we want to get development to make sure it's done fast, to stop the issues with disturbing, we want to make sure we get things done quicker, and having some flexibility within that time frame for deliveries and staging is what we're looking to make adjustments to, and have more conversations with DDOT to find some solutions specifically on those smaller streets that are necessary.
Got it. Okay. And I know that DDOT's created a new position, relatively new, a chief advisor for economic development. And I think, again, my assumption is the idea behind this is recognizing that transportation is a key part of economic development. Have you worked with that chief advisor since it was established?
Yeah, our working group meets regularly with DDOT staff. So we have engaged there, but also with other parts of PSD and PSRD. So we stay very close, and we definitely want to continue to have that focus on economic development.
Okay, got it.
And
All right.
safety, of course.
Yeah. Got it. All right, I appreciate that, and I'm happy to follow up with you too. Let me turn, if I can, Mr. Wavell, I wanted to ask you a couple of questions from ATU's perspective. Has WMATA or the mayor's administration engaged with ATU regarding the RFK campus redevelopment at all?
No, not to my knowledge.
Okay. I think that I mean, you know my position. Like we want to get, I know there are going to be people who drive obviously to this site, but the more that we can get people there by transit, the less congestion we're going to see, and very intentional choices we make on the front side of this will determine if it's a drive first or transit first type of campus. And I think it was good news that we were able to get one of the parking garages out so that we prioritize our transit options. But I think ATU needs to be a full partner, not just on the campus, but on Benning Road, on H Street, really thinking that through in a smart way. Speaking of H and Benning, in its pre-hearing responses, DDOT said that the ending date for streetcar service is March 2026, which is not that far away, about 45 days or so away.
Yep.
Has that timing been communicated to your members that are actually operating the streetcar?
Yes, that information has been conveyed to them. Unfortunately, due to the timing that was selected, and with the eventual startup of the Purple Line not too far away, the timing could not be more disastrous and uncoordinated between potentially transferring a workforce of light rail workers from doing light rail work that they currently do to the future largest light rail in the region. So what is unfortunately likely, the most likely situation to happen at this point is what's going to happen is a large number of light rail workers are going to go from the DC streetcar, find jobs at comparable employers like WMATA, and then there are not going to be any trained light rail operators in the entire region for the Purple Line to hire. So this could not have been done in a more uncoordinated and haphazard fashion if it was designed that way from the beginning.
Wow. All right. When do we have an expected time frame for when we would expect Purple Line hiring?
Purple Line hiring is going to be ticking up in the second half of this year, with an estimated full start time of by end of 2026 itself, or pardon me, winter. They keep using winter as the as the timing, but my understanding is actual service and like full testing where they're going to have to start hiring operators in larger numbers. They already, for context, have some maintenance workers hired directly by PLTO, but they're going to start actual kind of service and testing in the latter half of this year. So had service on DDOT just held out a couple more months, they could have done an organized transition of this workforce as one might have expected if the goal was for regional cohesive transit.
Right. Not necessarily the mayor or DDOT's mission is the regional transportation, but certainly would have been better and preferred for the workers to provide continuity in that space.
Definitely.
And in your testimony, you referenced next generation streetcar. No one's yet to be able to tell me what that possibly means, other than it looked really good on a PowerPoint slide. So, we're pushing hard to make sure that that they are engaging in the planning around H Street and Benning Road. I think the bus prioritization is a major part of what has to happen to be able to make sure that riders are able to go quickly on the bus, be able to move. And so I'm going to keep pushing hard on that. I know, talking to my colleague from Ward 7, making sure that there's kind of a stronger vision that connects Benning through 7 into 6 and H, I think is a big priority. So I'm going to continue working with my colleague so that there's 2 council members pushing hard on that as well. All right, I appreciate that. And let me turn to our committee of 100 members. Mr. Smales, kind of along the lines of what we just talked about with Mr. Wavell about RFK. I appreciated your testimony, and I think it's been helpful to have the Committee of 100 really talking about why these decisions are so important. Again, I think that the intentional and early decisions we make will really dictate what flows and what follows. And so if we are focused on making sure that we have strong transit connections, that we're getting as many people as possible through our metro system to come to major events, that's going to be a success. We have so much unused capacity of the parking lots, all within a 10-minute, some cases a 5-minute ride on metro. I really want to incentivize that. Give the parking away for free at those metro parking lots. Make sure it's incentivized for people to be able to get in there, jump on metro, make it a great, easy, reliable, low-cost option to get to a game or get to a major event. Just really appreciate that. Anything else that you wanted to add about Committee of 100's kind of push on the RFK overall campus site?
Just that, we're hoping for, as you're saying, maximum public transit access, and I think also arranging how buses arrive so that to minimize traffic jams and minimize conflicts with pedestrians who are walking or bicyclists who are coming, so that the vehicles can flow easily to the parking garages and be separated from the buses, so you don't end up with cross traffic, one going to a garage, one going to a stop where they're letting off pedestrians to get in the way of the cars going to the garage.
Yeah.
Just planning out the flow of what bus arrives when, and where do you put them so that you minimize conflicts.
Yeah, got it. Okay. Well, I appreciate it and look forward to continuing to work with you all on that. And Mr. Edler, when it comes to Union Station, we'll say I'm deeply concerned by some of what we've heard from the federal government, which seems to be taking a step back from what's necessary at Union Station and the opportunities there to really align our rail. Chairman Mendelson and I have been meeting with Department of Transportation, with Union Station Redevelopment Corporation, with Amtrak, with many of the stakeholders there. So we're going to continue pushing there on that. I would say we value your input on this, so keep pushing that with us so that we really think about what our integrated regional rail network looks like. I'm frustrated because it feels like Virginia is just running laps around us in terms of the work that they're doing to think through everything from their long bridge replacement to everything else. And Union Station has really suffered by not having, I think, the district be as urgent as we could be, but also the federal withdrawal or step back, is whatever words we want to use, is really be damaging to our long-term needs there.
Well, thank you, Councilmember.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Well, I appreciate, thanks to everybody on this panel for your testimony. I'm going to move to our next panel of public witnesses and kind of keep our hearing moving. So we're roughly on schedule right now. So I'm going to try to keep us that way. So again, my thanks to everybody on this panel. Let me move to panel number 4. I'm going to start calling out the names as we bring people in. So I've got Chuck Elkins, a member of the Safe Sidewalks team. I've got Nancy Groth, who's an ANC commissioner for 2C02. Charquinta McCrae, who's an ANC commissioner for 5D06. Finette Eaton, public witness. Elizabeth Edwards, public witness. Aaron Palmer, public witness. Scott Price, public witness and former ANC commissioner. And Trupi Patel, public witness. And let's see, I think I've got Commissioner Elkins. I think you're on, and I called your name first. So while we're bringing everybody else in, why don't I turn to you, Commissioner Elkins? It's no longer morning, so good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. I'm a member of the Sidewalk Safety Team, as you said, which, by the way, is now district-wide. They've asked me to lead off the group's testimony by summarizing our position. Let me say right away that the experience you just heard from Mike Silverstein is not a case of a DDOT staff member failing to do their job. It's a matter of DDOT policy. Telling DDOT to try harder will not fix this serious problem. As you know, DDOT has 2 separate approaches to the repair and maintenance of our sidewalks. Their major effort is to replace large sections of our sidewalks using their capital funds under the PAVE DC program. They also have a separate small staff, plus some contractors, to deal with the immediate problems. Despite our arguments, they are proud of their current program and claim that it is the best in the nation. We, on the other hand, believe DDOT's program is sorely lacking, leaving tripping hazards all over the city unaddressed for months and years on end. This is an honest disagreement among well-meaning people, all of whom want to do the best for the residents of the district. However, we can't both be right. This is why we believe, here is why we believe it's the DDOT leadership who are mistaken and not us. First, we believe that if DDOT is going to continue to build new sidewalks, as they should, then they have a duty to maintain them and not allow them to become a hazard. Secondly, DDOT claims that spending most of their money on long-term repair of our sidewalks is the most cost-effective approach because fixing individual tripping hazards is more expensive than repairing a whole set of them all at one time. This claim makes sense only if they don't count the human cost of the injury to the pedestrians who trip over these unrepaired hazards on the sidewalks, as illustrated by Mr. Silverstein's testimony. Falling on a hard sidewalk is no joking matter. People break their arms or their hips, and for some, these can be life-changing events. Unfortunately, it happens all the time. A survey of Capitol Hill a couple of years ago revealed that over a 2-year period, there were 263 falls on the nearby sidewalks, 114 of which required medical care. Thirdly, DDOT ignores the serious ADA problem that their approach creates. DDOT knows disabled persons use the sidewalks because they've built ADA-compliant ramps at virtually every intersection. But what about these same disabled persons' ability to walk safely on the sidewalk between these intersections? ADA guidance states that any deviation in height between two components of a sidewalk of more than 1/4 inch should be addressed. However, DDOT assigns most of these deviations of even several inches to long-term repair. Fourthly, DDOT effectively gives little or no weight to 311 notifications of tripping hazards. In doing so, DDOT is ignoring a known public nuisance. Their behavior runs against the legal norms of nuisance law. A property owner who knows about a nuisance and refuses to fix it incurs greater liability than the one who doesn't know about it. Under the norms of nuisance law, such behavior by DDOT is intentional, reckless, and negligent. DDOT claims that their periodic survey is a better tool for identifying hazards. However, their survey assigns a grade to whole sections of sidewalks, not individual specific locations, where tripping hazards often occur. DDOT effectively waits until there's a large enough area that needs repair before putting it on the schedule. Individual observations by pedestrians can pinpoint tripping hazards more accurately than their survey does. And in any case, since the DDOT survey is not done frequently, it cannot pick up newly emerging tripping hazards that trees and other forces cause. In short, DDOT should respond quickly to 311 reports of tripping hazards. We believe the time for jawboning has passed. It's time for this committee to take more action-forcing steps to have the department deal expeditiously with tripping hazards that are identified for them by residents via 311. There is no technological barrier to doing this. Grinding down deviations and heights on concrete sidewalks is cheap and quick, and where this is not feasible, an asphalt wedge can be inserted to make the deviation less abrupt. For brick sidewalks, there are equally rapid repairs that can be made. DDOT has indicated that they are adjusting their program to include a few more cases in their rapid repair program, but a few is not what we're talking about. Several years ago, our Transportation Committee and ANC 3D identified a large number of these tripping hazards, not just a few, and we reported them. Now there are new ones. Of course, we want to see what changes DDOT is proposing to make, and we will give you our assessment at the time of the budget hearing in March. But the early reports of their changes are not encouraging. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. I don't believe Commissioner Groth is here yet, but hopefully Commissioner Groth is able to join later, or we'll make sure we include their testimony when they join and submit that to us. So Commissioner McCray, I'm going to turn to you if you're ready now.
All right. Yes, yes. Can you guys hear me?
We can. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chair Allen and members of the committee and any fellow commissioners that are out there. My name is Charquinta Char McCray. You can call me Char, and I am the Commissioner for Single Member District, Trinidad Carver Langston, an area that directly cuts across Bladensburg Road Northeast and 17th Street Northeast. And I am primarily here today to talk about sidewalk safety, but I also want to address several related transportation issues that directly impact this particular cut across that I just spoke about, particularly 17th Street Northeast, Bladensburg Road Northeast, and residential parking and RFK related impacts. I want to note that with the scale of the development planned at RFK, the inclusion of additional density in the area will definitely and for sure fundamentally change how people move through this area of the city. And with that in mind, I think DDOT, as well as this committee, needs to ensure that there's some savvy, strategic, and proactive plans in place for how next steps come. So just to start off, I would be remiss if I didn't mention that snow removal and agency coordination is top of mind for a lot of neighbors because this snowstorm exposed some serious gaps. A lot of sidewalks were not shoveled. And similar to what Commissioner Elkins just mentioned, there's a lot of slip, trip, and safety hazards that have occurred. I have a series of pictures that I'm going to submit with this testimony just to show kind of sidewalks not being shoveled. But in addition to the fact that there's slip and trip hazards, the lack of snow removal on the sidewalks is a very, very big issue. I watched 3 people fall yesterday due to slip and trip hazards. So I think there needs to be some clear resident focused and resident facing snow responsibility type of mapping so that residents know that what they're responsible for. But in this area, what I noticed mostly was a lot of new commercial development that they did not shovel the back of their alley, they didn't shovel the sidewalk, anything like that, because obviously no one lives there, right? But if a street has a lot of new development, that is an issue. So there needs to be some clear enforcement of shoveling sidewalks. It does nothing but harm people when they're not shoveled, especially with the level of ice that we have. Another item I would like to mention is that the redesign of 17th Street has slowed traffic, which many residents are super appreciative of. But my bigger concern is what comes next. With RFK development increasing the density, 17th Street Northeast that comes off of Bladensburg Road is going to be significantly impacted. And I just want to point out that because of that impact, that needs to be studied and we need to be proactive in that. So I am requesting kind of, if you could come out and work with us just down 17th Street, walk down the corridor with us, just to see kind of the backlogs. During a rush hour traffic period, when that KIPP school on Mount Olivet lets out, down the 17th Street corridor, I think if you came during that time frame, you would notice some of the gripes that residents have about it, right? So I would hope that we can kind of schedule that. I know you were working with Commissioner Sean Nelson on that, but would love to see that because I think when we create these safety changes, we also need to ensure that there is a post-formal review of this. So along those same lines, Bladensburg Road, also knowing that there's going to be some changes there, would love to see a re-engagement on what that looks like with the community in mind. Bladensburg Road, 17th Street are going to be huge corridors to get to RFK. So I want to see more engagement with the community with that. And with the RFK development, just in general, knowing that Benning Road, 17th Street, and Bladensburg are all cut across streets to the stadium, more engagement should be done with residents to see how traffic safety is going to be impacted, because we will have to have a larger conversation about larger sidewalks in the area. And I think all of these things are super important. But I think residents deserve that clarity, and I urge you to come out and walk with us down these streets just so that you can see that backlog of what the traffic looks like. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Commissioner. And I know we're scheduling a time to come do that. I'll just let you know, because I don't live very far away. I've been in it myself, so I know exactly what you're talking about on 17th. So I've lived it too, but yeah, happy to come sit down with you. I think it'd be more effective if we also bring DDOT and others so that we can have the folks who have the job to actually fix these things be there too. So we'll follow up to make sure we do that. Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Perfect.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Let me turn to Finette Eaton. Is Finette here? It looks like you're on the panel, so I want to see if you're able to hear me.
There we go. Sorry. Hello. Thank you for letting me speak. Good afternoon. My name is Finette Eaton, and today I too am a member of the Sidewalk Safety Team. Thank you for the opportunity to share our views. Last year, I testified about the need for DDOT to develop a 2026 pedestrian master plan as an update to their excellent 2009 plan. When Chairman Allen asked the DDOT director about updating the plan during the following DDOT budget hearing, Director Kirschbaum indicated that the necessary information could be found on their website. She implied that they were more than meeting the needs of DC residents. We disagree. While the director and others in DDOT might feel that they are surpassing the expectations for improvement, DC residents do not. There is no information publicly available about the following important matters. While there are codes for sidewalk conditions, poor, fair, good, and excellent, there are no definitions and consequences for these codes. There is a lack of information of what are the criteria by which a block of sidewalk is scheduled for repaving in out years, and in which year the block is scheduled to be repaved. There is a lack of transparency of DDOT's priority system, which results in 31% of all 311 service requests not being addressed in the 270-day SLA as described earlier. These DC Council hearings, in which a council member asked DDOT about a matter that was earlier raised by a witness, are poor substitutes for face-to-face discussions between concerned citizens and DDOT policymakers. There is a lack of transparency in the management of sidewalk repair. We need to have a better idea of how sidewalk issues are judged and a reduction of time required to get most of the repairs completed. We would ask that there be an emphasis of greater communication between DDOT and DC residents. And we would further ask that a new pedestrian plan be developed that would include elements that are currently lacking. Other cities continue to address sidewalk safety, and we can learn from these experiences. Chicago and San Francisco have established measurable goals. The Chicago plan includes reducing serious pedestrian injuries by 50% every 5 years. San Francisco sought to increase walking and reduce short trips, less than 1 mile, taken by car by 25% by 2021. San Francisco and Minneapolis have analyzed pedestrian activity. San Francisco determined that 25% of all car trips are less than 1 mile, easily a distance walked. And Minneapolis discovered over 6% of workers living in Minneapolis commuted to work by walking. Portland, San Francisco, and New York City analyzed pedestrian death and injuries and Seattle broadened the criteria to determine which sidewalks to repair. The city identified criteria to prioritize sidewalk repair to get the best value to the community given a limited budget, scoring each sidewalk on a scale of low, medium, and high in 4 categories: safety score, mobility impairment score, cost score, and usage. The first step should be—
Ms. Eden, sorry to interrupt. We're about a minute over and want to ask if you could please wrap up.
I have just 2 more sentences. I apologize.
Thanks.
The first step should be greater transparency in how sidewalk repairs are addressed and better communication between DDOT and DC residents. Sidewalk safety would be greatly improved if a new pedestrian plan was undertaken with the full participation of our community. Thank you for letting me speak.
Absolutely. Thank you, Ms. Eden. Next, we have Elizabeth Edwards. I saw Elizabeth Edwards is there.
Am I?
There we go. We can hear you now.
Okay, good. I live on Capitol Hill, and we don't have a picture apparently. It doesn't show that I am old. And I had a fall. It was 3.5 years ago. I tripped over a brick it was a brick sidewalk and broke 2 ribs and a finger. And first thing we did was we went to one of those urgent care places, and they sent me to their affiliate, which is Washington Hospital Center, where I ended up spending a night in the hospital. At any rate, my husband and I also do a lot of walking in town, and we go up 6th Street and cross East Capitol, turning left by Stanton Park and coming south on 5th. We live on 5th Street. And there are many bad sections, particularly on 6th Street before East Capitol. Well, anyway, in listening to these presentations, it's obvious that we have inconsistent policies in this city. That on the one hand, we try to further the planting of trees. When you fly into DC, you see this beautiful canopy of green, and we have this nonprofit corporation, Casey Trees. They're really good. We had some trees blown down in our street, and within a couple of weeks, Casey Trees had them replaced. At any rate, we also in the city want to be ADA compliant sidewalks. Lots of luck with these brick sidewalks. Needless to say, the place where I fell was on a brick sidewalk being lifted up by a tree. Nothing has been done about the problem with the sidewalk. The trees go on putting out these inconvenient roots that just make trouble all the time. And my conclusion is that really there isn't much that can be done to keep our sidewalks level except by abolishing the brick sidewalks. And that is the end. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Edwards. Next up, we had Aaron Palmer. I don't believe Ms. Palmer's here. Just double checking.
Okay. Well.
All right. After that, I think I had Scott Price. But I'm also not seeing Scott Price here. But I do see Trupti Patel, and I'm not sure if we're testifying as Commissioner Patel or in your individual capacity, but either way, let me turn to you and welcome and thanks for joining us.
I'm testifying as Commissioner Patel, Chairperson Allen.
Excellent. And Commissioner Patel, good afternoon and good to see you.
Well, I'm actually Chairperson Patel of ANC2A, but whatever you want to call me is fine.
Chair, well, I usually call you Trupti when I run into you, but Chair/Commissioner Patel, great to see you. And let me turn it over to you.
Okay. I did send my written comments a couple minutes ago. I apologize. I thought I uploaded it last night. So I'm going to go a little off cuff. I'm going to go ahead and just start out with my immediate recommendations and then kind of go into my oral testimony. So once again, good afternoon, Chairperson Allen and members of the committee. My name is Tripti Patel, and I submit this testimony on behalf of Advisory Neighborhood Commission 2A regarding the performance of the District Department of Transportation, better known as DDOT. DDOT has a core responsibility to maintain the district's transportation infrastructure in a state of good repair in order to protect public safety, neighborhood stability, and the preservation of housing stock. In ANC 2A, that responsibility has not adequately been met in the Snows Court corridor. And so basically, my written testimony just basically outlines all of the issues that Snows Court corridor has faced throughout the 5 years. Councilwoman Pinto started the Snows Court Task Force, which has now been sunset. But I do want to state that, I would like ANC, respectfully from ANC 2A, we'd like the following actions to be taken. There are 3. Number 1, that the DC Council formally recognized that the Snows Court corridor as a residential alley, ensuring that the agency maintenance obligations and service delivery reflect its residential use. Number 2, that the committee accepts the recommendations on next steps from the Snows Court Task Force to provide full transparency, define project scopes, and a public timeline for all urgent and necessary maintenance projects affecting the corridor, consistent with the district's citywide priority to preserve housing stock. And then the 3rd is that DDOT prioritize all outstanding service requests within ANC 2A with urgency and ensures effective coordination with sister agencies to repair and update sidewalks and related infrastructure throughout the commission's boundaries. And so that segues into the testimony I want to give. As many of you have come to know me, I am that individual that fell and shattered her left elbow on a broken piece of sidewalk. Here it is, like the scars right from here to here. My entire elbow is nothing but bolts, screws, and plates. And it starts from here, goes all the way up to here. And the reason why I bring that up is you would never think a trip or a fall on a broken piece of sidewalk could do so much damage to someone. And at the time I was bartending, and that was I couldn't work for 3 months. I worked in a position where if I don't work, I don't get paid. And I had to go through a month of rehab. I had to go through a year of rehab to relearn how to use my entire left arm. And as my colleagues before me, especially Chuck Elkins, Commissioner Elkins, has stated, like, these falls, these trips and hazards, they are devastating when they happen, especially to our elderly constituents. And I remember when I was in the ER, I remember like crying because I felt really stupid because I fell on a broken piece of sidewalk, and it was like that big. It was like a little piece popped up and broken. And I just remember when the attending ER physician came, and I still had tears streaming down my face. And he said, I had to see you. And I said, what for? So you could like laugh at me? And he said, no, because I needed to tell you, I can fix your elbow. He said, if that would have been your skull that hit the pavement, I'd be looking at a traumatic brain injury patient. And it was just so startling when he said that. And it may sound comical that a lot of us are coming to your hearings and screaming, fix the sidewalks. Erin Palmer, former ANC colleague, she started Sidewalk Palooza. It's been a successful event. It's gotten a lot of issues flagged with DDOT. But I do want to say, I think you need to hear some of the recommendations being made, that there needs to be an intentional focus on the state of the sidewalks. And I don't know if it's possible to get this information, but if there's a way that you can get the data from hospitals, redacting patients' information, but keeping track of like falls or trips from people that have tripped on sidewalks or like uneven roads, I think that would actually give you a really huge portion of the picture that you're missing. And so if there's a way to do that, I think that if you could incorporate that data as we're going into that, I think that would be helpful. And I see my time's up. So just thank you. And, I hope you really accept the recommendations of the Sidewalk Safety Task Force.
Yeah, thank you very much, Commissioner. And it's, this is one of the things where this is about getting DDOT to do this. I promise you, you don't have to convince me. We've facilitated a conversation just a little bit ago with DDOT, with the director, to focus on these issues. So the committee will continue to push on this. We've got to get the agency to actually implement this. But we've also now been joined. I'd called Aaron Palmer and Scott Price earlier. I got his note, they just joined. So let me call them again so we can get their testimony. So let me turn to Aaron Palmer first, and then Scott Price will come to you right after that.
Thank you, council member, and apologies for any scheduling issues. The snow has thrown like a literal wrench in my schedule, so I
We're
appreciate
all
the
feeling it. Don't
flexibility.
worry. Don't worry.
Okay. Well, thank you again, Chair Allen, members of the committee and committee staff, for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Aaron Palmer. I'm a Ward 4 resident, and I served for 6 years as an advisory neighborhood commissioner. I'm also co-creator of Sidewalk Palooza, a grassroots citywide effort that has documented hundreds of sidewalk hazards and calls for sidewalks to be treated with the same urgency as roads. I'm here to testify about sidewalks and needed improvements to address sidewalk tripping hazards and pedestrian infrastructure and accessibility. At its core, sidewalks are still treated very differently from roads. Tripping hazards that meaningfully affect safety and accessibility often take months or years to address, while roadway hazards are prioritized. DDOT has a classification system, good, fair, and poor, and a category for emergency repairs intended to trigger rapid response, but the lack of clear thresholds and a plan for what falls between emergency and long-term reconstruction means serious hazards persist. I want to begin by acknowledging progress. Sidewalk repairs have improved in recent years. DDOT is working to catch up from a backlog. Transparency has improved, and I consider the agency a partner in this work. That said, I'd like to raise several areas I think would benefit from improvement. First, emergency repairs are not being completed at the scale needed. DDOT has cited completing roughly 2 emergency sidewalk repairs per month. That does not reflect the number of hazardous conditions on the ground, particularly missing sidewalk materials such as loose or missing bricks, conditions DDOT's own safety standards identify as hazardous. Second, DDOT needs a clear objective threshold for when a tripping hazard becomes an emergency. DDOT has not identified whether it's 1/2 inch, 3 inches, 6 inches, or some other separation that justifies a tripping hazard becoming an emergency. And whatever the standard is, DDOT should clearly define when a sidewalk condition requires immediate repair. Without this, urgency is applied inconsistently, and residents have no way of understanding why serious hazards linger. Third, quick and easy temporary fixes should be used more consistently for smaller tripping hazards. DDOT has referenced tools like grinding and saw cutting, as well as wedges, which are effective for smaller separations, but has not explained when each is appropriate or how deployment decisions are made. These inexpensive, quick interventions are well suited for minor and widespread hazards, and they could be used systematically to reduce risk and prevent deterioration. Fourth, the missing middle still lacks the timely strategy. Many sidewalk conditions are too severe for minor fixes, but not treated as emergencies, leaving them to wait for years for full reconstruction. DDOT is working to plan for these locations, but residents navigating these hazards today cannot wait for multi-year timelines. This gap disproportionately affects people with disabilities and caregivers. When sidewalks are uneven or broken, we routinely see people using wheelchairs, pushing strollers, or walking with mobility aids forced into the street because the sidewalk is impassable. Finally, 311 communications could benefit from meaningful improvement. Residents are encouraged to submit requests, yet often lack basic information about inspections, an assessment, what kind of action is planned. Underlying all of this is urgency. Sidewalks are basic public infrastructure, and nearly all of us are pedestrians at some point each day, regardless of how we travel. DDOT has demonstrated it can improve. With more emergency repairs at scale, clear thresholds, consistent use of low-level fixes, a faster approach to the missing middle, and clearer communication, the agency can better align sidewalk maintenance with safety, accessibility, and equity. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. And then Scott Price, I think you have joined us now, so let me turn to you.
Good. I just unmuted. Good afternoon, Councilmember Allen. I'll speak about 4 topics today. First, our calculations of DDOT performance are different from the calculation provided by DDOT for this hearing. DDOT asserts that 86% of sidewalk service requests, SSRs, are resolved within 270 days of the initial complaint, while our calculations suggest that only 61% of SSRs in fiscal 2024 were addressed in 270 days. Second, for fiscal year 2025, the DC Council authorized an additional $5 million so that SSRs could be addressed more quickly. The results of DDOT's performance with this additional funds are disappointing. While DDOT was able to close more SSRs in the first 30 days of FY25 than 24, DDOT closed fewer SSRs in the next 60 days in FY25 with the additional money than it did in FY24 without the additional money. We encourage the council to inquire closely how the additional $5 million was spent and what the benefit to the taxpayer was. Third, DDOT staff report that SSRs that are not classified as emergencies are handled through the regular sidewalk paving plan. In practice, this means that some tripping hazards are allowed to linger for years. For a growing share of DC residents, this approach is simply not good enough. In just 3 years, more than 1/4 of DC residents will be either older than 65 years or people with disabilities. For this 1/4 of DC population, a 1-inch height difference in the sidewalk is not a minor inconvenience. It's a serious fall risk. Regardless of the service level agreement, DDOT has an internal category of SSRs that require emergency response in a few days or weeks. We recommend that DDOT should create a second internal category of serious tripping hazards, which should be addressed within 60 days. Perhaps the definition of tripping hazard might be the height difference of 1/2 inch or more between sidewalk panels. When dealing with concrete sidewalks, these tripping hazards can often be addressed through grinding or an asphalt patch, both of which can be completed in an hour or two. This kind of middle category for tripping hazards between emergency and paving plan will go a long way toward making DC sidewalks safer for residents who are most at risk. Last, the statement to a resident when submitting an SSR that the matter will be resolved within 270 days is inaccurate, since DDOT policies mean that 20 to 30% of SSRs are allowed to linger for years and be addressed in the paving plan. Therefore, we recommend that the message provided to residents who file new SSRs be changed as follows. The estimated resolution time is 270 business days for non-emergency requests, unless the location is scheduled for improvement under the Pave Plan DC initiative. For more information, see the Pave Plan DC initiative. This simple correction would make 311 communication fairer, clearer, and more aligned with DDOT's actual policy. Thank you for your time and attention. I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Price. And I believe we've got everybody on this panel now. Commissioner Groth, I don't believe was here, just double checking. All right, so hopefully we'll have Commissioner Groth be able to share their testimony later. So again, thanks to everybody on this panel, and for the public, you can see we tried to organize here on sidewalk safety and pull a lot of folks together on a common theme here. Commissioner Elkins, maybe I'll start with you. On the question of allowing 311 submissions related to sidewalk injuries, you stated that, is it something DDOT could easily verify? How would we recommend DDOT validate injuries submitted to 311? I guess what I'm trying to think is, how do we help operationalize? So again, don't have to convince me around the urgency or the importance here. Have you thought through, or maybe want to share any conversations you've had about how we would be able to create some type of validation of an injury, for example, so that we can help make sure that data is helping inform the decisions related to sidewalk injuries specifically?
Well, I think it wouldn't be necessary to validate every single injury. They don't do that on other injuries, I don't think. I would suggest a random or a sample verification, and ask the person to provide information from the hospital or whatever. And I think I heard was it Commissioner Patel suggesting maybe a survey of hospitals is another way of handling this. I grant you it's not super easy, Mr. Chairman, but they have no data now. So finding fault with it, as they have, and therefore refuse to do our suggestion, seems a little short-sighted.
Yeah. I guess I'm thinking more that it's not a disagreement around the value of having injury data. It's about how do we actually go about collecting that. And I don't know if 311 would be the right way to do it. I think a survey or an evaluation of hospital-based data would, which is just not going to be through the 311 process, that might be a really useful tool of data collection, helping show the extent of this. So definitely something we'll take a look at and think through how would we do it the right way. So again, not a disagreement that information would be valuable. It's about how would we best collect it to be able to help make the impact. I do think, I mean, again, we've talked about this a good bit, both in hearings and most recently in our meeting with the DDOT director and some of the staff there. The injuries are, in most cases, they're due to poor sidewalk conditions, not being maintained. I'm curious, as you have worked in this space, and I'll open this up to the panel too, if they are aware of this either. Do we know how many sidewalk injury cases have been submitted through DC's, for example, Office of Risk Management, and have seen a resolution that way? Curious if you've heard about that, Commissioner Elkins, or anybody else who's actually filed with the Office of Risk Management for an injury they sustained due to poor sidewalk maintenance, and what the outcomes of that might have been.
I think Mr. Price is probably our best witness on that from the sidewalk safety team.
Throw me under the bus. Okay. Yes, a couple years ago, Commissioner Shapiro got that information from ORM, and I think it was something like 5 or 6 cases over 2 years for a total of a couple $1 million of claims paid out. And that was for claims. I'll get that information to you.
Yeah.
That was for claims only for the hospital costs, not anything for lost work or pain and suffering. One of the things that Commissioner Elkins and I did last year was go to the hearing for ORM and recommend that they use DDOT's assessment. DDOT assessed and sidewalks are in poor condition. And why can't ORM just use that assessment as proof of negligence? And ORM said that they would never do that.
Yeah.
So perhaps DDOT could do that. When they're working with ORM, they could just use their own 2023 assessment as demonstration of negligence.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, and I remember when Commissioner Shapiro had pulled that together a couple of years ago. I was curious if there's anything more recent, but I'll go back and take a look at that. I mean, in some sense, how much is DDOT pricing in, or is the city pricing in claims and payouts into DDOT operations? We talked about this in terms of the shift the committee made, where we put 5% of DC's paving budget and redirected that into sidewalk maintenance. The grand total of that, though, was about $2 million. So 5% and $2 million. If there's $1 million worth of injuries or essentially damages being paid out, that could be priced into DDOT from a preventive maintenance standpoint. Could you share, Mr. Price, or anybody else on this panel who wants to talk about the work you've done with both the Pedestrian Advisory Council and the Multimodal Accessibility Advisory Council? Where do you feel there's alignment in the advocacy? Are there any areas you feel like of separation, perhaps? I think the goals are all the same, but just kind of if you can talk a little bit about the work with the city's PAC and MAC as they work with some of the similar issues.
I reached out to the PAC a couple times and didn't get a response. I offered to brief them on our findings and see if there's some synergies. So if you can facilitate that. I don't know if anybody else has reached out to the PAC or MAC.
I have on a number of occasions. I found them a little unwieldy, shall I say, as a committee, but I leave that. I mean, you work with them, but I would say we did not find that was helpful.
Okay. I have found them to be helpful. So if I can be helpful in facilitating those conversations, and I think you're right, Mr. Price, there would be some synergy there. I'm happy to try to help make sure that's happening. Doesn't mean not to continue full speed with the work that you're doing, just trying to think about ways to help amplify that and where that alignment can exist. Okay. And then I think the issue that I had, and maybe Commissioner Elkins, Mr. Price, kind of those of you who were at the meeting not too long ago with DDOT, one of the things that I feel like the debate gets framed as from the department's perspective is that there's this choice between the more rapid and sometimes costly, but rapid repairs for isolated sidewalk issues on a block, be it a brick or broken concrete or separated sidewalk, versus incorporating just sidewalk repairs into a larger block-long sidewalk replacement. I just don't think that's the right choice, actually. Welcome your thoughts on it, because if I'm just waiting until I get around to replacing an entire block, I'm going to be waiting a long time, and I'm just not addressing it with the urgency. It'd be like, I've got a pothole, so let me go repave an entire block's worth of asphalt. That's not the right way to handle that issue either. So just give you a chance to kind of talk about that kind of feel that we got from DDOT about wanting to address this more from replacing an entire block's worth of sidewalk compared to tactically coming in to fix and repair the clear and urgent danger that we see.
I might just say, I think one of the real problems here with the department is that they resist changing their SLA of 270 days. And the reason I think this is important is I notice in their presentation to the committee, they say DDOT hosts quarterly internal 311 performance reviews to ensure that the agency continues to meet our SLAs across the agency. And this allows departments to assess the performance, identify problems and patterns, and follow up as needed. With 270 days, that in no way addresses the problem that you're asking about. So we've been urging them to change or to have an additional, if they want to, additional SLA of 60 days, which we think is quite generous compared to the pothole 3 days. And they've resisted that. I think, Mr. Chairman, I know that you are resistant to be heavy-handed with regard to this department. I respect that. I think this is a case where they need to be asked rather firmly to at least change the SLA so that their performance will begin to match what the problem is.
Okay. I don't know if the department would say that I'm not heavy-handed. They certainly feel it.
Okay.
I may not legislatively change SLA dates, but I think they feel our hand pretty strong. But anyway, I saw Ms. Palmer raise her hand and Commissioner Patel, so let me turn to both of you.
Trupti, go ahead.
Thank you. So two points. So I raised my hand when you mentioned the Office of Risk Management. And so I just want to chime in and say that I've had residents reach out to Office of Risk Management and they find them totally tone deaf and insensitive, and they're like actually not useful at all. And I do kind of want to also segue into how ORM could be a way to kind of actually be a way to save the district money, because I didn't want to sue the District of Columbia over my shattered elbow, but because of the gravity and the severity of my injury, I had to. And I just want to say, like, the lawyer for the city was so insensitive and nasty to me, like during our deposition, like the court reporter was cringing. And I'm bringing all of this up to say, like, that attorney, I think, mirrored and still like echoes some of that sentiment that DDOT has. Instead of being proactive, they're reactive, and then they don't want to take any responsibility. They're just acting like a lot of what we're flagging and amplifying in this hearing is not a big deal. It wasn't for the work of someone like Aaron Palmer, who started like hearing all these nightmare stories from like residents and, cross city collaboration started Sidewalk Palooza. And, I have run into that situation, Councilmember Allen, where DDOT is telling me they don't want to fix patches of broken sidewalk where, I live in the historic district, which is bricks, and I've got bricks popping up. Like you can see, like the weather has caused like the bricks to like break, shatter, pop up. And they tell me, well, they don't want to do a patch job. They want to wait till the entire block goes to crap. And I said, but this is a major trip hazard. Like, I mean, I was out there with the DDOT representative and they could see people literally like tripping, like as we were out there. And I'm like, point in case. I was like, do you need someone to sue you again so that you get the hint to fix it? You know, and so I just kind of feel that a lot of these situations that we're flagging with you, Councilmember Allen, could be taken if DDOT didn't have this attitude and this approach that they're not at fault and like they have so much to do. Like, I mean, like we all use the sidewalks, we all use everything to get to point A to point B safely, whether you're walking, whether you're riding a bike, whether you're using, you know, an e-bike or whatever. But, you know, anything popping up, like somebody's like scooter can flip, you know, like they're like, these are like some really serious accidents that can happen. And it's just, I know you're supportive, but I wish DDOT like actually started thinking about these things. Like, do we want to keep paying, you know, millions of dollars in damages to people who have been injured? And I remember like the comment I had from that DDOT attorney was like, oh, it must be nice that, you know, you're going to get a nice hefty settlement from the district. And my response was, I would like a fully functioning left elbow. I said, I will never have a fully functioning left elbow again.
Yep.
And that kind of attitude is kind of what's created this committee, where we're sitting here, we're telling you like people are falling, people are slipping, people are, you know, like when we're talking to you about the state of sidewalks, it's not like a ha joke. And I wish DDOT would really like listen to all of the people who are on this panel and just say, okay, like we need to shift in like how we think and how we operate. So, and you know, I'm gonna yield back to you so like my colleague Aaron Palmer can go next. Thank you, Aaron, for letting me go.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it, Commissioner. Let me turn to Ms. Palmer.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the discussion about temporary versus permanent repairs and that there is a balance between not wanting to do temporary work that's just immediately fixed by a permanent mechanism. But I think most of the time that's not what we're seeing. It's a decision to not do a temporary fix for a longer term fix that's many years out. And it's not always the correct balance. I also can't really figure out if there's a standard for temporary fixes, like what the parameters are for when they'll do the saw cutting, when they'll do the wedges, and how that compares to cost. My understanding is that these are relatively low cost solutions. So balancing that with some standards and having an understanding of, you know, if you have a 1.5-inch sidewalk separation and it's on the paving plan for 2 years from now, that warrants a temporary fix. I mean, some of this is just setting up parameters and communicating those clearly so that people know what to expect.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I appreciate it. Well, I know that DDOT's watching this panel. And so I appreciate all the advocacy here and the hard push. We will continue to push that as we go through this process and into the budget season, but definitely with oversight with the department in just a little bit when we have their hearing coming up. So I want to thank everybody for this panel, not just for your testimony today, but for the work that you all are doing and continue to push. And I look forward to continuing to be a partner with you in that. All right, we are kind of at the halfway point here. And so before we move to panel number 5, what we're going to do is the committee's going to take probably about a 10-minute recess. And then we will reconvene here in about 10 minutes or so to be able to pick right back up with panel number 5, where we'll be hearing from several BREA public charter school educators and students. So the time is currently 1:05, and we're going to take about a 10-minute recess and then reconvene here probably about 1:15. All right, good afternoon, everybody. It's 1:20 p.m. We've taken a 15-minute recess and are going to be starting back up with panel number 5. I'm going to start calling the names for our witnesses for panel number 5, and then we will see who we've got here and then turn to that. So I have Ashley Simpson Baird, who's the Director of Research and Policy at Brea Public Charter School. Gabby Salado, who is the Student Services Coordinator at Brea Public Charter School. Francisco Hernandez, a student at Brea Public Charter School. Isaac Padro, student, Brea Public Charter School. Juan Hernandez, public witness. Flor Baruca, student of Brea Public Charter School. Ruinde Sawadogo is a student at Brea Public Charter School. Rosa Cruz, a student at Brea Public Charter School, and Claudia Sosa, student at Brea Public Charter School. So let's see who all we have here. Looks like we've got a good number of people here. Ashley Simpson Baird, I think I see you there. We've got you first on the list, so why don't I turn it over to you for your testimony.
Wonderful. Good afternoon, Chair Allen and members of the committee. My name is Ashley Simpson Baird, and I serve as the Director of Policy and Research at Brea Public Charter School. Brea is a 2-generation school, meaning that parents and their young children attend school together. Children receive high-quality early childhood education while their parents are enrolled in English, digital literacy, high school diploma, or workforce training classes. Our students are parents, workers, and caregivers. They are deeply motivated, but like many adult learners across the district, they are navigating multiple responsibilities and sometimes with limited resources. Transportation is one of the most immediate and persistent barriers our students face. When adult learners miss class, particularly later in the month, it is often not because they lack commitment. It is because they are unable to get there. And when students cannot get to school, the district's investment in adult education is not fully realized. The adult learner transit subsidy is essential. This school year alone, 679 Brea students have access to subsidy, but unfortunately, the current benefit is no longer adequate. The subsidy has been set at $70 per month since 2019. In that same time period, transit fares, especially during peak hours when most students attend classes, have increased. In practice, many students exhaust their subsidy by the second or third week of the month. We recently surveyed Brea adult learners about their transportation experiences this school year, and the results were striking. 85% said they rely on the bus or metro to get to school. 86% reported that transit delays contribute to arriving late to class. 73% said the subsidy does not last the full month. And 95% of students who use public transportation to get to school said that increasing the subsidy to $100 per month would meet their transportation needs. These findings align with real costs students face. Peak hour Metro Rail fares range from $2.25 to $6.75 one way. Students attending class only 3 days per week, if they're in our hybrid program, can easily face monthly transportation costs of up to $120 or much more, especially when combining bus and rail fares. For parent learners, costs are even higher. Many must drop off children at school or childcare before attending class. These additional trips are unavoidable, and the current subsidy does not reflect that reality. When the subsidy runs out, students must make impossible choices. They arrive late, miss class, reduce their attendance, or choose between transportation, basic needs like food and rent. For children at Brea, when their parents cannot get to school, neither can they. Schools do not have discretionary funds to fill in these gaps. Increasing the adult learner transit subsidy to $100 per month is a smart, targeted investment. It directly supports attendance, retention, program completion, and workforce entry. Adult learners who complete programs earn credentials, secure employment, and contribute to DC's economy. This is not about expanding a program, it's about strengthening an existing one so it works as intended. Transportation should not be the reason an adult learner misses school. A modest increase in the subsidy will maximize the district's much larger investment in adult education. Following my testimony, you will hear directly from Brea students whose lived experiences bring these data to life. Thank you for the opportunity to testify and for your consideration of this important issue.
Thank you very much. Next, then, let me turn to Gabby Salado.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Allen. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Gabby Salado. I'm a Student Services Coordinator at Brea Public Charter School, a community-based adult education school that serves immigrant families across the SEBA, providing English classes workforce support, early childhood education, so parents and children can learn and grow together. In my role, I support families with many needs, including access to basic necessities. Many of the families I work with have been laid off or are working fewer hours. As a result, every dollar they spend matters, and every expense comes with stress and careful planning. I see families coming to Berea from all parts of DC. Some take 2 to 3 buses, others rely on one bus or one metro train ride to get to and from school. Even students who take one bus are telling us that the $70 they receive through the Adult Learner Transit Subsidy Program is no longer enough. Our families are deeply committed to their learning. They come to class because they want to improve their English, support their children, and build a better future. But with rising transportation costs, that commitment is becoming harder to sustain. One parent once shared with me that paying for transportation meant having to choose between coming to school or saving that money to treat their children to ice cream on the weekend as a family. To some, ice cream may seem like a small thing, but to this parent meant creating core memories with her children. Making that choice meant missing school for a few days towards the end of the month. These are the kinds of choices and decisions our families are being forced to make simply because they cannot afford additional expenses right now. We are very thankful for the Adult Learner Transit Subsidy Program because it helps reduce transportation barriers. However, as bus and metro fares continue to rise, those barriers are returning. This is why we're asking to please increase the Adult Learner Transit Subsidy to at least $100 per month so it better reflects today's public transportation cost and support adult learners and staying engaged in their education. So thank you for your time and for supporting adult learners and their families.
Thank you very much. Next up, I will have Francisco Hernandez. Let's see, is Francisco there? If not, I've got Isaac next, and I thought I saw Isaac here.
Hello.
Isaac Prado?
Hello.
Oh, Francisco's
You
here.
can hear me?
Okay. Yes, we can hear you, Francisco. Then Isaac, you'll be next.
Okay. Good afternoon, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Francisco Hernandez. I am a father of 3, and I study at Berea Public Charter School. I am very grateful for the transit subsidy program because it allows me to attend school to improve my English and learn more about civic engagement. I go to school Monday through Friday. I spend about $4.50 every day to go to and from school. That is about $90 a month. I only take one bus to school and one bus back home. Some of my classmates take both the bus and the metro. I can only imagine how much more they have to pay. Right now, I'm not working. Adding $20 more to my smart credit card feels like a lot of money for me when the subsidy runs low. It becomes very hard to keep coming to class every day. I asking you to please increase the adult learning transit subsidy to $100 a month. This would better match today's transit costs. This is an investment in families like mine who are working to improve our lives and support our community by learning English to be better prepared for the workforce. And now, thank you for your time and for supporting adult learners. Thank you, sir.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Isaac Prado, we have you next.
Good afternoon, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Isaac Prado, and I am a student at the Berea Public Charter School. I'm very grateful for the Adult Learner Transit Subsidy program because it allowed me to attend previous English classes. This program has helped me tremendously. However, at this time, the subsidy is not sufficient. I attended school 5 days a week, and every day it cost me $6.20 to travel to and from school using Metro. That's adds up to about $31 per week and approximately $124 per month. Unfortunately, the current subsidy does not cover my full transportation cost. When the subsidy runs out, it becomes very difficult for me to continue attending the classes every day. Despite these challenges, I committed to stay in school, improving my English, and building a better future for myself. I respectfully ask that you consider increasing the other learner transit subsidy to at least $100 per month or more. So it's better to reflect to cover the cost of public transportation. Thank you for your time and for supporting other learners like me who are working hard to improve our life and contribute to our communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, I had Juan Hernandez, but I don't believe I see Mr. Hernandez here. Is Flor Baruca here? Don't think I see. Oh, well, I do. Flor Baruca, are you here?
Yes, I'm here. You hear me?
Okay, excellent.
Yeah.
We can hear you whenever you're ready.
Okay. Good morning, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Flor Buruca. I am a student at Brilla Public Charter School, a parent, and I have been a student at Brilla for many years. I am very thankful for the Adults Learning Transit Subsidy program because it's helped me come to a school to learn English and improve my life. Learning English at Brilla has helped me get my correct job. Now I work to support families who want to grow and be present in their children's education. Every morning, I bring my preschool child to school before I go to my class at Brilla. After my class, I go to work. This means I take the bus many times every day. I take one bus to school and one bus back home. And I spend about $90 a month on transportation. Even with only one bus, the correct subsidy does not fully cover my cost. When the money runs out, it becomes very hard for me to keep coming to class and going to work. I am asking you to please increase the adult learning transit subsidy to at least $100 a month. This could very much today's transit costs and help parents like me stay in the school and keep working. Thank you for your time and for supporting adults learning like me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, let me turn to Rowinde.
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Rewende Sawadogo. I'm a student at Bria Charlotte Public School and a Marvel. I'm very thankful for the Adult Learner Transit Subsidy Program because it helped me to come to school to learn English. But the money is not enough for my real transportation needs. Every morning, I bring my preschool child to school at Bria before I go to my English class. My class ends at 11:30. I also have a toddler, and because I do not have enough money on my smart trip card, I stay at school at Bria with my toddler and wait until 3 p.m. when my preschool child gets out. I'm not working right now, and it's very hard for me to add more money on my smart trip card. I spend almost $100 a month on transportation, and the current subsidy does not cover all my costs. I'm asking you, please, to increase the adult learner transit subsidy to at least $100 a month. This will better match today's transit costs and help parents like me to stay in school. Many parents like me are improving their English to better support our children's educational goal. Thank you for your time and supporting adult learners like me.
Thank you very much. Next, let's turn to Rosa Cruz.
Good afternoon, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Rosa Cruz. I am a student at the Brilla Public Charter School and a mother. I am grateful for the transit subsidy programs because it's helped me come to the school to learn English and improve my life. But the money is not enough for my real transportation needs. Every morning, I take my son to preschool before I go to my class at Brilla. My class ends at 11:30 a.m., but my son's school does not end until 3 p.m. I often have to stay near to the school and wait for him because I don't not have enough money to go back home and then come back again to pick him up. This means I use more bus and train rides than other students. The $17 subsidy runs out very fast for me. When the money runs out, I had to make a hard choice between paying for transportation, food, or other basic needs. Sometimes I miss the class or feel very stressed about how I will get home. I am asking you, please increase the adult learner transit subsidy to at least $100 a month. This will better match today's transit costs and help parents like me stay in the school. Thank you for you listening and for supporting adult learners like me.
Thank you very much. And then lastly, I think we have Claudia Sosa for this panel.
Okay. You hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Good afternoon, council member. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Claudia Sosa. I'm a mother and a student at Bria Public Charter School. Like many of classmates, I use public transportation to get to and from the school. I go to the school to improve my English so I can better support my son with his schoolwork. I am very thankful for the Adult Learn Transit Subsidy program because it is amazing support. Unfortunately, it is not enough. It costs almost $100 a month to fully cover my transportation need I have here for many students that time they do not come to the school because coming to class because an extra expense. This make it harder for us to learn and finish our programs. We ask you to please increase the adult learner transit subsidy to $100 a month so adult learners like me can continue to go to school and support our children better. Thank you for your time and for supporting adult learner. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thanks to everybody on this panel for sharing why this is so important and what these dollars really mean. I do think very much that having the transportation costs $100 per month, it's actually something I'm very familiar with because when I first proposed Metro for DC, we put it at $100 per month. And for most people, that actually covers most of their transit costs, both on bus and rail. So it's a dollar sense that it makes sense to me. The $70 appears to be set in law. So I think we would need to change or update the law to increase the monthly allotment. I'm not sure, perhaps Ashley Simpson Baird, maybe you can help answer this question for me. How many students are reaching the $70 maximum amount?
Yeah, actually,
of your students, yeah.
Yeah, so Gabby might have a better answer than I do because she works directly with our students in when they need the benefit. However, and I think I put this in my testimony, they said about when we surveyed our students, about 73% of them said that the $70 wasn't enough. Okay. I don't know if that is helpful information, but if you want,
that's helpful. Do you know, and Gabby, maybe you can answer this as well, how many total number of participants does BREA have, for example, in the Adult Learner Transit Subsidy Program?
Almost every single one of our students are receiving this benefit.
Sorry, what I'm asking. Got it. I assume that. How many people are we talking about? Is it 50? Is it 100? Is it 150?
Yeah. So this year we've had about 680 students who have requested the benefit. We have 700 adult seats for adult learners at our school. But obviously this is a benefit that's accessible to all adult learners across the city, which are about 5,000 students every year.
Got it. What I need to think about from a budgeting perspective is how many students do we have enrolled in this? And then kind of think through if what we're talking about really is just $30 more per year of a subsidy is the budget need that I need to solve for $30 times 5,000? Is it times 2,500? We can follow up after the hearing on that, but some of this is just going to be identifying the dollars, and then others are where we need to make changes. But that's in the grand scheme of the DC budget, that is not a huge budget item. I'd also like to think through how we use our Kids Ride Free program and where there are opportunities or efficiencies within that. Okay. Have you experienced any delays in getting the benefit added to your Smart Trip card? I'm trying to think. We oftentimes all have schools that have a hard time with their Kids Ride Free card. Have you experienced that, or is the process fairly straightforward and easy?
I don't think there's been significant delays. There are some cards that don't work, so they have to be replaced, but not specific delays.
Okay, got it.
And for the numbers for the Kids Ride Free, these were not students that were surveyed on the 70% that Ashley mentioned. The Kids Ride Free students, they're in a different category.
Got it. Okay. Well, how about this? I'd love to follow up with you after the hearing as well, just to make sure we have a full scope of the number of individuals, kind of sharing that survey data you talked about, for example, that about 75% of students are essentially hitting the maximum of $70 and still have need. As we head into the budget, perhaps this is something we can look at, and then statutorily, if we have to make a change, what we have to do. Because my understanding, again, is we don't have to get a new fare card. This benefit is applied to the Smart Trip card that somebody already has, correct?
That's right.
Okay, got it. Sorry, I think my connection got slow here for a second. Okay, I think we're back now.
Yeah, you're correct in your statement that the benefit is applied to a card that we give them. So they're already in possession of that card and it gets re-upped on a monthly basis.
Okay, apologies. I think my network slowed down here for a second, but I think I got that, which the question I was asking was around if we're using the existing Metro Trip card, it's a benefit being added to that.
That's right.
Okay, got it. And just to save bandwidth, I'm turning my video off just for a second to see if that helps sort this out. Okay, thank you all very much. I appreciate it. And I know we've got another panel of students, I think, that are testifying, so I'm going to turn to them next. But this is really helpful and look forward to following up with you all.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to turn to the next panel. And I'm going to start calling out everyone's names here. So just give us a moment, though, as we're transitioning to the next panel. I have Elmer Giovanni Cruz Gutierrez, case manager with Carlos Rosario International School. Tracy German, director of Student Support Services, Academy of Hope Adult Public Charter School. Katharina Serene, bilingual case manager at the Next Step Public Charter School. Kenyetta West, student at Academy of Hope Adult Public Charter School. Florinda Bates, a teacher with Academy of Hope Adult Public Charter School. Gerald Konohia, CEO of Community College Preparatory Academy Public Charter School. And Taylor Terry, public witness. All right, I think I was going to start, if I can, with Elmer Giovanni Cruz Gutierrez, if you're there.
Yes, I'm here.
All right, excellent. And I'm just going to keep my camera off for the moment. I'm having some bandwidth issues on my side, but if I keep the camera off with the audio on, that seems to clear it up for the moment. So while I figure that out on my side, I promise you I'm here, but I'm just not going to turn the camera on so that my bandwidth will stick in there. But let me turn it over to you for your testimony.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Allen and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Elmer Giovanni Cruz Gutierrez, and I am a case manager in the Student Services Department at Carlos Rosario International Public Charter School. In my role, I focus on student retention, helping adult learners stay in school and complete their education. One of the most significant barriers I see in my work is transportation. The Adult Learner Transit Subsidy is a critical support for our students. Carlos Rosario, about 2,000 learners receive this benefit each year. However, the current $70 monthly benefit does not meet the real transportation needs. Most students run out of funds by the second or third week of the month, rarely by the end of the month. When the subsidy runs out, students often come to our office thinking there's something wrong with their car. We check the balance and see the funds are gone. At that point, many students miss class because they cannot afford to pay out of pocket. Carlos Rosario does not have a budget to cover transportation beyond this program, so there are very few alternatives. Transportation costs in DC adds up quickly, especially during school hours. Even hybrid students who attend class only 3 days a week often spend more than the entire $70 subsidy on Metrorail alone, and even more if they also need to use the bus. Many of our students are also parents. They often drop their children off at school before coming to class, which adds additional trips and increases transportation costs each month. These are no optional trips, they are part of managing family responsibilities. The adult learner transit subsidy has been in place since 2017, but the $70 benefit has not increased since 2019, even as transportation cost has gone up. Over time, the real value of this support has declined, and we see the impact directly in attendance and persistence. I urge the Council to view an increase in the adult learner transit subsidy as an investment. When adult learners can attend class consistently, they progress through ESL levels, enroll in career training, and move into the workforce. They support their families, contribute to the economy, and strengthen their communities. Without adequate transportation support, the district risks undermining its broader investment in adult education. If students cannot afford to get to school, they cannot benefit from the programs the city is already funding. Thank you for your time and for your continued attention to the needs of adult learners in the district.
Thank you so much. Next, let's turn to Tracy German, Director of Student Support Services at Academy of Hope Adult Public Charter School.
Hi, good afternoon, Chairperson Allen and members of the Committee on Transportation and the Environment. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Tracy German, and I serve as the Director of Student Support Services at Academy of Hope Adult Public Charter School, which operates campuses in both Ward 5 and Ward 8. For nearly a decade, I've worked alongside adult learners across the district as they pursue their high school credentials, industry certifications, and pathways to family-sustaining employment. Today, I'm testifying in strong support of the Adult Learner Transit Subsidy Program and to express serious concern about the potential impact on adult learners if this funding is reduced or discontinued. At Academy of Hope, we serve more than 1,000 adult learners each year. Our students are parents, caregivers, and working adults who are balancing education with employment, childcare, housing instability, and other competing responsibilities. Transportation is one of the most immediate and fragile points in that balance. When learners can't reliably get to school, everything else unravels. Currently, 568 of our learners are enrolled in the Adult Learner Transportation Subsidy Program. This subsidy plays a direct role in whether students can attend class consistently, complete required testing, and persist long enough to earn credentials. In our most recent needs assessment survey, multiple learners identified transportation as crisis level need. Enrollment in the Adult Learner Transportation Subsidy Program allowed us to stabilize attendance for those learners and prevent stopout. However, the current $70 monthly benefit is no longer sufficient. The benefit has not increased since 2019, despite rising Metro Bus and Metro Rail fares, particularly during peak hours when adult education classes are held. Many learners exhaust their subsidy by the second or third week of the month. To put this in real terms, peak hour Metro Rail fares can reach up to $6.75 one way. A learner attending class just 3 days a week can face monthly transportation costs ranging from $80 to well over $200, depending on the distance, whether they must combine bus and rail. For parent learners who must make additional trips for school drop-off or childcare, these costs increase even further. When the subsidy runs out, or if it were to be eliminated entirely, the consequences will be immediate and predictable. Learners miss class, reduce attendance, or stop coming altogether. Some are forced to choose between transportation and basic necessities like food, rent, and childcare. Schools don't have the discretionary resources to absorb all of these costs at that scale, and learners disengage not because of lack of motivation, but because the system becomes inaccessible. If the funds were discontinued, the district would see lower attendance, reduced retention, incomplete programs, and diminished returns on its investment in adult education. The cost of losing learners midway through their programs far outweighs the cost of maintaining and modestly increasing the subsidy. So this isn't just an expansion request, it's a request to protect the core access strategy that makes the district's adult education system function as intended. Transportation support directly impacts attendance, persistence, completion, and workforce entry. When adult learners complete their education, they earn credentials, enter the workforce, and provide for their families. I urge the Council to maintain and strengthen the Adult Learner Transit Subsidy including increasing the monthly benefit to at least $100 to better reflect current transit costs and ensuring the program remains stable and reliable for learners. Transportation should never be the reason an adult learner is forced to stop out of school. Thank you for your time and continued commitment to adult learners in the district.
Thank you very much. Next, let's turn to Katharina Serene.
Good afternoon, Chairman Allen and members of the committee. My name is Katharina Serene. I'm a case manager at the Next Step Public Charter School. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. The Next Step Public Charter School serves adult learners, many of whom are working parents who are balancing school with jobs, family responsibilities, and other adult obligations. Our education model recognizes that adults cannot succeed academically unless their basic needs, including transportation, are addressed. I work primarily with evening students. My role is to help students address the barriers outside the classroom that can prevent them from succeeding in school, whether that's access to childcare, health insurance, basic necessities, or transportation. Transportation is one of the most immediate and common barriers our students face. For many adult learners, missing class doesn't start with a lack of motivation. It starts with a missed ride. If a student can't afford to get to school, the district's investment in adult education simply can't do its job. That's why the adult learner transit subsidy is so important. It is one of the most widely used and requested resources we offer. Every student asks for it, and every student relies on it. Our students are adults. Many come to school directly from work. Many travel long distances across the city from southwest to northwest, often during peak hours. Transportation is not a given, it's a hurdle. While the subsidy is essential, the current $70 monthly benefit is no longer enough. I often hear from students that they run out of funds before the end of the month. Around 2 to 3 weeks in, students are already coming to us and asking when they can refill their cards. They are trying to plan ahead, but the reality is that the benefit simply does not last long enough to cover the full month of commuting. When the subsidy runs out, students are forced into difficult choices. They miss class, they arrive late, or they must decide between paying for transportation and paying for food, rent, or childcare. Schools like ours do not have discretionary funds to help them fill that gap. Increasing the adult learner transit subsidy is a smart, targeted investment. Transportation support directly affects attendance, retention, and program completion. When adult learners complete their programs, they earn credentials, enter the workforce, and contribute to the district's economy. Increasing the subsidy strengthens the district's existing investment in adult education. It does not expand it. I respectfully urge the council to increase the adult learner transit subsidy to at least $100 per month and to consider future adjustments tied to fare increases so the benefit does not erode over time. Transportation should not be the reason an adult learner misses school. If we want adults to show up consistently, we have to make it possible for them to get there. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. Next, let me see, is Kenyatta West here? So I don't see Kenyatta West.
She was having some trouble with her sound when it switched over from webinar to panelists. So
Okay.
is there a phone number she can call in to be a part and say her
We
testimony?
can definitely try. My staff will try to follow up with that. So why don't we do this? Florinda Bates, why don't I go to you now, and then we'll see if we can figure out how to get Kenyatta West back in. And we'll come back to Kenyatta West in a moment.
Sounds good.
Can you guys hear me now?
There she is.
Oh, yes, we can. All right, excellent. So Kenyatta West,
hear
if you're
me?
ready, we're ready to go now. Yep. Kenyatta, we can hear you. So if you're ready to
Hear
go. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Good morning, council members, or good afternoon, council members and transportation committee staff. My name is Kenyatta West, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak with you today on the behalf of myself and my fellow adult learners. As an adult student, I see firsthand how transportation is one of the biggest barriers, and it is not consistent to attendance. Many of my classmates struggle to make it to class, not because they lack the motivation, but because they simply cannot afford it. While we do receive a $70 monthly transportation subsidy, that amount has not increased since 2019. During that same time, Metro Bus and Metro Rail fares have gone up, especially during the peak hours when our classes begin. In reality, transportation costs ranges from $2.25 to over $6.75 one way. Students who attend classes 3 to 4 days a week often run out of funds by the second week of the month. Those who must use both bus and rail can easily face monthly transportation costs of $120 or more. Many adult learners are parents like myself. We often have to drop our kids off at school or daycare before coming into class. When transportation costs are added to rent, food, childcare, and other responsibilities, the current subsidy simply is just not enough. As a result, students arrive late, miss classes, or reduce their attention altogether. Some are forced to choose between transportation and basic necessities, and schools often do not have the funds to fill that gap. Transportation supports directly impact attendance, retention, program completion, and workforce readiness. When adult learners are able to complete their programs, they're better positioned to enter the workforce and contribute meaningfully to DC's economy. Increasing the adult learner transit subsidy would not expand the district's investment in adult education. It will simply strengthen it. I respectfully urge the council to consider increasing the subsidy to better reflect current transit costs. An increase to $100 or more would make a real difference for many of us. This is not about conveyance. This is about access. Transportation should not be the reason an adult learner is unable to pursue their education at no point. If you want to keep us showing up consistently, you have to make it possible for us to get there. And we're trying to move forward, earn our diplomas, and build better futures. Sorry about that. My children are home. Reliable transportation is a necessity, not a luxury. Thank you for your time and your consideration. And sorry, I can't hear anyone, but I'm glad to be heard.
Excellent. Well, I'm not sure if you can hear me, but thank you very much for your testimony. I appreciate that. Next, Florinda Bates, how about we'll go back to you now.
Yes, hi, good afternoon, council members and the committee staff. My name is Florinda Bates, and I am a reading and social studies teacher at the Academy of Hope Adult Public Charter School at Ward 8. I'm here today to urge you to maintain and increase the adult learner transit subsidy. Transportation is one of the most immediate barriers my adult learners face. In my classroom, missed classes often begin with missed rides. My adult students are balancing school with work, childcare, and family responsibilities. When transportation becomes unreliable or unaffordable, attendance drops, and when students cannot attend, the district's investment in adult education cannot fully succeed. The current $70 monthly transit subsidy is no longer adequate. This amount has not increased since 2019, even though metro fares, especially during peak hours when most classes meet, have gone up. In reality, many of my students run out of transit funds by the second week of the month. To put this into perspective, peak hour metro rail fares range from $2.25 to $6.75 one way. A student attending class just 3 days a week can face monthly transportation costs ranging anywhere from $80 to over $200, depending on distance and mode of travel. Students who combine both bus and rail, which is very common where I am, often spend $120 or more each month just getting to class. This challenge is especially severe for adult learners who are parents. Many of my students must drop off their children at school or childcare before attending class. These extra trips are unavoidable and increase transportation costs significantly. When transportation subsidies for other family needs are higher than what is provided for adult education, parents are forced into an impossible choice: meeting their family's needs or coming to school. Too often, school is the thing that gets sacrificed. When the subsidy runs out, students miss class, arrive late, or reduce attendance. Some must choose between paying for transportation and paying for food, rent, or childcare. Adult education programs do not have discretionary funds to fill this gap, and motivated students quietly disengage, not because they lack commitment, but because they lack access. Maintaining and increasing the adult learner transit subsidy is a smart investment. Transportation support directly impacts attendance, retention, completion, and workforce entry. Adult learners who complete programs earn credentials, secure employment, and contribute to DC's economy. I respectfully urge the council to increase the adult learner transit subsidy to better reflect current transit costs, $100 a month or more, and to consider further adjustments tied to fare increases. Transportation should not be the reason an adult learner misses school. If we want adults to show up consistently, we must make it possible for them to get there. Thank you for your time and consideration. Respectfully, Florinda Bates.
Thank you so much, Ms. Bates. And then on our witness list, we had Gerald Konohia, but I do not see them on here, or Taylor Terry. Just want to check and make sure. All right. Well, similar to the panel we just had earlier, want to thank all of you for your testimony. It does seem like from a statute standpoint, we need to change the 70 to the 100, and hopefully you heard my testimony or my responses to the panel right before you. When we had actually first when I introduced Metro for DC, we had looked at $100 because when we talked to a lot of people, $100 per month really does cover a lot of folks' transit costs. And so as you kind of helpfully laid out, even just the transition from 70 to 100 would be very meaningful for a lot of our students. We're trying to figure out, and we can do some of this after the hearing, but if the universe of individuals is somewhere in the ballpark of about 5,000 people overall that might be eligible for this, does that sound about right to you as well? Do you have any data or numbers on how many of your students are enrolled in this or would be enrolled if it was a $100 benefit?
We currently have about 560 students out of our 1,000 students that are enrolled in the program this year.
Carlos Rosario has around 2,000 students enrolled in the program.
Okay. And then do you have, similar to what we heard from Bria, do you have any survey data from your students about how many are finding that $70 just doesn't cut it? They don't have enough. I think Bria said somewhere around 75% of their students. Have you done a survey like that? Do you have any data points that would be helpful for us?
Ours is around 70%.
Okay.
Of the students who finish the funds before the end of the month.
Got it. Okay.
Same, and we have emergency tokens. We have shuttles as well to help out, and we still have students that are running out of funds each month.
Okay. And then do you have any data that helps you or helps us back up that $100 a month, that $30 would largely cover most of your students' transit needs? In other words, is that a best guess that $100 will cover people's transit needs, or do we have any data behind it that helps show us that no, $100 that'll largely cover what our monthly transit costs are?
Yeah, we're utilizing the math. We talked to some students. It really depends on how many buses they take. So on the low end, 100 will cover a lot of students that are taking the bus for sure.
Okay. Well, perhaps that could be one of our follow-ups after the hearing, if we can work with you all to just kind of help pull that data together in a way. And I realize people are from a variety of different academic institutions and schools, but perhaps we can all work together, share the data you feel comfortable sharing, but that could help us lay out the case here. And again, if our universe is somewhere around 5,000 individuals, if we're talking about $30 difference from 70 to 100, but that largely would cover those costs, that's not a huge line item from a budget perspective in the scope of the entire DC budget. It might be about $150,000, which is fairly modest from DC's budgeting perspective, but deeply meaningful for the students that you're helping advocate for. Got it. All right. Well, I really appreciate everybody's testimony, and thank you for having so many of your students also helping testify so that they could get their firsthand experience, which is deeply impactful too. So I appreciate it. Thank you all.
Thank you.
All right. Well, let's move to our next panel of public witnesses. I'm going to start calling people's name out as we start moving people onto the panel. But I have Thomas Fields, public witness. Betty Schiapio, public witness. Jasmine Komar, public witness. Jocelyn Johnson, public witness. Nicholas Deladon, president of the DuPont East Civic Action Association. Tanya Martin, public witness. Louis Santucci, public witness. Silva Walker, trustee with the Michigan Park Christian Church. And John Muelta, committee member and advisor of Michigan Park Christian Church. So good afternoon to you all. Just give us a moment as we're moving people onto the panel. You should be receiving panelist requests. And in case you weren't here earlier, I'm having some bandwidth issues with my internet here at home as we're recording here. So I have my camera off, but my audio on just to help make sure I can stream this correctly. If we're able to get it sorted out, I'll turn the cameras back on. I see Silva Walker that's in.
John Miletta's here.
Okay, John, I see you there. All right, tell you what, while we're bringing the panelists on, why don't I actually start with the two of you, Silva and John. I don't know if y'all had an order in which you'd like to go, and then we'll keep working on bringing our other panelists in.
John can go first.
Okay, all right, John, we'll have you go first, and then Silva will turn to you right after that.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is John Miletta, and I'm a member of the Michigan Park Christian Church. For 120 years, our church has been a pillar of the District of Columbia community. For nearly 70 of those years, we've operated at the intersection of Taylor Street Northeast and South Dakota Avenue as a spiritual home and as a vital center for education and social services. I am here today to urge the council to pause the funding for the Taylor Street Protected Bike Lane project. This project, as currently designed, ignores our church's critical need for parking and threatens the very existence of our institution. It also creates significant grounds for legal challenges. First are the ADA issues, as it hinders the ability of handicapped and disabled congregants, students, and staff to access our sanctuary in an educational way. That same issue also affects a lot of our community members who are either seniors or handicapped. Second are our constitutional concerns, as the parking is essential to our members' ability to worship, and removing it by government fiat creates a potential issue regarding the free exercise of religion. Third are the property rights, as the loss of parking directly devalues the church's property, which could be considered as an unlawful taking under the Fifth Amendment. As you review this project, I ask that you view this project in the context of the unprecedented fiscal turmoil that the district faces, which I'm sure you know ad nauseum. The district is facing over $1 billion in budgetary shortfall due to the Congress and the administration's cuts to DC's finances. This is the type of wreckage that is caused by arbitrary and capricious acts of government bureaucracies. Furthermore, the Trump administration arbitrary and capricious firing of federal workers has led to the district losing over approximately 40,000 federal jobs, a 21% reduction in the federal workforce that lives in the district. The district's own chief financial officer has warned that the layoffs are steep enough to throw DC into a recession. So cuts have to be made. The district has already made cuts to things that are much more important than bike lanes. Childcare and safety net funding, a $9.2 million shortfall, I believe, has led to the first childcare subsidy waitlist in 30 years. Emergency rental assistance for families are also facing deep reductions. Elder care, including a $1.2 million cut to caregiving and an 800% waitlist for the Safety at Home program. These are essential programs for the people who are facing potential recession, who are facing potential job loss, and support systems being weakened. The fact that the Department of Transportation is moving forward with the Taylor Street project, which, based on other similar initiatives that we've seen, could cost over $5 million, shows that an agency and potentially a government that has misplaced priorities in light of these fiscal challenges. I note this proposal was originally positioned as part of a larger traffic safety study for the area that is intersected by two major thoroughfares, South Dakota and Michigan Avenues. Last year, however, DDOT abandoned that work while continuing to push forward with the Taylor Street protected bike lane project by itself. This suggests that the project was really not about holistic safety, but about acceding to bike lobbyists while totally ignoring the affected community. In conclusion, we are asking you to do what is both fair and morally right. Stop the department from spending millions of dollars on a contentious, ill-advised project, while our children lose child care and housing assistance and our seniors lose the support and care that they need. This is both, to continue doing so is both unfair and fiscally irresponsible under the current context. We ask the district to pause this project and to, one, reallocate the funds that would be used for this to other more important issues. And second, to actually do the study that they had talked about, to do the safety study first, to do the traffic analysis first, and then let's see what the result would be. Just to do this bike project by itself in this context seems to be completely irresponsible. I want to thank you for the time that you've given us and for, hopefully truly considering the voices of the community.
All right, thank you very much. I'll turn to Silva next, and then I know Ms. Johnson is here, so I'm going to turn to Ms. Johnson after Silva, and then Nicholas Deladon is here, so I'll turn to you after that. And I tell you what, real fast, what I might do just to help bring up folks from the next panel, just for everybody's time. Since we have a few folks who didn't lay here, Ms. Walker, if you hold on just 1 second, I'm gonna go ahead and just read the names of panel 8. We'll send a panelist request, bring them onto this panel, and then I'll turn right back to you, Ms. Walker, so that you can share your testimony. But if we've got Ron Moten, co-founder of Don't Mute DC, Mohammed Hussein, public witness, Miriam Magdieli, public witness, Kimberly Lockett, public witness, Frederick W. Allen, public witness, Ellen Coates, public witness, and Patricia Stamper, public witness. I think we'll just combine everybody so we can make sure everybody's on a panel and we can hear from everybody. Okay, so now, Ms. Walker, I will turn back to you and welcome your testimony as well. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Chairperson Allen and committee members for allowing me to speak today. My name is Silva Walker. I'm a trustee at Michigan Park Christian Church. I've been a member at the church for many years. I concur with what Mr. Mulata said earlier, as far as our perspective of the bike lane, protected bike lane that's planned for Taylor Street. I'm supporting that, and we large numbers of the community also you support that view as well. But I also want to talk about the stakeholder analysis. I think last year we had big discussions about improving the stakeholder analysis. I got several very disturbing calls this year about the fact that a resolution is being created now that we've got the strategic bike bikeway plan for Ward 5 that our ANC area, the TPS, I think it's TSP. Well, anyway, they're submitting a resolution and they are adding, since they're from what I'm understanding, that the validity is because South Dakota has been removed from the bikeway plan. And so what they want to do is to add more bike lanes. And so this resolution is being created, but they haven't spoken to any of the neighbors. They're like really alarmed and appalled and concerned by this, that these additional bike lanes are going to be thrown at them without their input. And there won't be any way that they can, be engaged in order to circumvent it or to even get their input into this process. And this is just a continuation of what we experienced on Taylor Street. And I'm concerned, and I'd like to know, what does DDOT plan to do in order to improve the stakeholder engagement? Because right now, it's just a continuation of a lot of confusion. It's a continuation of leaving people out of the process, and where they're getting surprised and a misuse of funds, to be honest. And I guess that was probably the most thing that that's all that I really have to say right now.
Okay, got it. Thank you, Ms. Walker. Let me turn next to Ms. Johnson, and then Mr. Deladon will turn to you right after that. Ms. Johnson, are you there?
Got it. I'm sorry. I didn't have my mute. I was muted.
There we go. Okay, we can hear you now.
I'm sorry. Yes, good afternoon, Chairman Allen and the rest of the members of the committee. I'm Jocelyn Johnson, as you know, former chairperson for the Ward 4 Mini Commission on Aging, a member of the DC Safe Streets Coalition.org, and African American senior citizen, and 4BO2 ANC member. And I wanted to come to you again. We seem like we come to you this time every year. We're always testifying at your hearing and the PW's hearing, but I'm coming today because I really want to talk to you. I want to start off by joining the conversation that came on earlier, that you had earlier, dealing with the sidewalks. And I really do want to add that while you're looking into the sidewalk and the safety and all of that, there are dangers that exist for our disabled community, as well as seniors, everybody, I would say, because bicycles, e-bikes, scooters, regular bikes you get for Christmas, whatever, also are recklessly using DC sidewalks. So yes, it's important that people don't want to trip over whatever and break an arm or whatever. But these people, when they're riding on the sidewalk, when they're driving their bikes and scooters and e-bikes on the sidewalk, there needs to be some kind of legislation put in place to protect this population, these people, because they're reckless on the streets, but they're also recklesser on the sidewalk, and the sidewalks are not situated for this kind of transit, if you will. I think that there's got to be some legislation put in place that speaks about folks that use these various modes of transportation, how they ride recklessly on the streets, but how they also access the sidewalks. And it's like having a mini car on the sidewalk because they go too fast. And, one of our asks is that you all will put legislation out that's going to regulate these e-bikes. That's the first thing I wanted to say coming in on this. But I also want to ask that you all will also address this population as the senior and the disabled population of DC, or maybe overall people who access DC streets. The bikes, the e-bikes, the scooters and all that, they got to have tags. They have to have insurance. They have to have regulations that govern how they operate these vehicles, because they can cause accidents. They they can cause accidents. And to me, that's bad enough by itself. But it should be something that they are actually required to show that they know the roads, the rules of the road, and they don't. And to have a group of people who are kind of exempt and allowed to use our DC streets while not having tags, we have to, motorists have to have tags so that the cameras can get us, the police can get us, or whatever. And this section of the population doesn't really show that the council takes seriously safety. And this is about safety. This isn't targeting anybody no more than it's targeting motorists. But it does show that you all see the problems that exist, them on the sidewalks as well as on the streets or whatever, because you want to make sure that our that the transportation is better for makes it better for everybody, all DC residents. It makes it safer, makes it better, so that everybody can travel here and there and all that, regardless of the mode of transportation. That's really pretty much what I wanted to ask you today, and hopefully you will take it serious. And when we come back to testify next year, we'll be thanking you for having made our streets safer, because you did put legislation in place. My last comment is, I don't think this is a DDOT issue. I think DDOT does what they're paid to do. But if you all put legislation in place that's enforceable, then the motorists are going to have to take you serious, and our behavior is changed because you put things in place to make sure that the camera will click my tag when I go around the school bus. That's a $500 ticket for me, a motorist, but it's a get out of Dodge free card for the person on the bike. That shouldn't be. Plus, it's dangerous. So anyway, I think you get my point.
Yep,
Thank you
I
so
do. Yeah, thank you, Ms. Johnson. And I like your little fireplace right there next to you. I hope that's pronounced for you.
It's called snow. Snow. Oh, and let me just show you. I just want to remind you, because when we testified before, I'm wearing this. I can't wear it today. It's too cold.
All right. Thank you very much. Let me turn next to Mr. Deladon.
Good afternoon, Charles Allen. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Nick Deladon, and I represent the citywide coalition, DC Safe Streets Coalition. And today, the coalition is presenting an e-bike bill and calls for the council to regulate e-biking. In September last year, a senior woman was knocked to the ground by a hit-and-run biker on Columbia Road, suffering injuries that required hospitalization. The biker could not be found. DDOT had just completed an extensive redesign of the road, removing a traffic lane in favor of a protected bike lane. Seeing that the new bike lanes were not used, you, Councilmember Allen, secured $1 million for rebates to promote the use of e-bikes. DDOT, meanwhile, has begun a food delivery pilot that provides participants with e-bikes. Bikers use the lanes built especially for them, or not, as they choose. Pedestrians complain of powerful, silent bikes coming up behind them, speeding, cutting in and out of traffic, and crashes and near misses at our peril. Increasingly, e-bike hazards are getting the attention of the media. In November, the New York Times Magazine published a long story about it. E-bikes and scooters are abandoned on sidewalks. More than 80 e-bikes and scooters were found discarded in the Potomac River. No elected official or city planner has anticipated the inevitable hazardous consequences of a new generation of bike traffic and proposed to regulate the e-bike menace. There are ample precedents for regulating e-biking. New Jersey in November imposed strict new regulations when a child was killed. Priscilla's Law in New York, which is gaining momentum, is the basis for our draft e-bike bill. And it requires registration and tags on e-bikes. Outside the US, Israel requires tags on bikes and scooters, and Japan has begun an extensive program of regulation this year. Let me tell you what our proposal would do. Our bill specifically regulates e-biking. It would require registration and tagging so bikers and bikes can be identified and held accountable. It would require bike insurance, particularly for crashes that do not involve a car. It requires licensing, certification to ride in city streets, and protective gear. It would limit its speeds. We urge residents to sign our e-bike petition on change.org. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deladon. Next, I've got Ron Moten. Mr. Moten, I think you're there. There you go. Good afternoon. I'll turn it over to you if you can unmute because we can't hear you yet. There we go.
How you doing, sir?
Doing well. Good to see you. And let me turn it to you.
Yes, I'm here. Thanks once for the opportunity to testify. I have several issues, so I'll try to make it very fast. One, about the e-bikes. They run up and down in front of our building, and some areas in Anacostia where we have these narrow walkways, you might only have 3 to 4 feet for pedestrians. So when they come through like this, it's very dangerous. And I mean, it's a lot of seniors and people who walk around here. So e-bikes, we got to deal with. I think we need them. I really do think we need them, but they have to be, just like everything else you all do, you make sure people are held accountable. So I think we need to make sure that it's safe for everybody. The other thing is when you pass this initiative about getting e-bikes out, it was very interesting that it wasn't put out to the people in east of the river. It was promoted to people on the other side of the river. So people on this side of the river couldn't get it. Not that I really want them everywhere, but I'm just saying it's just very obvious that this initiative was not promoted to people in Ward 8. And I think that is a commonality that we see with a lot of policies in Washington, D.C. People often say they care about the people east of the river, but we always see these disparities when they talk about equity or getting things that might help the community. All right. The other thing, you all came over here and with the bus policies that you have, you took 12 parking spaces in an area that everybody knows that a lot of people don't come here because we have no parking spaces, right? Then you put a bump in front of my building with these same policies that had 2 cars nearly run into a gas line in front of my building, which would have blew my building up like it blew the building up around the corner. And then when we talk to DDOT, they sit up in our face in a meeting yesterday and tell us what they're not going to do. So what happens is with all these policies, all people like me, I love the environment, I love bike lanes and all this, but you all go too far. And you don't talk to us, right? And then when it comes out on the news, everybody's blaming the mayor. But all these policies come from you all. And it's affecting us. And then all this money that comes from the Vision Zero, right? You all deciding where it goes. I would have a much better feeling about all these tickets and stuff if it went to our community, if it helped the children, if it helped the parents, right? But it's not. It's going to pet projects and experiments just like the streetcars that we raised hundreds of millions of dollars on, and then we about to take them up. But people like me told you, don't do the streetcars. You all said it was going to be a great thing. It didn't turn out to be great. And then we had the president of the United States threatening to tear up all the bike lanes. Instead of having something that's good for our community, because we go overboard, it can potentially be gone. So I just want you all to think about talking to people in the community, because I don't think these are all bad ideas. I just think the way they're institutionalized are. And I think just like when you do things in our community, I think you should put up signs letting people know when they're having these meetings. Because I'm telling you, there's a false sense of agreement with a lot of these policies because people don't know. So I think we need to do a better job of putting signs up and making sure people know about these meetings in the community, because I'm telling you, they don't know. If you watch social media, if you watch the things that's going on, I guarantee you, if we did a real poll and put it out to people, that the majority of Washington, D.C. is against this. Because I talk to the people every day and have a good sense of how the people feel, especially in my community. So I think we need to do a real poll on this stuff so the whole community can have an input, put signs up so people can know when these meetings are, because it's a false sense that people really want a lot of this stuff that you're doing.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Moten.
Thank you for your time, sir. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. I appreciate you being here. I see we got Frederick Allen here. I want to turn to Mr. Allen, and then Kimberly Lockett just joined us, and Ms. Lockett will come to you right after Mr. Allen. Fred Allen, are you there?
Yes, am I on there? Yeah.
Yep,
Okay.
you're on now.
Yeah, good. No, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for spending the day listening to so many voices. I think this is very important. I'm Frederick Allen. I live in Spring Valley neighborhood of Ward 3. And while I'm testifying today on my own behalf, my testimony is informed by my experience during the past 6 years as a member of the ANC 3D Transportation Committee, first as co-chair and now as a regular member of the committee. I will focus today on just one topic, creating dedicated funding for maintenance of green infrastructure for stormwater. It's a little different from what most of the other folks have been talking about this afternoon. I'm going to summarize my more complete written testimony that you have. I testified before you on this subject last year, and I'm pleased that there now appears to be an opportunity that there wasn't at that time. One of the issues that we've been addressing with DDOT in our neighborhood, and many other neighborhoods in the city have been doing the same thing, is the mandate from the federal government to the DC create green infrastructure for stormwater management. And we've made good progress working with DDOT on what are called bioretention curb extensions that capture stormwater from the streets and thereby avoiding storm sewers. The major problem that remains is beyond the bailiwick of DDOT staff, but is squarely in yours. Arrangements for funding into the indefinite future for the maintenance of these curb extensions is really at the mercy of the annual budget process. And our neighbors have made it very clear that the curb extensions will need to be well maintained or they shouldn't be built at all. DDOT and DOE staff have shown us plans for maintaining the curb extensions, but they still have to get the money. And whatever the amount that is needed for the for this citywide, it's very clear that this will be enough to be an appealing target for budget cutters. But fortunately, there's a long-term approach that should work, but which will need a push from you on the council. On the bills that all the customers of DC Water receive each month, there are two special fees: the Clean Rivers Impervious Area Charge and the DC government stormwater fee. And these fees help pay for DC stormwater management, especially expensive infrastructure such as tunnels that green infrastructure is designed to avoid. And the idea that I want to pitch you on is that these fees should be modestly increased to cover the maintenance of the green infrastructure, taking into account taking the maintenance out of the annual budget process. And the Clean Rivers Impervious Area Charge is currently being updated. So this is a nice opportunity to insert this kind of a change into it. But you'll need to work with DDOT, DOE, DC Water, and the citizens, none of whom can do this alone. But if you were to communicate to them by one means or another that you want to see this happen, then something will happen. But without that, I'm afraid that the entire green infrastructure program is at risk of a strong backlash from residents around the city, and it's likely to fail. So thank you very much. I appreciate your time, and happy to answer any questions.
Got it. Thank you very much, Mr. Allen. All right, we'll turn to Ms. Lockett, and then I see Ms. Martin's joined us. And Ms. Martin, I'll turn to you right after Ms. Lockett.
Good afternoon. We're here
because we were asked to testify, not because we believe our input will be meaningfully considered by this committee or DDOT. Based on years of experience, it is clear that this committee and DDOT prioritizes special interest groups over the needs of seniors and people with disabilities and everyday drivers. Since 2016, we have repeatedly provided public safety recommendations for pedestrians, cyclists, and drivers. Out of all of those recommendations, DDOT has implemented only one, throwing us a bone. Meanwhile, many of your projects continue to create new hardships, particularly those with regards to seniors and people with disabilities. A clear example is the 5th Street and Grant Circle project. This plan will remove critical parking around schools and churches, eliminating safe drop-off areas for parents and forcing seniors and churchgoers to walk long distances. Meanwhile, the people on 5th Street can't even get out of their cars. We are told that community input matters, yet the outcome suggests otherwise. Too often, decisions appear to be made in advance, regardless of the concerns raised by residents. We fully expect the responses to this testimony to be thank you, as you're reading something else while I'm talking, followed by moving on to the next speaker. That pattern reinforces the belief that this hearing is performative rather than collaborative. We have worked hard for years in many areas to make DC a great place to live for everyone. We care about safety and accessibility for everyone. And we want decisions that genuinely reflect the needs of the whole community, not just a select few. And you should too. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lockett. Next, let me turn to Ms. Martin. Ms. Martin, I think you're muted, so we can't hear you. If you could unmute, then we'll be able to hear you.
Okay, so I'm back. You know I'm back. Same subject, same response, nothing. Now, this is what I'm saying. Now, in July 22nd, 2025, a male ended up getting shot from road rage right across the street from my house. I told you that was going to happen. Then my neighbors, they so scared, they moved. We had 5 houses on between the 4200 block to the 3900 block where people are leaving because it's unsafe. Then you go and be sneaky, go over Illinois Avenue and put some bike lanes over there. That's where it should have been in the get-go. So as they still on 5th Street, the people are here acting crazy, doing more stuff. You lied, that mayor lied, DDOT, Sharon, she lied, and that dag on Councilmember Louis George, all of y'all lied. Every year, I've been doing this for 5 years, and every year you tell me the same thing. Look at that board back here. That board back here has all of the destruction on 5th Street. Now I'm getting ready to turn on the other side. So what you want to do? You want somebody to get killed? Then you're going to go on TV, cry and talk about you sorry. You ain't sorry because you want this to happen. You want somebody to get killed on 5th Street. Councilmember Louis George, she came here. She did nothing. She wrong. She ain't did nothing for this street. Somebody's going to get killed. And when it do, it's going to be all on y'all hands. Now tell me that. When you going to change this street? I've been talking for 5 years. You need to come over here. Won't you ride your bike over here and see what's going on? You sit over there underneath that. Go get the bike. Ride your bike on 5th Street. See how much you do. It's unacceptable that we have to go through this every day. And people want to run for some daggone. They want to run for these positions. I'm going to be at every one of these campaign sessions with my daggone poster. Tell them how we do every day is hell over here. Every day.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Martin. I wanted to turn, if I can, to Ms. Walker. When we had met, at this point is several months ago, part of what DDOT, I hope, was going to do was reach back out to yourself, other fellow trustees. Did you get any follow-up from the Department of Transportation to sit down and have more conversation? That was one of the things you talked about, was really a lack of conversation, you felt like, from the DDOT team to you.
We did. We did. They did reach out to us.
Okay.
We did meet with them. We're waiting to hear back from them for another meeting. So that's about it. And I think they're going to do like a site visit this time.
Okay.
But my concern continues to be, the in the manner in which stakeholder engagement is not, or what's considered stakeholder engagement, it's not adequate. People are still being left out. We're still being caught by surprise when there's some 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 sort of alteration to the street.
Yeah.
And and it's very concerning because the parking is necessary. Elderly people and senior people need parking. To have that removed, creates a major inconvenience for them.
Oh, no, I know
If
I think you've been very
need
consistent with
emergency,
the concerns on that. Part of what I wanted to make sure was after we had sat down to talk through it more, I think you all made a very compelling argument that you felt like DDOT had not even, sat down and engaged with you. So I just want to make sure that they had done that. I can't
yes, they have
obviously
at least
answer.
had one meeting. Yes,
Silva,
at
could
least
I
one
add to
meeting.
that since I attended the meeting?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think the gravamen of the discussion was we're going to do the bike lanes. I think our position was you got to include us in the process so we understand, and you should also consider other options. We're hoping that this next meeting will actually have substantive, recognition of what we've been talking about. So the last conversation is we're going to have the bike lanes, and our pushback was, what alternatives have you considered? And they didn't have any. And we hope that the next meeting will actually be fruitful in that to at least give us a sense that they've considered what we've been talking about. And I think that I don't know if you remember from last year's testimony, but I've spent a considerable amount of time of my career in government, and I can tell you when this was sort of a perfunctory exercise because there were no details, there were no. It was just we're still planning. We don't have any answers. Blah blah blah, and it was just sort of extending the game to kind of wear us out. So. We are very still concerned because it's an existential threat for us.
Oh, good seeing you too.
Okay. Several folks have, I think, they unmuted, so it was a little hard to follow there, John, with some background noise, but I hear you now.
Okay, so I don't know how much of it you missed, but what my basic point is that it was a non-substantive meeting in the sense that there were no details other than the confirmation that they still wanted to do the bike lanes. There were no alternatives presented. There were no discussions of how could we address that? Because this street has on one side Howard University Divinity School, the old Divinity School, which is slated for development. So there's no consideration as to what's happening with that development. How does having protected bike lanes, et cetera, et cetera. So it was kind of like, okay, the council told us to have a meeting, so we're meeting. We're hoping that this second meeting will be more fruitful with some optionality and some recognition about how to address the need for parking for us, the school that operates in our church, the handicapped people that live in the
I can hear they
community
call
and
my
want to
name.
access
So
it.
I got my earpiece on. Yeah, so this is upstairs in the museum.
Hey, Ron, Zavri, can you hear it? Could you mute? Thank you very much, Ron. Okay. Yeah, thanks, John. Well, let me know how that next meeting goes, just so that I can kind of hear. I hope it's substantive as well. So I'm glad they had at least the first meeting there. To Mr. Deladon, I wanted to ask you, one of the things that DDOT has been holding lately has been the strategic bike plan meetings, and want to get your impression of if you feel those are constructive conversations. Do you feel like they're good discussions, conversations? Just kind of want to get your take on how those are going thus far.
Well, I had the pleasure of attending many of them. I think I missed two. And I think there is a methodology in holding these meetings and using a Post-it. And in Ward 7, I believe, they did have a question and answer period, which is much more effective because you raise a question and everybody hears you and they can agree with you. They can make a sound And so you get more of a community engagement and not just a collection of messages. And because there's no, what if somebody didn't go to the meeting? What if they didn't make a post-it? What if, all this stuff is really fly by night. And it does give you the impression that they're determined to put this in come hell or high water. And it also addresses the needs of the bikers a lot more than it addresses the needs of anybody else in the city, pedestrians, seniors, handicapped people, whatever it is. They want to know, where would you like us to put the bike lane? I mean, that's kind of a limited conversation. So our organization, I want to make it clear, we're not against biking, but we're creating hazards that can be avoided. And we have come to the conclusion that we'd like to see more in the way of side streets used because they're quiet to begin with. They're safer. When I was growing up and wanted to ride my bike downtown, I would map out a route that avoided the catastrophes. And you see, it worked. Right now, they want to embrace the most dangerous streets and purportedly make them safe. They're not safe. They're dangerous. The word protected bike lane is a misnomer. It draws catastrophe. And not only that, but in our lawsuit against the city, we pointed out that the bike lane's preferable position seems to be against the curb. That makes more problems for people. People need access to the curb, whether it's with parking or whether it's access to your doctor's office and so on. Handicapped people cannot get out in the middle of the street and cross a bike lane in order to get to their doctor. So there's a lot of things that are missing in this. The drive to get the city to accommodate biking is leading us down the wrong road, I think.
Okay. Mr. Moten, if you're still there.
Yes.
Okay. I'm not sure if you were here earlier when ANC Commissioner Jamila White was testifying. She shared that it's a little bit related to what you talked about, the narrow sidewalks. Just want to see if you're seeing the same thing. I met with Commissioner White a couple of months ago on the other side of the street up the block where there is no shelter for the bus stop, but it's also a very narrow sidewalk. One of the things I'm concerned about is that we're not building out enough shelter space so that people can, have shelter from the sun, from the rain, from just the elements. But when we have a very narrow sidewalk, it makes it harder and harder to do. Just on that block, and are you seeing the same thing for our bus riders? They can't really even get a shelter in there?
Yeah, if you look across the street right here, you see the bus stop. There's no room for shelter because where the bus stop is.
Yeah.
And if you see my sidewalk right here, that's pretty much what you have right here. It's a little wider when there's no snow on the ground, but that's what you have. And when bikes come down, if you look right here, you see a gas line that a car almost ran into, but then you see on the other side, it's a pole right there. So if you're walking up the street right there, and somebody's coming down on a bike, just imagine how dangerous that is.
Oh,
I mean, a person can't get out the way.
Yeah, they shouldn't be on a bike there. I agree with you. But one of the things I want to work on too is with your commissioner and others, how do we help maybe get creative to add more bus shelter space so we can help protect people from the elements, make sure there's enough space there. That may be trying to work with some of the private property owners too to see if we can't figure out a possibility of getting some space.
Yeah, and I would really appreciate if you would just consider. I talked to DDOT. They're not wanting to do it, but I'm just telling you, we put millions of dollars in businesses over here. Nobody's going to survive with you taking away the park. And you already took away 16 parking spaces. And while I know you got to have the bus lanes, you got to coordinate with the businesses and the people. If we lose the businesses, all the social programs that we run in the city are gone. So we got to work together on this, and you can't just come and take 16 parking spaces. Like, do you understand what it does to us when people come, don't see that sign across the street when they park their car, and they get a $250 ticket? They're never coming back to Anacostia. They're never coming back, and many of them don't come back to the city. So we got to understand that a lot of things that are happening to us are not by accident. We're collateral damage because of mistakes and things that people are doing without talking to the community. And I'm not saying that you're wrong all the time. You're right a lot of the time, right? But when you don't talk to the community, the times that you are wrong, right? When we do agree, because we only speak up when it's really something serious. Even if we don't agree, we don't say nothing if it's just something small. These are very serious things.
So I just want you all to come and talk to the people more. That's the only thing that pisses us off. You do things without talking to the people. And this is the thing. What's going on in America, we can't be like America. All right? We can both have different views, right? Friction with love makes diamonds. But it can't be love if you avoid talking to me just to get your way. That creates dust, not a diamond. So I just hope we can move with friction to make a diamond. I think when we all come together, everybody's voices are heard, we make a diamond. But when we come either side is saying, I'm gonna kick the bike lanes out. Or if you don't like bike lanes, the hell with you. I'm coming with Waba and we're gonna organize, we're gonna get you out the way. That does not work. What it does is make more people hate bike lanes, more people hate clean energy. Like I got Pepco right now trying to charge me $50,000 just to connect an upgrade. But you want me to make my kitchen not electric? Please, please. Why would I do that when my electric bill's gone up 50%? And then you try to charge me $50,000 to do an upgrade. So we got to have a conversation, bro. Or people gonna be out of business. We already had one restaurant around the corner go out of business that's only been open for 2 years. So we got to think this out.
Ron, I always appreciate talking with you as well. So happy to continue to do that with you, man.
Yes,
Absolutely.
sir. All right. Take care.
Yeah, you
Bye-bye.
too.
All right.
All right. I appreciate everybody's time today.
Hold up. You know what? Let me just say this. Those bus depots, they the homeless people are using them to sleep in.
Well, the bus
all
drivers
up
are
and
using
down,
them too to get to where they got to go.
Well, let me just say this, all up and down Georgia Avenue. If you have one, somebody's sleeping in there. So you can't even sit down on it because somebody's sleeping there because they don't have anywhere to go. Thank you.
I appreciate that. Let's make sure we actually get people into housing and on the bus when they need to. All right, this is going to conclude the committee's first performance oversight hearing in the district's Department of Transportation. I want to thank all our witnesses for their testimony. The record for today's performance oversight hearing is going to close on February 11th, and you can submit written testimony through the council's hearing management system at lims.dccouncil.gov/hearings until then. The next meeting of the committee is next Monday, February 2nd, when the committee will hold its performance oversight hearing on the Washington Metropolitan Area Transit Authority. There being no further business for the committee, the time is now 2:57 p.m. and this performance oversight hearing of the Committee on Transportation and the Environment is now adjourned. Thank you, everybody.